Good morning, wherever you are. Jim Rosenthal here alongside Graham Partridge, welcoming you to the final day of Crufts 2022. The greatest dog show in the world, and it is building to a terrific climax on this last Sunday. We're about to see the Kennel Club Agility Championship. This one split into three parts. Tell you more about it in a moment, but we have a fantastic day ahead, as always, here at Crufts. Absolute quality throughout the day. A really packed programme, all building towards the grand finale this evening. Everyone here, always fun is always the big word and almost compulsory here at Crufts. And everyone here packed in early. These are the real enthusiasts coming here to see the first competition of the day. And Graham Partridge alongside me. In many ways, it's a bit bittersweet this morning, the last day after 3 fantastic days for both of us, Graham, and everyone connected with Crufts 22.
It is. I mean, generally, it's just been such a great show this year. It's always a great. This is the world's greatest dog show and the biggest dog show. So we've had some fantastic entertainment, and especially, I mean, we've been covering the flyball and the agility, and some of the entertainment and the runs and the skill that's been shown. It's just been amazing. Probably better than ever, I think, Jim.
I think so. There's been high drama as well, and of course, everyone absolutely delighted to be up and running again with Crufts 2022 after the blank year last year. Peter Elms will be our judge, has set the course. A three-part of this, jumping and agility combined, and then they round off those figures for a grand final this afternoon. You know the format by now. First to go, first of 11 intermediate dogs. Stephanie Best, Fate, 5-year-old Border Collie. Stephanie from Ringwood, quite amazing dog, second time at Crufts, and has qualified for all events possible. This is Fate and Stephanie. Looking to set the standard here. Tight right one over the early IAMS jump there. Back over the IAMS. Into those weaves. 2 footing through there. Good style this. A very, very good start to our first action of the day. Just a slight flicker of misunderstanding there perhaps, but this is really good. And it is clean as well. Clean and clear and speedy. That's what they all aim for. And Stephanie will now drive Fate through to the finish. That's set the standard, 34.7 and clear, Graham.
Yes, clear, and most importantly of all, not eliminated. Just to remind everybody that in the championship class, if you're eliminated in either of the first 2 rounds, you can't progress and compete in the final.
Zing Border Collie, runners-up in Friday's singles. The handler, Alan Wildman. And away we go. You have to be very accomplished to get here to Crufts, but that sadly will be an elimination. Exactly what Graham said there, and we'll get Graham on and let you know exactly what happened there, Graham. Bit of early misunderstanding between handler and dog.
It was, yeah. I mean, I'll explain just in a little bit just exactly what happened there, but as you say, it resulted in elimination. But, as you say, the most important thing now is to keep the dog happy, give it a good experience. Not that the dog knows it's done anything wrong, it's only the handler that tells them that, and Alan won't do that. He'll finish on a positive note, and he does. Still a very respectable time, and he's had an absolutely fantastic weekend here at Crufts. And as you go there, you watch Alan, he'll turn away from the dog, takes his eyes off the dog, and the dog says, well, I'll just pop over that one then.
Phoebe, young dog, improving rapidly all the time. The handler from Nottingham, Tony Smith. First Crufts for Phoebe. Delighted to have qualified last December. A real kind and cute dog.
So this is their first Crufts, their first experience of the green carpet and the lights and the commentary and everything else is going on. Oh, almost looked at the tyre there, but she recovered that really, really well. Sends the dog into that tunnel. Now over the tyre will break away if they actually hit it, pulls them in, pushes them out into that tunnel. Now we come to a little circle of jumps here. Now she's got to get on the other side, which she does very nicely. You always want to be on the inside of any circle that the dog's performing. Now she's changed sides, she's on the inside. This is it, here we go, long jump, what a great run this is. Oh wow, 34.613 and clear.
That's good enough to be first as things stand for Tony and for Phoebe. What a promising dog Phoebe is. Zest, 6 years of age, Nicola Wildman, the handler. Zest looks raring to go. Sit, go, off we go. It's a pretty demanding course, this, to my eyes, quite tight. And dogs asked to do a lot of quick turns. Through the tire is fine. Over the U-move jump right in front of our commentary position, heading up towards the tunnel as well. Another really good round. Goodness me, what a standard we're going to have here. And remember, there's a lot more of this competition still to come later on in the day. Up to the big finale at the top there, over the long jump and the Kennel Club as well, 34.3. And that is the best so far, Graham.
It is, and you were saying there, Jim, about it being a demanding course. It's quite a spread-out course, but that in itself brings its own problems. There are lots of things in the dogs' eye as they're coming round, so they can't take their dogs' eyes off their dogs, not even for a split second.
Looking at Sarah Bacon and Dream. Dream's second time competing at Crufts, competing as a large dog. 2018. And Sarah was just 15 years of age. Good start for Sarah and for Dream. Well, even at these early stages, this is building up to be a terrific competition, because handlers and dogs are really on the money here. Don't worry about that. 34.9. Fourth place, but it's still a very accomplished round, Graham.
It is, as I say, this is a high quality field. This is the Agility Championships, say for intermediate dogs, so we expect to be seeing the best of the best.
Fleck, 7-year-old Border Collie, and Stephen Seal. Remember them winning the singles, jumping on Friday.
So while Steve goes around, just try if you can for a second just to take your eyes off the dog and keep an eye on the handler as well. You'll see that he will position himself, well, not too well there, but unfortunately the dog going into the weaving poles there, which was the incorrect obstacle. But just to continue with what I was saying, if you just keep an eye on the handler, they always try and get on the right side of the dog. It's all about communication. Where the handler is quite often will dictate as to where the dog goes. And he'll pick this up again now. So the dog's circling now to the right, and he's on the inside of that all-important circle. He changes behind the dog, and now he picks the dog up again on the correct side. It's very much the fact that you can't touch the dog, but you need to be in the right place all the time. Well done, Steve. Very unfortunate there.
Yep. Stephen and Fleck eliminated, and that, of course, means they cannot win the championship later in the day. You're looking at Bright, another Border Collie, 7 years of age, and Joanne Tristram from Cam in Gloucestershire. Top four, all clear, all in 34 seconds.
She would love nothing more than to win this championship, Jim. The dog is not an agility champion as yet. Some of the dogs you see competing here already are, but it's every agility handler's ambition to be at a champion.
Picking up 5 faults, as Graham was talking there. Let it carry on and complete the round. Bit of repairing to be done before the next dog. Time is very good. 34.8 the time, but picking up 5 faults that were hard to miss, Graham.
Yes, and unfortunately, the jump goes down and the wings knock down as well. And in just a minute, she has to come back round and actually complete the same obstacle again. But because it's down, she has to go through those wings which are down to be a successful completion.
Image, 10 years of age this month. Likely to be her last day at Crufts, this. Sian Illingworth from West Sussex running Image. And Image hoping for a grand finale. Beautiful dog who has entertained us hugely over the years at the greatest dog show in the world. Through the tunnel and the tyre in front of us, over the U-move jump. That's a tight right hand and then a little left pointing Image towards the tunnel. Again, that tight right hand turn, successfully negotiating that tricky part of the course. The time is really good too. Over the long jump and the Kennel Club jump. 34.6, another one in the 34s and in the top 3, Graham.
Fantastic. This dog's 10 years of age, still putting in top quality performances. They've got a great history together, these two, both internationally and domestically. So well done to Sian.
Gamble, the border collie. Stephen Richardson, the handler, 3rd overall in Friday's singles. Flying start from Gamble. Weave is the instruction from Stephen. Good so far, and the time is excellent as well. Got to keep this up. Got to get up in the 34s if they can. Finale, last 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, they've not got in the 34s, they got in the 33s. First into the 33, best so far, Stephen and Gamble.
Very quick dog, and that's the secret, is keeping it smooth, just not putting any pressure on the dog, letting the dog do the work for you, and not interfering unless you need to. Much appreciated by our judge there.
Penultimate intermediate dog. Pebbles, Natasha Wise, sensational winners of the singles on Friday. Pebbles, a huge favourite at Crufts, loves this green carpet. Delighted to be back in action. Oh, a bit of a hesitation there. And picking up 5 faults. Unusual for Pebbles and Natasha, that.
Yes, it is, but the most important thing now, she just needs to, she's experienced enough just to keep her head together. She's got to concentrate on the rest of this round. It won't be the end of the world if she finishes on 5 faults, but great partnership this. Come on, Natasha. There we are, that's what we expect. Lovely finish there, 36.215. And of course, a couple of seconds of that was lost by the weaving poles. And there we go, we're coming up towards the weaving poles. The dog doesn't do them when it's in a position to do so, so quite rightly gets a refusal.
The last of the intermediate dogs, Lexia, 8 years of age, border collie. Sophie Bolchin, 16 times at Crufts. Lexia's 2nd time in the main ring. It's a quieter start compared to some of the others that we've seen from Lexia. Great style going through the tyre. Picking up speed in and out of the tunnel. Really good round this, though. If it stays that way, she won't be far off it. Lexia and Sophie through the Kennel Club. 35.7. That's 7th place, but really good.
Very accomplished round there. Dog did very well just to pick its back legs up then. And as I say, Sophie's doing really well. It's an old head on young shoulders, Jim.
So Stephen Richardson and Gamble, 33.4, only one in the 33s. Nicola Wildman and Zest, 2nd place. And Tony Smith with Phoebe in 3rd, a real quality competition. Some very quick, clear rounds indeed. What a great start we're having here on the last day of Crufts.
So if I can just explain to everybody that what we've done in the past is we've had small, medium and large championships on a Sunday. A couple of years ago we introduced the intermediate dogs, and we're just about to get going with the large.
Ewan Patterson, crazy, fantastic performance from these two, winning the International Invitational in brilliant style last night. Crazy always goes flat out from Stonehaven, northeast corner of Scotland, the northeast coast there. And first to the large dogs, and I would anticipate that the one to beat in this section and throughout the day as well. Ewan and Crazy picking up really where they left off last night, really quick. 33.1 and clear. They are in magnificent form, Graham.
They are, and I don't think they had their foot flat down on the pedal there, just wanted to try and make sure, although this is pretty much a one-speed dog, and that is flat out, Jim.
Costa, working sheepdog, 10 years of age. Final event, going to retire from agility after this. Dalton Meredith, the handler from Ringwood, and carrying out their promise to enjoy every single second of this one magnificent canine festival that we've all been enjoying here over the last few days. It's a good round so far. It might not be the quickest that we have seen, but it's very clean, very precise. No faults at the moment. Through that tunnel, and then the last 3 jumps away. Yeah, that's very tidy. 36.3 and clear.
Very nice. Dalton has established himself in the last couple of years as one of the country's top handlers. Does very, very well. And the dog's still competing at the very top of its game here.
This is Lemon, Border Collie of 5 years of age. Nara Cuddy, the handler, third in Friday's singles. Runners up, these two, in that thrilling international contest as well. Another partnership in excellent form at the moment, who will expect to be there at the sharp end of things at the end of the day. Nara Cuddy and Lemon.
But we are doing very well. So,
great listening to Nara's commands there. And at the moment, Lemon is too, and Lemon is carrying them out exactly. Really good, precise, quick round as well. This is going to be right up there from Nara and from Lemon. 34.9. Second at the moment. We'll see a lot more of them throughout the day.
We are, and you can see the dog looking for the handler all the time because they're solely dependent on them, but great jumping style. This is a lovely dog to watch. Fantastic. I'll get that toy.
The Border Collies keep on coming. Dobby, 6 years of age, and Debbie Simons. Dobby's second time at Crufts. This championship, third championship ticket, by the way, last July. Almost took the wrong course there, but corrected things. The overall standard here, Graham, absolutely exceptional as Dobby completes another fine round. 34.4, second place.
There are a lot of these dogs making this course look really easy, but trust me, there are a lot of things that can go wrong here, but they're just so experienced, these people now, and the standard every year just keeps going up and up and up, and I'm not quite sure how much higher it can go, Jim, if I'm honest with you.
From Oxfordshire, Boffin and Dan Shaw won her first ever attempt to the ticket to qualify for Crufts, her first big event. Can be a bit crazy, but a very fast dog. And picking up the faults there, entering the tunnel. I see what they mean by saying this dog has a lot of speed. She really can motor. Can Boffin.
Very quick over the ground, this dog. Dan's a very, very good handler, so he'll know exactly what he needs to do here. So he's got the 5 faults. He just needs to keep it clean if he can, coming down to the end. Well done, Dan, 36.139.
36.139 for Dan. Shame about the problem entering the tunnel there. Shame about that full 360. But still in the shake-up. Second dog for Sean Illingworth. Beautifully marked this one. Agent, classic border collie face. Homebred boy, heart of a lion. Always an exciting experience for Sean to run Agent on the carpet. Not quite the outright speed of the last dog, but still doing really, really well, and most importantly, no faults. And now looking to complete the round. It'll be a good round, this. 34.2, second place for Sean and for the Agent.
Very nice, and hopefully you could probably just hear Sean giving the commands as she's going round. Communication is key. They has to go by voice and body, so they're just raising their voice to get above the public commentary as well, so very well done.
Here's Rio, Stephanie Best. The second dog for Stephanie. Rio is away. Over the irons, little right-hander into the tunnel. Back over that irons jump. Tight right-hander. Oh, go to the weaves, should have gone to the weaves, so that'll be 5 faults, headed for the tyre instead. Through those weaves, now into the tunnel. Through the tyre, over the U-move right in front of us. Little left-hander, through the tunnel again. Now that tight, complex part of the course, the intricate part of the course in there. Well done. Through the tunnel, 3 to go. Long jump, Kennel Club, 37.5, and those 5 faults for Rio and for Stephanie.
Still a really good time here, and you'll see that the next obstacle is the weaves. The dog turns away from them when it's in a position to do so, and that warrants a refusal, so that's what gave her the 5 faults, but she recovered it really well after that.
Clippy, age 3. Dalton Meredith, the handler. Penultimate large dog, this. Clippy's first time at Crufts. Has done pretty well. Runner-up in the agility and jumping in Friday's singles. Could debut that for just a 3-year-old, so a huge amount of improvement to be done by Clippy, who is already a very high-class performer. Oh dear. Same as before, that one. We'll get Graham on that in a moment when Clippy completes the round. But of course, the jumps are designed to do exactly that, so the dog isn't harmed at all. Great action style, completing the round is a quick time as well, 33.9 for Clippy, but of course the 5 faults just push her down the list a little bit.
And there we are, just a little bit of confusion there. That looked a lot worse than it actually was. As you said, the dog picked herself straight up, no ill effects at all. As I say, these jumps go down, everything's designed for safety here, and it's unusual to see the dog take the wing out like that.
You're looking at Geek, 9 years of age. Great pedigree from Dan Shaw and Geek, the winners in 2019. Going to be his last big event, we're told, and described by Dan as the most special dog in the world. He certainly is to Dan. And second dog in this competition.
And I think he refers to it as his comfy pair of slippers, really. They really are a great partnership then. They've just about won everything there is to win, and you'll see why. You watch Dan and the dog together. It just is really like poetry in motion. So they'll swing right-handed now around this circle, and then he changes to the inside, and then a circle to the left. Waits for the dog, picks it up very nicely. Now he'll run ahead and drive it on. Come on, Dan, come on. Well done.
35.3 and clear for Dan into 5th place. Dan wearing the Ukraine colours there. Huge support for Ukraine from the canine community, the Kennel Club and everybody here at Crufts, raising a huge amount of money for the cause. Confirmation then, high quality competition this. Ewan Patterson, certainly the partnership to beat with Crazy, already very successful. Sian Illingworth in second place with Agent, beautifully marked dog that one, and then Debbie Simons and Dobby rounding up the top three. But a reminder that this competition is in 3 parts, and another part to come later on this morning, or the agility to come this afternoon, I should say, and then rounded off with a grand finale that kicks off the final evening at Crufts 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's presentation time!
And here we go with the presentations, and there we are, a presentation party. Just want to point out the 2 ladies in the middle. We've got Anne Roberts on the left and Maria Johnson on the right. They're volunteers here. They come and sort out all the trophies and all the rosettes, and they do an absolutely superb, fantastic job through the whole weekend. So I've given them their little mention. That's really well done, ladies. And the presentation party, now we have Mr. Ian Seath, board member, presenting first place to Stephen Richardson in the Intermediate Championship. And there we have Gamble just saying hello to everybody. And in second place we have Nicola Wildman. So those are our first and second in the intermediate places. And then coming to the large championship, first place goes to Ewan Patterson, great form at the moment, as you say, winner of the international that's gone on before with Crazy. And second place goes to a very happy Sian Illingworth. There she is, lovely lady, and a very, very handsome border collie. And our judge also just congratulating him. Great competition. Just need to remember our judge does a great job here and make or break the competition as we go now with the lap of honour, giving everyone a chance to. Typical Stephen Richardson playing to the crowd there, absolutely loving it, and why not? This is an occasion to remember.
So that's just the start of this competition that will continue throughout the day. Graham Partridge and Jim Rosenthal saying, we will see you later, bye for now.
next. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be looking forward to seeing a demonstration from the Good Citizen Dog Ski Display Team. But this year, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're familiar with Kennel Club's Friends for Life. This year, it's been renamed. It's the Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year 2022. We're now going to see 5 incredible stories of how dogs change lives and how you can vote for the Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year Award 2022.
We rescued two Tory today who was found abandoned with his little mate. When we first got to him, we decided we'd actually teach him to do CPR. He effectively self-harmed himself. I was actually out in the garden. I've heard him barking. Then it actually stopped breathing. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him. 2 never left his cell. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year. And he's all contributed to that.
Job is to investigate fires to determine their cause of origin, and we have our dogs to support us. It always remains a mix sometimes. I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this, and within seconds to as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant. He's emotionally intelligent as well. The most serious of incidents, he does really can't be done. As soon as we give him the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him go.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt my world was crumbling. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. I was then matched with Mike. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Miles Hebbert he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I would go anywhere without Miles, and Miles is one who ever found me.
I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. We've been doing a lot of work with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of that. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing.
I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence, she helps her with her physio. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. With Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really. She's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
So amazing stories there. It really is incredible and inspirational to see just what those dogs can do to help people. The Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year Award 2022. Please do vote for your hero dog online. Which story stood out to you as the overall winner? You can have your say online at crufts.org.uk, and we will be doing the presentation and announcing the winner at 5:30 this evening here at Crufts. Delighted to be back and to welcome you all to Sunday morning here in the main arena. We will be back in just a few minutes with our Good Citizen display team.
Still playing. Stage 3, confidence and great leaps forward. By stage 4, they're almost fully grown. Royal Canin's puppy growth program provides everything you need to give them the ideal foundation for a healthy life.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we've got for you in the main arena. Super Sunday at Crufts 2022.
The world's greatest dog show, and it is so good to see you back here. So what a day we have got. Still to come this morning, our Heelwork To music performance from our winner yesterday of the International Freestyle. She's going to be taking us on a magic carpet ride. It's an amazing routine. You don't want to miss that. We've got our Southern Golden Retrievers. We've got the Lowland Search and Rescue to come as well. But now we're going to see a fantastic display of obedience and advanced tricks as well from our friends at the Good Citizen Display Team. And to talk you through the demonstration, please give a warm welcome to Mark Callis.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys. Welcome to our very short demonstration of the Kennel Club's Good Citizen Dog Training Scheme. welcome to our very short demonstration of the Kennel Club's Good Citizen Dog Training Scheme. And during the opening sequence, we saw various elements of the scheme: road walking, fast, slow walking, dogs under control. But we're going to go back to the basics of where we start. We're going to start with our puppies over in this corner. The puppy foundation stage of the scheme starts very young, and we're looking here at socialisation with an adult. We see an adult going around socialising with the dogs. Socialising is so important, but it must be done under control. The same with socialising with a dog at the end there, done under control. We're also looking at puppy play here, teaching our puppies to play, and food manners. Moving along, we are looking at the different things that we do when we're out and about, because the scheme is all about taking well-mannered dogs out into the public areas. We're getting dogs used to walking on different surfaces. They have to walk on pavement, on tarmac, on grass, on mud, most of the time mud. We're looking at lino and carpet. We've got to get the dogs used to being handled. So we've got a dog being towel dried here, and this will have been done gradually with the dog and over a long period. We've got dogs in the stay here, moving away from our dog. And we've got door and gate exercise, very, very important throughout the scheme, that we've always got control of our dogs, and we always follow the country code. We always close gates behind us. Here we're looking at the various ways we train the puppy recall, or the recall, sorry. We start with the puppies, which is really the attentive response to name. We see here, dog, this is our young pup, being called by its name as it comes forwards. At the bronze level, the dog is held on a loose leash and returns to the handler. And at the silver and gold, this is starting to be done off the lead, returning to the handler's side as they walk away. And now we look at a road scene. We've got to take our dogs out for a walk, and here we have a typical road scene, walking up and down, meeting different dog owners. Our young lollipop lady still with us. Okay, following the rules, stop, look, listen, across the road. We've got socialisation, meeting other dogs. Lots of things happening here at the different levels of the scheme. And talking of roads, an important part of the scheme at the silver level is car travel. Often we put our dogs in the car for short journeys, sometimes long journeys. And car travel is all important, especially safety. So here we see our car in the middle and our folks going off on a journey with their dog. Oh dear, we've had an accident, and unfortunately the dog was just sitting on somebody's lap in the car. Whilst we all stayed restrained by our seatbelts, the dog unfortunately has flown forward in the accident, gone through the window, and possibly a fatal outcome. There's various ways and means of securing a dog in a car. Often you can find contraptions now that fit into the seatbelt system of the car. We can have them in crates at the back or in cages. We can have them segregated. This dog's placed in a soft crate in the back of the car. Let's see what happens this time on our journey. Fingers crossed for no more accidents. Twice in one day. But whilst we may be a little bit shaken up, including the dog, it stayed safe in its cage. So we always advocate securing your dog in the car, and it's a very important feature of the scheme. Well done, folks. Now, I said earlier that the scheme is all about having well-mannered dogs in public, and we're out in the public so often with our dogs. We're in parks, we're in open spaces, we go for long walks in the country, even to the shops or along the streets. So here we see a very busy scene. Now, of course, during lockdown, our parks and recreations ground got used for lots more than just dog walking. Apart from the usual joggers, and there's a couple going around here, yoga classes came outdoors. Cycling became more apparent, more joggers, more fitness, more picnickers. Everybody was coming out to get fresh air in the parks and open spaces, and our dogs had to get used to this. We've got people walking at different speeds, we've got dogs under control. You can see the dog on the lead in the middle with a yellow jacket. He's a nervous dog. He doesn't want unwelcome approaches. We've got some dogs off the lead. You might see one or two approaching other dogs and being a nuisance. We never let our dogs be a nuisance to anyone. Around ponds and open water areas, dogs are often attracted to these, and especially if there's wildfowl there, but we must avoid these. We should, as you see the owner doing now, place their dog on a lead around water features and move away. So lots of dogs around the pond now. They're all quite interested, but they're all on a lead and under control. And of course, sometimes we're out in the countryside. It's lovely being on your own, fresh air, and we come across farms. So often they have rights of way through them. This farm has got some sheep and cows in the field, and it's always responsible to keep our dogs on the leads as the people are doing. And I should just mention that unfortunately every year, one or two owners and dogs are actually killed by stampeding cows. So the advice is, if a cow does stampede towards you with your dog, let go of the lead and run to the nearest exit, because be assured your dog will beat you to the gate. So drop the lead, don't hinder your dog, run to the gate. Now, our walk out in the countryside might end up with a visit to the pub, as we are here. And we take our dogs. Lots of establishments now allow dogs in. And our people here having a nice drink, having something to eat, got their dogs with them. So we're looking at food manners here. The dogs aren't begging for any of the food. They're not jumping up. They're not being possessive or anything like that. We've got them in a very nice, controlled manner. Nan's having a great time. And it's all about having well-mannered, responsible dogs that we can take out into the public. It's a joy to have, and the scheme promotes this through all of the levels. So here, a good example of food manners and dogs being kept under control. Now, our next exercise we've made into a bit of a game. It's called Send the Dog to Bed. Now, sending the dog to bed is not a punishment. It's a safe place in your home or wherever you are for the dog to be. It might be that you have visitors, your dog might be overexcited, overstimulated, it might need some downtime, it might be that it's getting in the way of you clearing up some glass that's broken or something like that. So we've turned Send the Dog to Bed into a bit of a race, and we're going to have three heats and then a final heat to see who is the fastest at sending their dog to bed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please feel free to clap, cheer and shout for any dog you wish. The louder you are, the better it is, and it doesn't always go quite to plan. So handlers, you know what I'm going to say. Ready, steady, send your dog to bed. Oh, only just thought about getting out of bed again, but he's in bed. They've got one refusal. I'm not going to bed, Mum. Star Trek's on telly. I want to watch Star Trek. Right, second set of dogs. Handlers ready. Send your dog to bed. Send your dog to its own bed, not somebody else's bed. Oh, no. I'm having a scratch first. I'm not even in bed. None of it. This one ended up in bed first. So win on this side. Bless him. Next set of dogs. I told you it doesn't go to plan. Somebody didn't like the way the bed was made over there. Handlers ready. Send your dog to bed. Oh, and a lovely going to bed by Herbie. But all of our dogs this time in bed. Give them all a round of applause. They did all go to bed. Bless them. So we should have a final heat now. We had 3 winners. We got 3 coming back. Who is going to be the fastest at Send Your Dog to Bed Crufts 2022? Looks like we've had a dropout, so we've just got 2 dogs now. This should be interesting. They both went to bed very quickly earlier. So lots of noise, folks. You've all gone very quiet. Handlers, send your dog to bed. And it's a win for Herbie Sausage. I'm not sleeping in this, Mum. There's crumbles in the sheets. There's no fold. I'm not having that. So make sure you make your bed for your dogs, folks. Now, the next exercise is what we call stop the dog, or the emergency stop. Sometimes, when our dogs are coming towards us or away from us, we need to stop them in an emergency. We might see some kind of imminent danger for the dog, and we need to be able to know that the dog will stop on command. So handlers should be in a star shape here. Leave your dogs. And recall your dogs, and stop the dog. In my own time, Mum, in my own time. Doesn't matter what position they stop in, so long as we can stop them in that emergency. Well done, folks, that was good. Sometimes, though, especially at the gold level, we can be a bit more precise. So, Mr. 360 here, that's a long story, but has put a £5 note in the middle of the ring. And these two handlers are going to try and stop their dog on the £5 note. So first we have Hev with bourbon. And it's quite a distance from the dog anyway. I don't know if the people up in the high seats there can see the £5 note, but I can assure you there's a £5 note in the middle of the ring. And on a £5 note. Well done. And the handler always comes back to the dog once we've stopped them, so the dog doesn't get mixed messages. And now we've got little Herbie Sausage, winner of the bed race. Can Herbie Sausage stop on a £5 note? When we need to stop the dog, we stop the dog. Very well done, Herbie and Hayley there. Oh, someone's left a £5 in the middle of the ring. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Oh. Every time somebody sees me. Right, having seen a couple of dogs doing it, we're now going to go into the recall. We have to recall our dogs. We saw that when we done the emergency stop, either sending them away or recalling them back to us. We're going to do this with all of the dogs at the same time. This time, handlers, it's in the sit. So place your dog in the sit. Leads off. Command your dog. And leave your dog. And recall your dog. And recall your dog. And recall your dog. I'm waiting for all the fuss to die down before I come back to my mum. But this time we're going to do it from the down position. Hopefully all together. So, every dog in the down, please. And command your dogs. And leave your dogs. And recall your dogs. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we all love dogs, isn't it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, that brings us almost towards the end of our very short demonstration on the Kennel Club Good Citizen Dog Training Scheme. This year is the 30th anniversary of the scheme. Over 800,000 people have passed in this scheme. And there are about 1,800 clubs up and down the UK that run the scheme. If you'd like to know more, we're based in Hall 3 during Crufts, or you can visit the Kennel Club website for more information. But for now, we'll leave the last word with the dogs. It's been my privilege and pleasure to bring to you the Kennel Club Good Citizen Dog Training Scheme.
Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that fantastic? A huge thank you to the Good Citizen Dog Scheme display team. Amazing stuff. And that golden retriever is my favourite. That was brilliant, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Fantastic. Well, a very warm welcome to Crufts 2022 and to our Super Sunday. What a day we've got for you. Southern Golden Retrievers on the way very soon, and a fantastic demonstration coming up next from the Lowland Search and Rescue. Do stay with us.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
So we really do have some fantastic demonstrations, and we're seeing the incredible work of how dogs help make a difference. Next up, an amazing group of volunteers who support the emergency services to help save lives. Please give a huge round of applause and welcome the Lowland Search and Rescue. I'm going to hand you over to their commentator, Rich Mansfield.
So a demonstration by the Lowland Search and Rescue Team. There are 36 rescue teams in the UK, and all dogs and their handlers give their time freely to deploy on behalf of the police and emergency services to search for high-risk missing people. And when you might think about search and rescue, probably think about hillside and mountainous areas, but Lowland Rescue operates in low-lying areas. So often parks and woodland areas and countryside when perhaps people have wandered off and got confused, maybe people suffering with Alzheimer's or dementia. So the incredible dogs you're about to see a display from are pets. They are working with their volunteer owners. So these pets just also happen to be highly trained in order to do these tasks. And they're trained for water rescue as well as search and many other things in between. So today is a demo to show the work of the search dogs. Now, this is really vital work, and all those teams, some 1,800 trained search technicians covering some 34% of the UK, and some 200,000 person hours each year are devoted to search and rescue by these incredible volunteers. And you'll see an array of dogs about to show you what they can do in the arena. There's all sorts of breeds because these are family pets. So Jack Russells, you'll see Labradors, you'll see Collies, you'll see Spaniels, and many more as well. And we all know that dogs really enjoy a game of hide and seek, and a lot of the training is based around that. Here's our arena commentator.
Crufts 2022, very small demo. We're Lowland Rescue. We're a national organisation of volunteers that deploy on behalf of the police and other statutory emergency services to help locate missing people. There are currently around 35 teams, well, there are 35 teams in the UK, Lowland Rescue teams, consisting of over 2,000 volunteers who all give up their time freely to help the police, and we provide everything from search to water rescue, drones, all kinds of stuff. But obviously, this being Crufts, it's all about dogs. Today, we're going to show you the work of some of the search dogs and how they assist us in finding missing people. So, normally, when you think of search and rescue dogs, you'd think of someone stuck on a mountainside or a hillside, hoping to be found, expecting to be found. But unfortunately, a lot of the people we look for are fairly different. So we look for a lot of people with suffering with dementia, Alzheimer's, that kind of thing, and despondence. And our environment's slightly different. So we're typically countryside, parkland, farmland, some suburban, that kind of stuff. And so the way we work, the people we work with are slightly different. So all of the dogs and handlers in our organisations are all volunteers. They all give their time freely and search our train our dogs to search. And as you can see here today, we have a range of different breeds all across the country, everything from Jack Russells to Collies and everything in between, but predominantly strong-willed working breeds. So the first dogs we're going to show you here today are our air-scenting dogs. And these are what you traditionally see, like in the mountain rescue environment, just trained slightly differently. So air scenting is trained in 3 stages, stage 1, 2, 3, and we call it, stage 1 is runaway, stage 2 is alert, and stage 3 is refine. So stage 1, we tend to start off as pups and younger dogs with a little thing called Piggy in the middle. This is a really simple game. It looks simple, but the aim of this game is to get the dog used to running backwards and forwards between different people. And we extend it over time, we use different people, and it also shows us, as in training the dogs, their drive to work for a ball. So once they're happy doing that, we move on to the next part of stage 1, which is what we call a scene runaway. So this is where we start to get the dog to look for its person. So they see the person run away with their toy, their food, whatever it is, whatever is driving them on, they see that person run away and they want their reward. So they run after it. And this is the start of the game, big game of hide and seek. Once they're happy doing that, and we've built that distance a little bit, we start doing an unseen runaway. Similar, but the handlers don't let the dog see that person go. So the dog has to then start using its nose. So this is a key part of this stage. This is the final part of this stage. And we build this distance over time. It gets longer and longer and longer and longer until the dog can be finding people 200, 300, 400 kilometres away. So that's our stage 1. All really good. The dog can happily find somebody over bigger and bigger distances. You have to use your imagination as well, by the way. We don't use tents and do it indoors. This is all done out in forests and on farmland, so a bit of imagination goes a long way. So the next part is stage 2, which is, like I said, it's an alert. It's all very well the dog's finding somebody, but they need to tell us they've found somebody. So if we do a switch out. So we're going to work around in a second and show you some different alerts. This is one of the hardest bits to train. It's easy to train, in a sense. It's actually hard to keep this going over time. This is the one bit that drops off on the dog. They get fed up. They try and shortcut to their reward. So this is a key one to keep the training up. So we start over on the back, on the Crufts wall here with Annabelle. And this is Cassine, one of our qualified level 2 dogs. And she's going to go off, find our missing person, and she's going to do a tug alert. And you'll see why the running and backwards and forwards is so important a little bit later. Oh, there's lots of smells in here, lots of distractions. Someone's dropped treats out here, that's not fair. Yeah, well done, Cassine. As you can see, she's tugging at a tug tied to the side of the handler's waist there. Over on this side, we've got Andy and Willow. So Andy's going to show you a jump alert. Come back, Willow. Yeah, good girl, Willow. Big round of applause for Willow. Like I say, this is quite distracting for them. It's not somewhere they'd normally do it. Now, over at this side, we've got Mandy and River. River's only 7 months old. She's only literally just started training. And she's going to do a more traditional standover, what we call a standover bark. So this is what you'd see in mountain rescue. The dog would go out, find their person, they'd stay with them and bark. The reason we train the different alerts... Hello? Oh, there we go. That was a bit of a mixture of everything. Well done, River. Bless her. This is massively scary for her. And on this side, we've got Aaron, who's another jump alert. And you normally will see with Chili here, this one can hurt quite often. Good girl. Yeah, well done, Chili. So that's our alerts. And like I say, the reason these alerts are so important and we train different ones, I think they're all going to do another sequence now, and hopefully one more sequence each. Do it all together. Some of our missing people sometimes don't know they're lost. Some don't want to be found. So that's why quite often we actually train the dog to come back to the handler and then take the handler back. And that leads us on to the next stage, which is the re-find. Most people think, search and rescue, go and find somebody, have a good bark, home for tea and medals. But we add in a re-find, which is the taking the handler back to the missing person. So we're all going to go round and do a couple of re-finds together, and you'll see this is the whole sequence like you saw at the beginning of our demo. The dog should go out, do a find, come back, and alert, and then get rewarded at the missing person. Quite often over big distances, this will be like a shuttle in motion. They will go backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. So once all these behaviours are built in, we'll then extend the distances massively over time. So the dogs will work up to 2 hours at a time. They're all nationally qualified. They have to be re-qualified every 2 years. So some of the area dogs, their qualification is they have to find up to 4 people in 50 acres, and they have 90 minutes to do it, and they have to perform these sequences seamlessly, otherwise they fail. So, air scenting dogs. These are all air scenting dogs. And so they're not scent specific. They don't care who they're looking for. They're looking for any human scent that is out in an open area, and they will come back and alert to us that they've actually found someone in that area. So we're going to give you a quick demonstration now of something slightly different that we train, and that's a scent specific dog. So this is what we call ground scenting, and the dog will only be looking for one person, and that one person only, from a scent of something of theirs. Now this is particularly handy. These dogs are great for looking for someone. It's like a needle in a haystack. When you've pinged someone's phone and you know that someone is in like a 2-mile square, then these dogs are great for going out and searching that area and trying to find someone that's there. But if you've got a place last seen that you know where that person went missing from, i.e. their car in a car park or their home, and you can get a smell of that person, we can get a ground scenting dog to hopefully follow that dog to its source, the person, or they can at least tell us which direction they went in. So it's quite important. So what we're going to show you now is just a really, really quick demonstration. We've got 3 random people, funny enough, all wearing Lowland Rescue shirts, but that's not the point. They're going to walk out into the arena and go to a different tent each. And Mandy on the end there, she's going to drop something out here that she's been wearing this morning. And they're going to disperse off. So this is like a scent identity parade. And what's going to happen in a minute is Joe with Rue, once they're hidden, Joe, Rue's going to sniff that article, and she'll know that they're out here somewhere. Unfortunately, Mandy's already been out here earlier, so there is a tendency to come off to one side, because she'll be able to smell Mandy over here somewhere. But hopefully, the strongest scent will be directly to the tent that Mandy went and hid in. Yeah, well done, Rue. Big round of applause for Rue. This is particularly difficult to do in this environment because of all the smells and stuff like that are around. It's very, very difficult for them. So I'm afraid it's very short but brief because there's only so much we can show you in a demonstration in an arena. It is quite difficult to show you, exactly what we do, which is why we just try to give you a little snippet of how we train dogs. But if anyone's interested in what we do, the way we do it, joining, supporting, anything like that, we have a stand in Hall 3. It's stand 2A. Please come and say hello. Say hello to the guys and girls and have a chat to us about what we do. And that's our very short but brief demonstration. I hope you've all enjoyed it and enjoy your day at Crufts. Give the guys a round of applause. Thank you very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand. The Lowland Search and Rescue Display Team. Well, they really do incredible work supporting the emergency services, making a real difference to help save people's lives. And as we've seen, dogs very much playing a huge role in their work. Learning there how the dogs are trained and how they can go on to locate people who are missing several hundreds of kilometres away. Fantastic demonstration for the Lowland Search and Rescue. And do go and find out a little bit more as you're going around the show. In Hall 3 is where you will find their stand, and you can find out a little bit more.
Well, that was a fantastic demonstration by the Lowland Search and Rescue, and they rely on so many volunteers around the country. Next, coming up then, a chance to celebrate the winner of the Heelwork To Music International Freestyle Competition. The winner came all the way from Norway with a 9-year-old female border collie, Very Vega. And it will be time to welcome very shortly Marianne into the arena. And it was a winning performance. It was a very tight performance, however. Level on points with the Canadian competitor. And when points are level, the tiebreaker that comes down to musical interpretation. So you'll be able to see that for yourself, just the way Marianne and Very Vega interpret the music. They'll be performing to the theme from Aladdin. And it was that which separated them and gave them the title of Heelwork To Music International Freestyle Champions at Crufts 2022. It was an invitational competition this year. Qualifying events couldn't take place due to the pandemic, but Marianne and Very Vega still had to compete up against 10 competitors from across the world. Nikki Hinson, of course, was part of the competition, having won through to represent the UK with her dog Elsa. But the performance that wowed the judges and won points for content, for accuracy, and of course, importantly, for musical interpretation. So it is Marianne. And there they are. 9-year-old Very Vega. Enjoy this performance because they are the champions. So here we go, the winning performance, a spotlight performance. Marianne and Very Vega.
With 9-year-old border collie Very Vega, the winner of the International Freestyle Heelwork To Music, representing Norway. Please give a huge round of applause to Marianne Elise Smethy.
Oh, imagine a land, it's a faraway place where the caravan camels roam, where you wander among every culture and tongue. It's chaotic, but hey, it's home. When the wind's from the east and the sun's from the west and the sand in the glass is right, come on down, stop on by, hop a carpet and fly to another Arabian night. Arabian nights, neath Arabian moons, a fool off his guard could fall and fall hard out there on the dunes.
Got a brand of magic never fail. You got some power in your corner now. Some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some punch, pizzazz, yahoo, and help. See, all you gotta do is rub that way. And I'll say, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, shout it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Now, now, now. Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you do. You ain't never had a friend like me. You must be selling. Wah, wah, wah. Oh my. Wah, wah, wah. Oh no. Wah, wah, wah. Ha. Come on, kid. Can your friends do this? Can your friends do that? Can your friends pull this? I say little hat. Can your friends go poof?
welcome.
Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hey, let us through. It's a bright new star. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes. Ring bells, bang the drums. Are you gonna love this guy? Solid, fabulous, he, all the above. Genuflect, show some respect. Down on one knee. He once threw 70 Turks. Mustaches, sabers, real jerks. Who gave those bad guys the work? Yes, he did. Prince Ali. Prince Ali. Prince Ali.
Incredible. That is the magic of Heelwork To Music Freestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Marianne Ellie Smethy and 9-year-old Border Collie, Vega. What an impressive routine that was. Very much a crowd pleaser. Vega is such a clever dog. And ladies and gentlemen, Vega, 10 years old this year, and this is her last routine before retirement, everybody. Let's give her another big round of applause. The perfect way to end her career in Heelwork To Music. What an amazing routine that was. A huge thank you to Marianne and to Vega. Fantastic. That is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. The highest standard of international freestyle Heelwork To Music. Do stay with us here in the main arena. Our dog activities display. We're going to see a little bit of everything in just a few minutes.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we've got for you here at Crufts in the main arena, the world's greatest dog show, and it is so, so good to be back. The Southern Golden Retrievers are on the way in the next half hour, but now we're going to see a varied assortment of dog activities. Everything from heel work to an obedience rally to working trials. And starting with the heel work, please give a huge warm welcome to the dog activities display team.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the Heelwork To Music demonstration team's Heelwork To Music demonstration. We're working on doing something that's a bit patriotic and that can showcase both the heel work in Heelwork To Music and the freestyle element. Now, we've got flags, we've got dogs, we've got pods. Who knows what's going to happen? But I want my team to take it away, and we want you to show you happy dogs and happy people. So we're ready for the music. Okay, first dog in is going to present the flag to the Queen and the Queen's dog. This is Trixie, and she's hopefully going to bow to the Queen or King. Thank you. And now we have Fame, and Fame is bringing a rose to the Queen to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee. Thank you, Fame. And now we have Heath, a working flat coat retriever, and he's going to drop his flag and and come and sniff the Queen's dog. Thank you, Heath. And now we have Gibbon. And Gibbon is going to bring his flag, all the way, nearly all the way. Thank you, Gibbon. And now we have Mira with her beautiful collie, and they're going to walk out and they're going to bow to the Queen. Thank you. And now we have Karen with her 9-year-old golden retriever, and she is, this is my favourite dog. We're going to get the bow. She's going to lay down. Well done. Thank you, Karen. And now we have Helen and Cedar. Cedar is a German short-haired pointer, and he's carrying his flag. I think he's going to sit, and I think he's going to give a paw. Thank you, Cedar. Okay, and now we have Richard, and Richard is coming out strong with his flag, and I think the dog's going to bow to the Queen. Thank you. And there we've got Gary. Gary is going to sniff the Queen. No, we're going to get another bow, thank you. And finally we have Ellis with the Clumber Spaniel, Fergal. And what's Fergal going to do? I don't know. Don't know. Excellent, thank you. And now they're just going to do a bit of freestyle. And then they're going to walk around now and show you a bit of heel work. Now, Heelwork To Music involves the dogs walking at heel. We have actually a wide variety of heel work positions. Dogs walking on the left, dogs walking on the right, dogs walking to the side. And Heath here is a working Gundog. So he doesn't just do Heelwork To Music, he's actually a working Gundog. And now we have Gibbon. And Gibbon is a collie cross retriever, poodle, I think. And he's been busy working all day. And we've got little Trixie here. And little Trixie has been asked to man the pod and do things and show everybody some nice, cute little heel work and freestyle moves. And over here, we have Trixie's doppelganger, so the bigger version, which is Fame. And Fame's showing you some paw work. Fame is an advanced Heelwork To Music dog. And she's showing that she can keep on doing things. That's excellent. Around here we have Fergal. Fergal is the only ever Clumber Spaniel to do Heelwork To Music. He is representing his breed, and it's a rare breed. And we're going to have our Welsh dog going off soon. So Richard is walking around with his lovely collie Nell, representing Wales and representing men. Big report representing men. We need more men in our sport. Now, Jean's going to go around next with Gary, and Gary started life off as a guide dog, but decided he'd like to be a pet and enjoy doing Heelwork To Music. Wonderful, Gary. And now we're going to have Fergal. Come on, Fergal, strut your stuff. Big round of applause for the only ever Clumber Spaniel to sniff his way around the main arena doing Heelwork To Music. And now Lisa's going to take the team round. Off you go, Lisa. Take the team round. Wonderful. And if you look at this beautiful golden retriever holding the flag, Absolutely lovely. That's not an easy task. So they're now waving their flag saying, we'll never walk alone. The King's dog, the Queen's dog, Spider, is semi-impressed. They're going to bow once more and move on and bow. Good, and thank you, they're bowing. Well done, big bows as they go back to their place, and we say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now going to pass you over to Leo, who's going to now do a talk on bloodhounds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our two bloodhounds that we have here today. Both these hounds are hounds that compete at working trials for bloodhounds. Bloodhounds are scent hounds, and they hunt the natural scent of the human being. They do not hunt a drag or an artificial scent. They do not hunt anything that's dragged across the country that's covered in fur or any other sort of substance. They are scent hounds that hunt the scent of the human being. Today we've got Jackie Wallace here with Raider, and we've got Julie with Sam. And both these hounds are relatively young. Raider is 5 years old. Sam, I think, is something like 3. I'm not quite sure. But anyhow, both these hounds compete at Championship Kennel Club working trials. They'll be out in a week's time when we're up in North East Yorkshire, courtesy of JSR Farms, where we'll have a 4-day championship trial. These hounds are in the novice stake and the junior stake, working their way up the stakes. You might ask about human scent. We all have our own body scent, nothing to be ashamed of. We all smell. These hounds hunt what we smell of. We put a flag in the ground with a piece of clothing attached to it. The hound goes to the flag and will hunt a premeditated course across country. Could be 1 mile long, 2 miles long, 3 miles long. The scent could be anything from half an hour to 2 hours cold to 6 hours cold, depending for which stake you have qualified. You have to win the lower stake to go into the higher stake. Tremendous fun with bloodhounds. You need to be fairly fit, reasonably good at cross-country running. You also have to train your hound, obviously. They have the natural ability to hunt a human being, but they need to be taught to respect livestock, sheep, cattle, and also game. We don't want them chasing game, i.e. running pheasants, foxes, anything else that pops up, a rabbit or a hare. They have to be taught to ignore that, which can be done successfully, and these hounds will hunt the scent of a human being very successfully. Scent hounds work with the elements of nature. Scent moves. It's not like a tracker dog. Tracker dog works somewhat differently, which you will see something of shortly. But these are scent hounds, and if the weather is such that the scent is moved, the hound will go and pick up the scent rather where it's lying than where you've actually walked. Very old breed, ladies and gentlemen, been around a long time, been registered at the Kennel Club for well over 100 years. Like the Gundogs, they're among some of the oldest sports that operate under the umbrella of the Kennel Club. Not an easy breed to keep. They need specialist management and a lot of exercise. They're numerically low in numbers on registrations, and we are on the native vulnerable breed list. So, ladies and gentlemen, Raider and Sam, thank you very much to these two ladies for bringing their proper working bloodhounds along today. Thank you. I'd like to hand you over now to Claire Coughlin, who's going to give you some idea of obedience and rally. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the combined display for competitive obedience and rally. We're just placing some equipment out in the ring here, and this is for our first exercise, which is a send away. And we can see our golden retriever there. This is Hera. She's being prepared. You notice the little ritual there. She goes round the handler's legs, first of all, through the middle, being pointed to the area. Now we're going to hold the applause, folks, because part 2 of the exercise, she has to wait there until she gets the call to rejoin her handler. Oh, just checking the carpets on the way. Oh, and she's going to reward herself with the toy. Let's give her a big round of applause. Well done, Hera. As you've gathered by now, it's all about having fun when you're training your dogs. And now we'll welcome the other 2 members of the team. We've got a working beardie over there, that's Phoebe, handled by Moira. Let's give them some encouragement. And over here we have a lovely handsome border collie. This is Sketch, handled by Sue. So you'll notice there's some other equipment being put out in the ring as well. And these are rally signs. And these dictate the rally manoeuvres and actions that the handler and dog need to do. And we'll come back to those in a little bit. First thing we're doing here is looking at heel work, which is a component of both of these disciplines. And if we have a look at Sketch there, our border collie, we're putting lots of enthusiasm into the heel work. We're adding a couple of little spins here and there to get the motivation. Because as I mentioned earlier, enthusiasm, positivity, that's what we're looking for. Over there with Hera, what you won't realise, folks, there are no commands going on at this level. So the dog and handler have to work together as one. Hera has to follow the footwork and body language of the handler, and that's it. Right, so what we can see here over the other side of the ring, there's Moira with Phoebe. She's doing a cool front. So this is an element that we have in rally. So, and now we're doing a few little paces here. Okay, well done. So let's draw our heel work to a close. Let's give them some encouragement. So now Annette's going to get started on something called positions on the move. And these are the dog achieving 3 positions, the sit, the stand, and the down, during heel work. So if we have a look at these transitions now, she's given the down command, the dog goes straight into position and has to wait there until she's collected. And there she goes, what a good girl. Now over here we've got walk-arounds and send-arounds happening, and these are from the rally side of things. Excellent. And you'll notice in between times the handlers are moving to these signs, and they're going to show you whatever action is on the sign, while Annette shows us the next exercise, which is distance control. So we've got, we're doing it as a training exercise, because obviously we're not normally used to being in the main arena like this. So she's doing it up close. The dog is not used to me talking to her so loudly. And now Annette's going to return to the dog. What about that? Let's give her a massive round of applause. We get a toy, as always. So while the rally people are doing the exercises, we're just going to finish with a retrieve from Annette, while I just talk about these rally signs here. So let's have a look at Phoebe. And she's doing this action here. So she's got the dog on the lead, and the dog is doing a sit and a walk around. We have to keep the lead nice and loose in rally. That's very important. If we have a look at Hera down there, she's picking up a scouring pad. Quite a difficult texture for the dog. And a nice present and finish. Well done. So that's given you a very brief look at these 2 disciplines, folks. But I hope you've enjoyed it. Let's give these handlers and dogs a round of applause. Thank you very much. And now we're handing to working trials.
Thank you, Claire. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the world of working trials. This is a sport that's nearly 100 years old. Now, the first thing we're going to demonstrate to you is an exercise unique to working trials, and that is the speak on command. Now, you see Becky with her border collie Mist. The dog is speaking at heel. Note the control. It would be very easy for the dog to just bark when it wants to, but it's in a very controlled manner. Now, Charlie with Nicky. Now, Nicky is at the top of his career. He's a working trials champion, so that's the highest he can go. And Charlie's displaying, causing the dog to bark, but the dog cannot see him and Charlie cannot see the dog. Right, whilst he's doing that, and we'll have one more bark. Okay, thank you, Charlie. Rejoin your dog. Okay, whilst we're doing that, you'll notice Pam Clark is laying a track for her dog. Now you're going, working trials is an outdoor sport. You do this in grass fields. Well, unfortunately, we can't demonstrate on a grass field, so we've got to use this. Dogs can be taught to track in here. Despite all the interference that's in here, they will follow. Now this is Quest, he's 7 years old, with Pam Clark. You'll notice he's on a harness and line. And he's following the line of where she walked. There we are. And he's found an article. Now, the reason he's found this article, it has scent on it, human scent. It actually has hers on it, but that doesn't matter. And now he's coming down the last leg. Now, you just imagine all the things that have gone on in here. That, I'm assure you, there are not too many volunteers to do that. Well done, Pam. Okay, we're going to carry on and show you now the search. It's as an extension of the retrieve, and dogs are taught to find things bearing a scent. So if you could, we're originated from police dog work, so if you could imagine evidence thrown away by somebody, if they've held it and not wearing gloves, that it would bear a human scent. Now, the articles are thrown out. It's difficult in here because the dogs can see. If they were outside, of course, they would not be able to see the articles. This is Shady. Shady's a working beardie. The other dog for Gundog Day is a very fit young Labrador. Jade with Julia. And you'll note the dogs bring the articles back. They do not mouth them. They do not swallow them. And outside, this, of course, would be an area of this. The wind would be coming towards me, and the dog would be going out and actually winding the articles on the wind. Okay. Next exercise we'll show you is the send away. Now, note how quiet Becky is handling this dog. She'll move the dog around the arena, and she uses a whistle. He's not worried about the bloodhounds. He's not worried about the Heelwork To music dogs because he's focused. Now, outdoors, he would be going 200 to 300 yards, couple of football pitches, and you can see how he enjoys that work. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a massive round of applause for the Dog Activities Display Team? Clap your hands, ladies and gentlemen, and show them your love. That really was a magnificent display.
Me mind
Weren't they amazing, ladies and gentlemen, the dog activities display team? The Heelwork, the Bloodhounds, the Obedience Rally, and of course those working trials. It was fantastic to see in the main arena this morning. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the world's greatest dog show. It is so good to be back. Welcome to Crufts 2022, and what a day we have got for you. Tonight, of course, best in show. We've got so much to cram in between now and then. Agility Championships coming up after our interval, but on the way next, you do not want to miss the Southern Golden Retriever display team. They're coming up in just a minute.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
And don't forget, if you do want to find out a little bit more about the dog activities we saw in the display a few moments ago, you can find out more. The dog activities ring is in Hall 3 here at Crufts. Lots to come here in the main arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear from you. Give me a cheer if you're looking forward to Flyball later. Oh yes, the Flyballers are in the house. We have our Flyball Grand Final. We have seen some incredible displays on the Flyball over the last few days. Our semi-finals, of course, were yesterday. We've had Crufts records being broken every single day so far. Who knows what's going to happen today? The Grand Final is today. Join us at 1:25 for that. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I cannot wait. Okay, are we ready? I think we are. This is such a treat. They're back again at Crufts this year. They are absolutely, for me, one of the highlights. I'm sure they are for you as well. I love Golden Retrievers. This is absolute heaven for me. I'm sure you're going to give them a massive round of applause. They are the red arrows of the dog world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southern Golden Retriever display team.
not an easy road, but no, I'm not alone. So I won't be so hard on myself no more. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone dreams, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I feel it in my bones. Holding my heart turning to stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I feel it in my bones. Holding my heart turning to stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no.
My mama told me when I was young, we're all on superstars. She rolled my hair, put my lipstick on, in a glass of her boudoir. There's nothing wrong with loving who you are, she said, 'cause he made you perfect, babe. So hold your head up, girl, and you'll go far. Listen to me when I say I'm beautiful in a way, 'cause I make no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Don't hurt yourself and regret, just love yourself and you said I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. There ain't no other way, baby, I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way. There ain't no other way, baby, I was born this way. Right track, baby, I was born this way. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Give yourself prudence and love your friends. Subway kid, rejoice the truth. In the religion of the insecure, I must be myself, respect my youth. A different law is not a sin. Believe capital H-I-M. I love my life, I love this record, and me, I'm on it, rolling my eyes. I'm beautiful in my way, 'cause I make no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Don't hurt yourself and regret, just love yourself and you said I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Ooh, there ain't no other way, baby, I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way, born this way. There ain't no other way, baby, I was born, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way.
Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Whether you're broke or evergreen, your black, white, beige, chola descent, your Lebanese, your Orient. Whether life's disabilities left you outcast but leader teased, rejoice and love yourself today, 'cause baby, you were born this way. No matter gay, straight or bi, lesbian, transgender life, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born to survive. No matter black, white, or beige, chola or Orient made, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born to be brave. I'm beautiful in my way, 'cause I make no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Don't hurt yourself and regret, just love yourself and you said I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way, yeah. Ooh, there ain't no other way, baby, I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way, born this way. There ain't no other way, baby, I was born, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Hey, I was born this way, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. I was born this way, hey, I was born this way. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, give them a massive round of applause. Wasn't that incredible? The Southern Golden Retriever Display Team. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't that a fantastic display? Clap your hands, everybody. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your Southern Golden Retriever display team. What an amazing display from one of the most loyal, intelligent and best-looking breeds, in my opinion, and a fantastic display. Now you know why they're called the Red Arrows of the dog world. That was fantastic, amazing stuff. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a jam-packed afternoon here in the main arena. Right now, we're going to take a very short interval. We will be back at 12:25 with our Agility Championships. We've then got Flyball straight after that, so do stay with us. The flyballers are in the building. It's going to get loud. It's going to get quick. It's going to be an amazing afternoon. Join us again at 12:25.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he would wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene, but it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together, so we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately. He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
We're not heroes. I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. My name is Peter Lewin. I'm a paramedic for East Midlands Ambulance Service. I also run Pete Lewin Newfoundlands. We take people swimming in open water with the dogs for emotional support. Right, grab a dog. This is Bob. Bob is our non-swimmer. Bob is our mascot dog. Storm, he's very needy. Sonar, he'll swim his heart out for you. And Walker, he's been given to us by the American Foundation for Prevention of Suicide. We'll have a bit of a swim across, like normal. We get the guys to swim out with us, and I'll call one of the dogs out. Say Sonar, and all you can hear is Sonar blowing out of his nose as he's swimming by. It's just peace and quiet and takes you away from the stress of everything that we go through. We've been doing a lot of work this last summer with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. As you can imagine, it's been quite a tough time for all of us. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others? Not just paramedics and ambulance staff, but the nurses, everybody else who's there to help them.
I did a staff wellbeing day here. When I did the quiet swim, I got extremely emotional. When I finished it, I cried. And then Sonar just sat with me for the whole day then. Just give me a little nudge every now and again. When you're in the water, you just get that element of, it makes you just feel great.
You see, we were never ever going to get used for real rescue in this country, unfortunately. And I'd sort of developed different manoeuvres for getting people out of the water. But these moves are not just for real rescue. These are great for emotional support, because as I've got that person in that hold, it's giving that confidence that somebody's there for them. We are physically rescuing them, but it's more so mentally rescuing them. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of swimming with ease, which is an amazing thing to do. I go into schools and I do water safety workshops. The girl who helped me with that from the start, she absolutely loved it. We're having a discussion around at her house about what we're going to do. She says to me, "Do you remember I was late coming to give you a hand with your training session?" I says, "Yeah, I do." And she says, "Well, I was going to take an overdose that day, but I decided I'd go and help you out because of the dogs and that." And she said, "It was his eyes, the way they look at you. He wasn't there to judge, he wasn't there to criticise, condemn or anything. All he wanted to do was come out and take me back to shore." She said that was it. And she's still here today because of that swim. And I just thought, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It makes me feel proud, passionate about what we're doing, proud of the team, proud of these boys. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing. My pets are helping these people. It's amazing.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I would say he hadn't just lost his sight, I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfect playmate.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that are in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him, and he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. He had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change, as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, this is the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy, and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden. The two bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking, and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily, the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house, and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing, and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewy never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Play. Sorry. With Chewy, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and tuck herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that would probably be the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives them more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and a physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athetoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well. Stretch your arms up, stretch both arms up in the air.
Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way. Don't you?
Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
Because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. I think you enjoy it, don't you? Yeah.
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he would wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene, but it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together, so we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately. He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
We're not heroes. I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. My name is Peter Lewin. I'm a paramedic for East Midlands Ambulance Service. I also run Pete Lewin Newfoundlands. We take people swimming in open water with the dogs for emotional support. Right, grab a dog. This is Bob. Bob is our non-swimmer. Bob is our mascot dog. Storm, he's very needy. Sonar, he'll swim his heart out for you. And Walker, he's been given to us by the American Foundation for Prevention of Suicide. We'll have a bit of a swim across, like normal. We get the guys to swim out with us, and I'll call one of the dogs out. Say Sonar, and all you can hear is Sonar blowing out of his nose as he's swimming by. It's just peace and quiet and takes you away from the stress of everything that we go through. We've been doing a lot of work this last summer with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. As you can imagine, it's been quite a tough time for all of us. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others? Not just paramedics and ambulance staff, but the nurses, everybody else who's there to help them.
I did a staff wellbeing day here. When I did the quiet swim, I got extremely emotional. When I finished it, I cried. And then Sonar just sat with me for the whole day then. Just give me a little nudge every now and again. When you're in the water, you just get that element of, it makes you just feel great.
You see, we were never ever going to get used for real rescue in this country, unfortunately. And I'd sort of developed different manoeuvres for getting people out of the water. But these moves are not just for real rescue. These are great for emotional support, because as I've got that person in that hold, it's giving that confidence that somebody's there for them. We are physically rescuing them, but it's more so mentally rescuing them. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of swimming with ease, which is an amazing thing to do. I go into schools and I do water safety workshops. The girl who helped me with that from the start, she absolutely loved it. We're having a discussion around at her house about what we're going to do. She says to me, "Do you remember I was late coming to give you a hand with your training session?" I says, "Yeah, I do." And she says, "Well, I was going to take an overdose that day, but I decided I'd go and help you out because of the dogs and that." And she said, "It was his eyes, the way they look at you. He wasn't there to judge, he wasn't there to criticise, condemn or anything. All he wanted to do was come out and take me back to shore." She said that was it. And she's still here today because of that swim. And I just thought, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It makes me feel proud, passionate about what we're doing, proud of the team, proud of these boys. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing. My pets are helping these people. It's amazing.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I would say he hadn't just lost his sight, I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier and because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfectly neat.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that are in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him, and he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change, as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, it's just the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden, the two bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewy never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Play. Sorry. With Chewy, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and tuck herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that would probably be the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives them more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and a physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athetoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well. Stretch your arms up, stretch both out up in the air.
Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way. Don't you?
Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. Does she enjoy it, don't you? Yeah.
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good to be back. A very warm welcome to the world's greatest web show, Crufts 2022. Yes. Well, welcome to the main arena, and what an afternoon we have got for you. Agility Championship, Flyball, and more, all on the way. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot ignore what is going on in the world right now in Ukraine. And this weekend, we are hoping to raise as much as we can for the Crufts appeal to support dogs and their owners fleeing the war in Ukraine. This is a humanitarian crisis. People, families are leaving behind their homes, their livelihoods, and fleeing for safety. You'll have seen the harrowing images on the news for the last few weeks. And the Kennel Club Charitable Trust launching the appeal to raise money for dogs and their dog owners affected by the war. Initially, a donation of £25,000 was made by the Kennel Club Charitable Trust as a starting fund. Added to that was a further £25,000 that was donated by the Kennel Club. So a donation to start us off of £50,000. And over the last 3 days here at Crufts, thanks to your generosity, the donations that have been coming in via the website and via the collection points here at Crufts, I'm delighted to say we have raised over £92,000. Please do keep donating, ladies and gentlemen. Please give all you can to the appeal. You can donate right now by going to the website, which is kennelclubcharitabletrust.org/support-dogs/Ukraine, and there are donation points on all Kennel Club stands around the show. Every single penny will go towards the humanitarian crisis to help people in Ukraine. Thank you very, very much from the bottom of our hearts for all of the donations that have been made so far. We are now going to see a lady who's in Kyiv at the moment, helping as many dogs as possible. And we're going to hear from Tamas Yakel, who is the president of the FCI. And they're going to tell us all how your donations are helping.
The Kennel Club is absolutely shocked and horrified by the awful situation in Ukraine and the impact it's having on people and their dogs. And we want to do something really practical to help. So the Kennel Club Charitable Trust has set up the Ukraine Appeal for Donations, and both the Trust and the Kennel Club have donated a start-up fund of £50,000 to get that going. And how it'll work is that money will be donated to the FCI, which is the umbrella organisation for kennel clubs, with connections in Ukraine and the neighbouring countries that have brought in so many refugees and their dogs. But I can stand here and talk about that. But we've been in touch with Yulia, who's actually in Kyiv at the moment with her dog, and she's a member of our canine community. So I think it's best if we listen to Yulia, and that will really demonstrate why this money and why these donations are so badly needed at this time.
Yulia, it is great to see you. Can you give me a sense of what it is like for you and for other dog owners in Kyiv at the moment?
It is rather hard now in Kyiv because many people are in shelters. Many people had to leave their places. Not all people, of course, leave their animals. No. Like we say, we don't leave ours. We are always together. There are thousands of animals who need help. They have no food. We shall have -10, -20 temperature. This week it will be very cold. So they very much need help, and we need to solve the problem how to give them food also. Food and medicines, this is what they need. Of course, our hope is that all of this going around, that this war, this is really a war, that it will stop. We are Ukrainians. We are really free people, and we are one nation. I can proudly say that I'm Ukrainian, and I want to live on my I will not go from here anyway. If I have to die here, I shall die here. We will not leave our dogs. And we ask God to finish all this and to have a more brilliant country, a new one.
There's lots of support for all dog lovers in the UK for you, Julia, and the work that you're doing. And there's a lot of love coming over to the Ukraine. What does that mean to you?
It makes us stronger. Because when you know and when you feel that other people support you, that they pray for you, you really feel stronger and you continue fighting.
Thank you to everybody supporting our Solidarity for Ukraine up here, collecting and raising money and to send to us for further use. Also, I especially thank to the Kennel Club Charitable Trust to participate in this very generous action. We make it absolutely sure this fund and this donation will get to the people and animals who really need it in the ground.
People can help in two ways. They can go onto the Kennel Club Charitable Trust website and donate there online, or if you're at Crufts, there are numerous collection boxes on stands throughout the venue, and any monies donated, we will make sure they go to where they're needed most, and we really do appreciate your generosity.
So as you can see, you can donate online, kennelclubcharitabletrust.org, and at the collection points around the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, every single penny will help to make a difference. Thank you very much for listening. Coming next, our Agility Championship.
Jim Rosenthal here alongside Graham Partridge, welcoming you back to the main arena at Crufts. The main arena not far short of the 7,000 capacity, and all looking forward to a tremendous last Sunday afternoon of the greatest dog show in the world. Fabulous entertainment out there since Thursday on the famous green carpet, and now we are looking forward to the continuation of the Kennel Club Agility Championship for intermediate and large dogs. I hope you were with us, no matter where you're watching our coverage. And earlier today, when we saw the jumping, we're about to see the agility, and then they will crunch those numbers together for a grand final this afternoon, which kicks off the evening, the famous last evening of the show. Just to mark your card at the start, no more than 50% of the original entry can go through, and this means that when we see the large dogs very shortly, only 5 of those large dogs can go through.
So if I can just come in there, Jim, and just say that the reason we've got such a small entry is because you have to qualify here at competitions, and obviously in the last 18 months we've had very few. Next year we'll be up at least double this number.
Yeah, it is great to be back. Obviously the pandemic ruled us out of coming last year as we welcome Peter Elms from the Scottish border town of Hoyk, semi-retired now, judging for over 25 years. Major honour for him to be a judge here. And the first of the 9 large dogs is Dalton Meredith and Clippy, 3-year-old border collie. Clippy's first time at Crufts. They've done pretty well here as well. Runner-up in the agility and the jumping in Friday's singles. And again, without wishing to get boring, only 5 of these dogs can go through. Only 5 of the 9 can go through.
So I'll just take you through the course here. 1, 2, then it's a fast run across the arena into that tunnel. They come back out in the opposite direction, and now turning up and over the A-frame, must make contact with the white bits as they go. Really quick bit of the course now, making sure they get the seesaw over the long jump into the weaving poles, and then from the weaving poles, oh, he's made a mistake in the poles there, just pushing it just a little bit. He's going to call the dog back in, and then we go across the arena again as we come round now, and it's going to be sharp left turn onto the dog walk, making sure he gets the up nicely down and through the tie. Oh, and he missed the down. So that's 10 faults, but nice round there, 34.405.
10 faults for Dalton and for Clippy. Came into those weaves from the wrong side, I believe, and then missed the contact point at the end of the dog walk. Took it very quickly. Got to touch that white bit at the end, though. This is Dobby, 6-year-old border collie. Debbie Simons, third in the jumping this morning. So coming here in good form. And Debbie Simons wearing the colours of the Ukraine. A fabulous effort, by the way, by everybody here at the Kennel Club. Have raised £92,000 now to help animals in the Ukraine, to help dogs in particular in the Ukraine. Let's concentrate on this round, and it's good so far, but as I say that, picking up faults again. The weaves causing a few problems. Both dogs having problems going into those weaves, Graham. It's a quick course. That is contact at the end of the long jump and through the tyres of finale. 34.4 and just the 5 faults, Graham.
Just the 5 faults. The preceding jump to the weaves is a long jump, which is wide, so the handlers have got to go further to the left than they'd like to. And of course, it's just pulling the dog away from those weaves.
Great point, Graham. Well done. Stephanie Best and Rio, quite amazing dog, this one. Second dog for Stephanie to become an agility champion. Been very impressive second time at Crufts. Definitely one to watch in this competition. Good over the A-frame. It is a quick course, this. Then the seesaw. Let's have a look and see what happens. Go through the tunnel and over that long jump. What about, yeah, that's the way to do it. Well done. Quickest so far and clean as well. But sadly, as I said, that's sadly picking up those 5 faults. Over the U-move, then the I-ams. Tunnel at the top end of the course. 5 more faults there. That's okay at the end of the dog walk and through the tyre to finish. 40 seconds, 10 faults for Stephanie Best and Rio.
Just a couple of faults. You see, she gets that right arm out to make sure the dog picks up the weaves very nicely. And just to stress, although she's had a few faults here, the most important thing is not to get eliminated, because if you get eliminated, you cannot go into the final.
Costa, final event for Crufts, for Costa, final time, 10 years of age. Dalton Meredith, the handler. Quite amazing dog, this one, and they have enjoyed every single second of what should well be their last Crufts. But they wouldn't enjoy that at all, missing that U-move jump and having to go back and take it again, and that will cost them. But no elimination, just and no clear round so far either, so they just have to keep going. And a reminder, it is the top 5 that go through from this. Better over that long jump and through the weaves. Good speed through there. A murmur of appreciation from just about a full house here in the main arena. This is good going over the dog walk. I'm going to talk to you about the word hesitation at the end of the dog walk after this. 38 and 5 faults. I would say hesitation at the end of the dog walk. There is another theory, though, Graham.
Well, there is slowing the dog down to make sure that the judge sees that they actually get the contact point. But you do need running contacts these days to win the top competitions.
Runners-up in the International, Lemon and Nara Cuddy, third in Friday's singles. Another high-quality pairing, this one. Lemon, 5 years of age. I say high-quality pairing. The reality is you don't get anything else but that at this stage of Crufts. Excellent first 10 seconds. Seesaw is good as well. Good contact through there. Burrowing through the tunnel is Lemon. As quick as we've seen through the weaves as well. This is good. 20 and clear. Up over the I-ams. Tunnel at the far end. Fine. And now turning towards us. It's a quick course. Just righted Lemon to get back over that dog. Well, that's good. And the finale through the top. That's the best so far. 33.7 for Nara Lemon and clear.
First clear round of the competition. I expect there to be a few more, but very, very controlled. Both of these people had their sensible heads on. Nara just nicely controlled, and the dog nicely under control as well. Well done.
Geek, 9-year-old border collie, and Dan Shaw from Oxfordshire, winners back in 2019. Absolutely special dog, this for Dan. Beautiful looking dog too. Exceptionally fast, by the way. Away goes Geek.
This pair done it, seen it, got the T-shirt, nothing to prove, but everybody wants to win one of the championship classes here at Crufts. And you can see, just making sure the dog got the white contact area there, nice control on the seesaw. This is the fast bit, long jump into those weaves. He was there, able to push the dog in there. Round the back of this jump and then push across into the fast section, across the tunnel, round the corner, coming up towards the dog walk.
This is shaping up to be very, very close to the best we've seen. Up over the dog walk, that is good. Just a couple to go. Through that tyre at the end as well. 34.6. That's second place and really good and clear for Dan and for Geek. We told you.
And look at that, great style in the weaving poles there. And a very nice finish.
Sean Illingworth and Agent. Lovely markings on this dog. Beautiful border collie face as well. Look at that, all set to go. And we are going as well. Sean from West Sussex, homebred boy, but sadly, that is the sign that we do not want to see. We call it the dreaded crossed arms, don't we? And it does mean elimination, sadly.
It does, but we haven't had to refer to it very much
first time
this time.
This weekend.
Yeah, first time this time. But Sean will want to finish off nicely, and as you say, made a mistake there, another mistake there, but as I say, you do tend, once you've made a mistake and know that you can't qualify for the final, your mind does go off what you're doing a bit, but Sean will want to have a nice finish, as I'm always saying, that always finish on a good note of anything, whether it's agility or any of your training with your dog, and she's done just that, and she'll go and get his toy, and he'll have a great day.
Yeah, shame. Elimination means that you cannot progress in the final, and of course, it's only the best 5 that go through here anyway. Penultimate large dog. Ewan Patterson always goes flat out with Crazy. International Invitational winner in fantastic style, and the winner this morning. We are expecting something very, very good here from Ewan and for Crazy. Always keen, looking for the next obstacle and really flying. That's a great leap over that. Good over the seesaw too. Turning right in front of us over that long jump. No problem with the weaves, one or two early competitors did have, but not Crazy. And Crazy is right up with the clock. Keep an eye on that at the bottom of your screen as well. Crazy is there or thereabouts, that's for sure. Nothing goes quicker over the dog walk than Crazy. And nothing finishes quicker than Crazy either. 2 seconds inside the best. Number 1 so far, and very much the combo to beat Ewan Patterson and Crazy for Scotland.
Class act, that's all you can say. And I should just perhaps reiterate here that this is a predetermined draw. Doesn't matter where they finish this morning. This draw was done earlier on today. But that dog is just fabulous.
Last large dog is Boffin. Dan Shaw, the handler. Boffin won her first ever attempt at a ticket to qualify for Crufts, her first big event. She is Crazy, apparently, and she is fast as well. 3 clear rounds, 31, 33, and 34 seconds. So Dan and Boffin from Oxfordshire, wearing the colours of the Ukraine, know what they have to do. It's just settling Boffin down. This is the last of the large dogs. A reminder, only 5 can qualify. Off we go. You Move and I Am successfully negotiated and speedily negotiated as well. That sharp right-hander, up and down, over the A-frame. This is a quick course, as Graham pointed out right at the start. Seesaw, that's fine, as is the tunnel. Long jump too. Oh dear. Wrong way into the weaves, and that is costly for Dan and for Boffin. They've got to keep going. You never know. It's the top 5, so they have to keep going and look for a quick time again. No time lost over the dog walk.
Oh, he's got to collect it now, because 10 faults could be pushing it to get into the final. Well done. And it's very, very easy there to forget what's going on and to relax, and the dog will back jump. But here we go. This is the fault into the weaves. There we are. So that's just collecting the 5 faults there. Just went a bit wide on that jump. Just didn't bring him back in for the seesaw. Well done.
So here we are. These are the 5 that progress Ewan Patterson and Crazy, very much the ones to beat. Nara Cuddy and Lemon runners up in the international. Dan Shaw going through with Geek. Debbie Simons and Dalton Meredith in the agility.
So we're just going to be moving up now to the next category, and we're just making sure that the jumps are at the correct height.
Next category, of course, the new category here, the intermediate category. And first of 11 intermediate dogs, and a reminder, only 6 can qualify, is Natasha Wise, an absolutely sensational winner. Natasha and Pebbles of Friday's singles, 9 years of age. Pebbles, she knows her way around the Crufts carpet all right. First of 11 intermediate dogs to go. Trying to get extra speed out of Pebbles there. Sorry, Graham, you had a point to make.
No, I was only going to say it's about who's in charge of this this relationship. But I think Pebbles thinks she is, and Natasha wants to be. But this is, again, it's another exhibition round here from Natasha. Great round, and it's going to be a really good time as well. Look at that, very impressive. 32.314.
Yep, 32.3 and clear. That should be good enough for the top 6, but we'll see. We will see. There's a lot of very quick dogs to come, but it is a clear round and the time very acceptable. Lexia, Border Collie, 8 years of age, 16th time at Crufts for the handler, Sophie Balchin. Just the second time for Lexi in the main ring under the hot lights, and watched by the biggest crowd that she's ever been watched. Have to touch that white bit at the end of the seesaw. Good over the long jump. Yeah, that's the right way to go to the weaves from the right-hand side as well. Oh dear, that's going to be an elimination. That's a shame, but they will keep going and complete the round, or try and complete the round. You almost feel the sinking feeling from Sophie, but knowing that she has to get Lexia through to complete it. Always sad when we see the eliminations for me, Graham.
Yes, it is, but one thing I will say, it's never the dog's fault. As you can see, she there just gave the dog the incorrect command, and it picked up and did as it was told.
Sian Illingworth and Image, second dog. We've seen Agent in the large, 10 years of age this month. Nothing to prove at all. Likely to be her last Crufts, this one. Sian Illingworth from West Sussex. And Image, 10th birthday looming for Image. But just goes to show, Graham, no matter what age, the dog, Image, absolutely loves it. It's almost a shame to say you've had enough of agility for me.
Oh, 5. Well, the dogs will tell you when they've had enough, but this dog is fit and still very competitive, even on this fantastic stage we have at Crufts.
Full house now, and enjoying Image and Sian Illingworth. Phoebe, Tony Smith, the handler, young dog, this a rapid improver, making a lot of progress very quickly. 10-year-old, we go straight to a 3-year-old.
Yes, 3-year-old, she's done really well to get from grade 2 to grade 7 in about 12 months. Just to reiterate that you have to be at least 18 months of age to compete at Kennel Club Agility. So, but she has done exceptionally well, and you can see why. This is a really great partnership here, and I think it's only 3 years of age. There's going to be a lot more to come.
Absolutely. Hugely promising, but sadly, you could almost see the sad, resigned look on Peter Elms, the judge's face there. Went back and took that jump again, and that means elimination, sadly. And it's a learning experience, this, for young Phoebe, but the talent, the speed is definitely here, and that's great to see.
It is, but as a judge, you you want to set a course for people to succeed on. You never want to set a course for it to fail on. And unfortunately, they look head in hands. And I tell you what, the judges feel just as or worse about it sometimes.
Gamble and Steve Richardson, third overall in Friday's singles, winner of the jumping this morning, these two. So coming in pretty good shape, but had to really pull things round there, pull Gamble there. He was off heading elsewhere, so that'll be a little bit of time lost, but no faults incurred.
Bit of a wake up there as well for Stephen, so that'll just sharpen him up a little bit, because he doesn't... Oh, did I say that? Oh,
well. Oh dear. Wrong course there, and again, reluctantly, Peter Elm says, I really am sorry, you're eliminated. The round will be completed. A shot for Stephen and a shot for Gamble here, Graham.
it was, as I say, he just glances to see where he's going next and where the dog's going next, and if you just glanced away, it all happens in a millisecond.
Stephanie Best's second dog is Fate, Border Collie, 5 years of age. First dog for Stephanie to become an agility champion. Second time at Crufts for Fate. And whatever she has gone into, she has qualified for. This is another very promising combination. And Fate just picking up 5 faults there. But still, the time is really good, and you never know. The clear round's not exactly tumbling around us at the moment.
Well, there are so few people in this competition that even if you've got faults, you just really do need to keep going as quickly as you can. So just the 5 faults, but in a very, very good time of 32.1.
5 faults, 32.1 puts that combination into second place as things stand. Looking at Fleck and Stephen Seal won the singles jumping on Friday. But just to mark your card, these two were eliminated in the jumping this morning, which means they cannot win the overall, but of course can win this competition. A point to prove, perhaps, for Stephen and for Fleck. 5 faults incurred. That's might not matter too much. Missing that contact point on the A-frame, but it's a decent round. 5 more faults incurred there for Stephen and for Fleck. 31.2 and the 10 faults. Well, in the top 4 at the moment.
Yeah, just picking up a couple of faults along the way there. You can see clearly missing the white area. And incurring the 5 faults, and the other 5 faults, I think, that came from the seesaw.
This is Zing from Blackpool and Alan Wildman. They did well on Friday in the singles, finished runners-up, but were eliminated this morning. So Alan and Zing, again, will want to do really well here, knowing they cannot win the overall, but they can, of course, win this part of the competition. Just a little last adjustment for Zing from Alan Wildman. Look at the intense concentration. Oh dear. I said, look at the intense concentration. Perhaps Zing didn't like what she saw there too much. I'm not sure about this. Gonna have to just try and settle
so
Zing.
keen to get going, Jim. Just so keen to get going. I'm laughing as well, sorry.
We're off now. Go on, Zing. Got to make contact with the white at the bottom of the A-frame, and Zing has done exactly that. Quick part of the course down there over the seesaw and through the tunnel. Long jump is good. In from the right side of the weaves, that's fine as well. This is a good... Oh dear, got to go back again now. Came out too early. I was about to say it's a good time. It won't be down. There's also come out too early second time round. So sadly, Zing and Alan Wildman eliminated this morning, and the round sort of sadly unravelling. But there we go. We got through the weaves in the end. Of course, the clock ticking away remorselessly. But Zing will keep going. Zing will keep enjoying herself on the dog walk, over the U-move, and finally through the tyre. 52 seconds.
And unfortunately, those those mistakes in the weaving poles there have cost them a couple of time faults as well. But of course, Alan's moving away to the left, so the dog's got half an eye on him, watching Alan moving away. And of course, the dog wants to go with Alan. Obviously, it's part of the training, but the dog should finish them before it carries on, but it didn't.
This is Nicola Wildman following Dad Alan with zest. Second in the jumping this morning. So very much in contention here, these two, Nicola Wildman and Zest. A-frame, just made contact with that at the bottom of the A-frame. That's a lovely quick turn. Little hesitation, pause, let's say that, at the end of the seesaw. Weaves are fine. This is good. This is good and really quick. Can they keep it going? Nicola and Zest up and down. Dog walk. You move. Tire. Oh, excellent. Second place for Nicola and for Zest. That'll keep them in the shake-up. Don't worry about that.
And the crowd are absolutely living this round with this dog. Every ooh and ah going around the arena here. And then I thought it was going to go over the top of the tire. Just have a look at this, everybody. Whoa, how it didn't break it, I don't know.
Penultimate intermediate dog, Joanne Tristram, and bright 7-year-old border collie. Just to mark your card, just the 2 clear rounds so far in 32 seconds. Right. Precious seconds there, but shouldn't be too costly. Long jump, yeah. Oh, fault going into those weaves. And again, and again. Ah dear, compromised again, Graham.
She has, but she's got to keep going, because we've already got 4 eliminations in this particular part of the competition, so she's got to keep going. Doing very nicely here. The dog's very, very excited. As you can see, barking all the way around. Joe's having to work very hard, and a really good job in the end there by her. Well done.
Into the top 5 they go then. 45 seconds, and just one more dog to go.
And it was, and only picked up 5 faults there, because you can only get one lot of 5 after a refusal.
Thank you. Last dog. Sarah Bacon and Dream, second time at Crufts, competed in 2018. Young handler Sarah Bacon. Good speed, good accuracy, right on it at the moment for the first 15 seconds. Long jump, good. Will there be problems in the weaves? No, there won't. Oh, there's confusion. Oh dear. We'll have a look at that later, Graham. Get your expert view on that. Slipping and sliding, handler and Dream as well. Gently over that dog, but that'll be very, very competent. 37 seconds and just the 5 faults into the top 5. But what happened there, Graham?
Well, and I'll tell you, I think it took Peter Elms, the judge, just a second or two to actually find out what happened. So that was almost a refusal, just recovered it, then that's a refusal, then it comes back and does it from the right side. And that's why we have the top agility judges there to make these decisions.
So confirmation then, Natasha Wise and Pebbles, top of the pile, Nicola Wildman and Zest second, and Stephanie Best, Fate in third place, but those are the top 5. And just rounding off all the results for you. And we will see the best later on in the grand final. And here we are, the overall standings. We are anticipating that they will all run overall standings for the large dogs. Ewan Patterson, who has been in such outstanding form for Scotland. And we will see all these dogs in the grand finale later on in the afternoon. There we are, the top 8 all in the frame to win the large agility championship here at Crufts. And here we go with the intermediate rankings. Again, all these are the survivors, if you like, from the jumping this morning and the agility this afternoon, and they all go through. Those are the top 5 that we will see battling it out this afternoon, later on this afternoon.
So welcome everybody. Let's please give our competitors a round of applause. It's presentation time!
To be joined by UMove and also Ian Seath, who is KC board member.
And there we are.
Before we go on to our
Before we have the presentations, we're going to just have a supplementary presentation. It's going to be to Hannah Banks, who was judging on the first 3 days. And there she is wearing a magnificent ribbon in her hair, supporting Ukraine. Just like to say publicly that Hannah's done a fabulous job the last 3 days. And she says she's just loved every minute, and it really is the culmination of anybody's judging career.
We're going to go on to present our agility round of our championship. We're going to start with the intermediates.
And the presentations are going to be made by a representative from UMove, who's been sponsoring agility. And the biggest smile in the place is on the face of Natasha Wise, with the fabulous Pebbles 9-year-old Border Collie. In the second place, really pleased to be receiving her rosette, Nicola Wildman, with Zest. And again, another Border Collie, 6 years of age. So now we'll be moving on to the large championship agility round winners. And it is the guy who's on fire at the moment, that's Ewan Patterson. Not Ewan McGregor, who I introduced him as a couple of years ago. This is Ewan Patterson with Crazy. And again, 6-year-old Border Collie. And the runner-up is Nara Cuddy with Lemon. Great competition. And then there'll be, we've got the finalists for this evening, and it promises to be a really, really good competition.
Thank you. We're just going to make sure our trophies are safe. And then we're going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as our competitors take their lap of honour.
Well, wasn't that amazing? Just love to see agility here in the main arena at Crufts. There's more agility on the way this evening as well. Now, later on this evening, we are going to be crowning the Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year Award 2022. There is still time for you to cast your votes. Voting closes at 5 p.m. this evening. We're going to be announcing the winner at 5:30. Okay, so you've got till 5 p.m. this evening to vote. Let's find out a little bit more about these incredible dogs. 5 amazing stories of how dogs change lives. The Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year Award 2022.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates. When we first got Chewy, we decided we'd actually teach him to do CPR. He effectively saved my husband's life. I was actually out in the garden. I've heard him barking. Ray had actually stopped breathing. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him. Chewy never left his side. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy.
Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this, and within seconds, Simba's found it. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant. He's emotionally intelligent as well. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me.
I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. We've been doing a lot of work with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those who are helping the others. There's 3 people around that will tell you that they're here today because of that. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing.
I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence, she helps her with her physio. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. With Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really. She's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
So there we are, ladies and gentlemen, 5 incredible stories of how dogs change lives. Please do continue to vote for the Hero Dog of the Year Award 2022. Head online to crufts.org.uk to cast your vote. Voting closes this evening at 5 p.m, so make sure you get your vote in before then. Voting closing at 5 p.m, and this evening we're going to be announcing the winner of the Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year Award. So as you can see, we are setting up in the arena for something very exciting. Super Sunday here at Crufts is, of course, Gundog Day. We are celebrating the Gundog group, which contains some of the UK's most popular breeds, including the Labrador Retriever, the German Short-Haired Pointer, and of course, the Cocker Spaniel. Not only do many of these breeds make excellent family pets, each of the breeds has also been bred for a specific purpose as well. Gundogs as a group traditionally bred to accompany man in the shooting field, and as hunting evolved, people required dogs with varying skills. 4 categories of Gundogs within the Gundog group, and the different breeds within each group can vary quite considerably. Certainly each with their own attributes, and we'll be seeing, of course, in the group judging a little bit later on this evening, a little bit more about the Gundog group. I'm going to hand you over to our handlers. First of all, please welcome John Bailey, member of the Kennel Club Field Trial Committee, working his Spaniels and Labrador here in the ring today. He's been competing in trials for over 30 years and has made up over 24 field trial champions. He's also won the Springer Spaniel Championship in 2016. Let's hear it for John Bailey, ladies and gentlemen. Joining him in the arena for our display with the Spaniels is Roy Ellershaw. Roy is handling the famous Rig, the first Clumber Spaniel in over 100 years to have won an any variety Spaniel trial. A fantastic achievement. And I'm going to hand you over to Roy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What I want you to do is just use your imagination. Imagine this is the bottom of an old woodland. There's bits of timber about, obstacles, bramble. The bluebells are just coming up over there. Hang on. I can hear a woodpecker pecking at a dead tree. So just imagine that This is absolutely alien to them. So what we're going to do is show you what makes a good working Gundog. Now we've got a youngster. You look at John, he's going nice and calm, taking his time, and away we go. We're just teaching him now to get into cover. That's it. Now see John, put the ball in. We train him onto tennis balls at this age. There's no game involved. And there she is. Now there's no wind in here. What would happen normally, the dog would go the other side of the wind and come in on it. I'd find it much easier. It's so still and dry in here. So, now he's not doing anything. This is so important because you've seen how exuberant the dog is, and it's only young. We teach them to do, as we say up north, nout. For the southern people, nothing. So, what he's doing is shutting that dog down. You'll see later on how important it is. So, away we go. We don't want them running about all over the place, because once they do go on game, they will naturally just pull out. All we want them to do is go and look, search, use their enthusiasm, and we harness it. Again, just stopping, just taking his time. That little battery in there is switched off, and then we just switch it on again. Because he's going that well, this youngster. He's very pleased with her. And once they get on game, they'll go up about 10 gears. So we keep them off game when they're youngsters. Hello, I know you. Are you well? Very well. Thank you. An old friend of mine. I've not seen her for ages. Again, John just throws the ball. Now, the steadiness with keep stopping them, making them wait. This is the next stage. Yes. Bags of fuss. Bags of fuss. That's the secret of training. Not all the time, but bags of fuss when they come in. Now then. The ball's gone in the cover. Just by the bluebells. Now then, that was another little add-on. The dog would have been expected to go for it, but he called him away. It's what we call a distraction. There she goes. How are we doing? How are we doing tonight? Are we right, John? So that was John Bailey and Little Meta. Again, young dogs, you don't want to overdo them. That was ample. Nothing went wrong. I've got everything crossed. The dog's happy. That's the thing with the... When you go training, you want a happy dog. So now we're just going to swap over, and I'll fetch a dog in that's at the next stage. Still hasn't been on game. Probably this season, be going on the rabbits later on. So I'll just pass you over to John.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Roy said, he'll be fetching a dog that's a little bit more advanced. B, it's one that Roy bred himself, out of his champion. This line that Roy's got, it's a very, very good line. I think he's in the top 4 or 5 in the country for dogs that have actually qualified for the championship over numerous times So when he can find her, it's a little bit dark in there. With her being black, I think his eyesight's failing him. We had brought some helpers with us, but I think they've actually gone on strike. Oh, no, he's yeah. No, he couldn't see her. So what Roy will do, he'll go into the arena and he'll just do another couple of stages with the training for the intermediate, a bit more complicated than it was for the novice. So he'll do the same thing again. He'll sit her down, see how she's watching at him, absolutely glued to him. And that's what we want, that's eye contact. Everything's nice and calm. Just slips the lead off. Yeah, B's definitely enjoying it. A little wag of the tail there. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, these dogs that we brought in today, they're not used to coming into arenas. It's always in the field, you know, in the woods, you know, fetching them into this with all these people, lights and everything. It's alien to them. So they're actually coping quite well with it. And again, the walking around, just the steadiness, just for the dog to stay. Once he's gone around in a circle, I think he'll start hunting her. I'm not just sure what he's going to do. He often keeps me guessing like this when we're out training. Yep, there she goes, she's away. And see the difference, just with the difference of the age. She's more confident, straight away wants to go and look for the cover, hunting in for it. Not particularly looking at Roy, just getting on with the job, hunting around. You know, and when you think, ladies and gentlemen, over the 4 days, the amount of dogs that have been in this arena and these dogs are still willing to hunt it, they're doing very, very well. That there now is a stop. Just run the dummy back. Now notice it's a greater distance, like the stop whistle, you know, that he's done for the dog is farther away, the dummy's farther, and he's centre. Distractions in the way, fences, brashings, and there's obviously a big distraction there. There must be a little piece of sausage in that. No, I've forgotten what I'm doing there with that one, Dad. That's a good girl, good girl. Like I say, ladies and gentlemen, you know, all the smells and distractions for these young dogs in here when they're not used to it, it's a lot. So, but even though she got it a little bit wrong, she's happy. Yeah, and that's what we aim for. Plenty of praise, get the dogs to enjoy themselves. He's off hunting again. And just, when you're hunting down a fence line, it's great for them. It just gets them used to jumping. You don't have to tell them to get out, get over. You know, they're quite confident in jumping all the time, which she really seems to enjoy it as well. And that's a distraction he's thrown in. Now, he could well hunt her away, or he could throw another dummy out. Yeah, he's asked her to leave it, hunting her down the arena now. And again, you know, even though she's hunted up that arena and she knows there's nothing there, that's the second one out, that's a distraction. You send her back for the first one. No, she's having that jump again, she's really enjoying that. Yeah, it's definitely here somewhere. Did he throw it over the fence? Did you throw it over the fence, Roy? No. Is it there? No. Nearly. No. That's it. And with a young dog as well, even though she's enjoying herself, we don't want to lose confidence. Roy's walking forward just to encourage her. Just because the last thing we'd want a young dog to do is fail. So as she comes back, he'll just show her where it is. And it's funny how she just seems to be catching a little bit of scent a bit further on than actually where the dummy is. No. Still not keen. There it is. That was the 1B, that's the one we're looking for. Now, it's been a long time since he threw this second one out, so we'll see whether she actually has remembered it. Yeah, right area, it's right area. There we go, it's in there somewhere. Go on, Beat. Have a good look in. Push it round. It's there, go on, it's in there, it's in there. Yeah. There we are, she's got it. She's got it, ladies and gentlemen. See, and that was strange when in this bottom corner of the arena, she held that a lot better there to find it, you know, as she did in the middle. So, like I said, just that many smells for these young dogs. So again, Roy just sits her, just shuts her off completely. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I think Roy's just going to keep her sat there now. Then hunt her back down the arena. No. That's it. I think B's finished for today. What I'll do, I'll just pass you over to Roy, and we'll come in with, I think the next dog in's a Springer Spaniel.
Right. Whoop, nearly blew your ears out then. Here we've got Springer Spaniel. Totally different characters. These are the beasts of the Spaniel world. Hard going, hard hunting. But still, we need that off button. Where they don't do anything, they wait. And John will click it off, and you'll just see the difference in the hunting styles. You've got the cocker, this little merry hunter going in, going out, and they find stuff. Springers disturb stuff. And they just keep going. They check everything. But you will find that Springers, they're so powerful that they do disturb game before they quite get there. They don't flush off the doors quite as readily as cockers. Cockers are sneaky, they sneak up on you. So out goes. Very good. That was a distraction. It remembered that first one, but it wanted to go for the second one. So it was good. Just stop it, send it back. Again, we can only show you so much. Now, that's what they think of your brushings. But 80% of a Spaniel's Gundog work is hunting. 20%, it's not like a retriever. Very good, very good. Out goes a distraction. Having a little creep. Just checking. Now then, when we're in training, we do this a lot. We throw dummies out, throw balls, dummies, and then go and pick them up ourselves. We've got to teach these dogs. Not everything's theirs. It's, you go when I tell you. Now, if there'd have been any wind, and it was the other side, they would pick that like that. Well done. So now, John, we've 2 minutes. I've got to tell him because we've thrown this together. We're like our spaniels. We're in the toilets working out what we were going to do earlier on. So the spaniel is more a hunting dog that retrieves. At one time, they never used to hunt, they retrieve. And over the years, they bred them so that they retrieve. Right. That was stop going for the other one. Well done. Whee! Put the brakes on. And you'll find with the retrievers, they like them to give a very good presentation and present it well and everything. With spaniels, if they get it back, that'll do. They call it rough shooting, and it is. I've just got to work out what he's doing. Oh, yes. Very good. As I said, you've got to imagine that a lot of the times they see roughly where it's gone, and it's gone into a clump of cover, bramble, marsh. Okay, John. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our Gundogs display. All right, it's going to get loud in this arena in the next few minutes because we are now going to get set up and ready. Stay with us for the Flyball Final.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
Your puppy will grow into a dog over 4 stages. Stage 1, sleep. Then they'll play and explore and play some more. That's stage 2. Still playing. Stage 3, confidence and great leaps forward. By stage 4, they're almost fully grown. Royal Canin's puppy growth program provides everything you need to give them the ideal foundation for a healthy life.
Here we go. It's flyball time. It's final time. The 2 fastest teams in the world have qualified. But as we set the scene for Flyball World, turn your camera phones on. Have a little bit of fun. It's Super Sunday at the world's greatest dog show, because you know what we're going to play, don't you? You do know what we're going to play. Hit the music, Kenny!
Touching hand, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never was, but now warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. Sweet Caroline, I believe they never come.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. Sweet Caroline at Crufts 2022. Well, things are about to get loud. Things are about to get quick. As Nick said, the fastest teams in the world right now are here for our Flyball final. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the louder you cheer, the faster these dogs will go. Who will be our Flyball champions? Let's start by bringing out our judge. She's been fantastic all weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Jenny Knight. So our judge will be keeping an eye on proceedings. I'm also told that she's even got her own hashtag on social media. She's been that popular. Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag Judge Jenny is in the building. All right, so we're just getting the course ready. It is so loud backstage. These dogs are raring to go. We're going to be feeling the adrenaline. Remember to cheer on your favorite team. Who will be the Flyball champions? This is going to get exciting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to bring out our teams. First up, please welcome Focus. They are going to be battling out.
Well, here we go. It is the Agility Finals Day. 4 teams have made it through from the 16 that started. We had 6 of the 10 fastest in Europe at the start. I can remember hearing conversations on Thursday. Goodness knows who's going to win. What we all do know, it's going to be very, very fast indeed.
We are going to do a warm-up.
And the record that we came here was 15 seconds 20. It has been broken 9 times. The first of the finals, Molten Magnets, very much the outsiders, just delighted to be here. In fact, a bit amazed to have reached the final against Focus, the holders. Then Road Runners beat, absolutely brilliant from Belgium. First overseas combination here, new record holders against the Aces.
Ready on the boxes.
And then we will have the grand final.
Box judges.
Jenny Knight,
on the line.
our judge.
Yeah.
This is going to be a practice run. The Molten Magnets from Northamptonshire. Inca, Jackson, Fletcher, Dexter and Mason and Bailey, their dogs. You want to say something about the boxes before we start?
About the boxes, Jim, yeah. You'll see the dog has to hit the front of the box and take the ball out of it. The ball is put in there by the box loader. The dog must take the ball out of that box. These boxes are the personal property of the clubs. They're built within certain specifications, but they then are their own. And there we see a number of different holes, and I'll explain a bit more about that in just a minute.
We are all set. It is Molten Magnets from Molten on the red on the far side. Hot favourites in the blue on the near. Focus, the holders of the Crufts Championship. The Friday and Saturday champions, Focus. First time they've ever broken the 15-second barrier as well. That's a huge barrier in the world of flyball. Focus in the blue on the near side, and Focus are away very, very quickly with Diesel. Next to go for Focus is Mouse. It's with Focus on the near side at the moment. Fletcher backing away to get back on the far side. Kenai has it over Focus on the near, and then a quick turn from Panic on the near side is going to go Focus's way. It is indeed. This one's gone to form. Focus's way. Molten Magnets.
Great flyball racing, great flyball racing. I think Focus have got a bit more to come. Looking at some of their changeovers, they've got more to make up there, Jim.
Well, Molten Magnets on the far side, big outsiders. They're running for their founder, Gene Meeking, qualified from Charteris last year. There were tears when they qualified. They're used to running against quicker teams, but they know the Magnets, they've got to do something. They've got to make something stick to stay alive now. It's again with Focus on this near side. Very quick opening dog is Diesel. Then Mouse again for Focus, still with Focus on the near side. There goes Kenai for Focus. Looking good for Focus right now, and it will be completed with Panic. And that's Focus through to the final, I would imagine. We just look for confirmation. It comes indeed from Jenny Knight. Yeah, Focus through to the final. Ryan Haywood, Kim Gillespie, Jaco Jensen, Craig Burrows, Justin Shearing and Gary Mannequin, their team captain Samantha Haywood, and box loader Rachel Mannequin, as anticipated, Graham.
This place is absolutely rocking, Jim. I just wish you at home could actually pick up the atmosphere that's going on there. 2-0 to Focus. Total respect there to Molten Magnets. On another day, another competition, they could easily be the winners, but the standard, Jim, this year is just awesome.
So we will see Focus once again. And we move. Focus go through, Magnets go home. Here we go then, we are all set for the second final. Aces High in the blue on the near side, a little bit rusty Aces High. They've had precious little running in 2.5 years.
Ready on the boxes, box judges, ready on the line.
We are all set now. It is the second race on finals day. Aces High in the blue on the near side. And on the far side, and they are off and running on the near side in that practice run for Aces High. A practice here, of course, as anticipated. Aces High then, who have done really, really well to get here after lacking a little bit of race practice. And in the red on that far side, well, the road runners from Belgium, absolutely outstanding. First ever overseas team to reach here. Thursday's champions, runners-up yesterday, broke the record, and they keep that new record at 14.84.
Ready on the boxes. Box judges. Ready on the line.
It is Aces High, the 2019 champions in the blue on the near side, a little bit undercooked against the brilliant Belgians. Roadrunners beat Zon from Zonhoven in the northeast corner of Belgium. Absolutely outstanding. First overseas team to reach Crufts. The champions on Thursday, runners up yesterday, and new record holders as well with 14.84. First of the best of 3 races. On the near side, it is with Aces High at the moment, but the Belgians stretching away there with such a quick opening dog. Then Tantrum for the Belgians on that far side. It is with the Belgians on the far side. There's also a fault on the near side as well. And little hustle coming through on the near, but that will go beep beep's way. Roadrunners beep beep on that far side. A crossover fault here, Graham.
There we are. Yeah, clearly crossover fault there, which has cost them the leg, but this Belgian team are a class act, and of course they have to push the changeovers to the absolute limit if they want to be in with a chance.
So the 2019 champions Aces High have to win this, otherwise their Crufts is over. The Belgians, who are loving the atmosphere, they've never experienced anything like this. They know if they win again, they will be into the final. It is the Roadrunners on the red on that far side, Aces High in the blue on the near. Helen Knight calling best of order. We are ready. The Roadrunners one to the good on that far side. They are very, very smartly with Sepp. Sepp has it at the moment. Second dog goes, that is Vito on the far side then for the Belgian. It's very much with that red far side at the moment. But here comes the little whipping Hustle, doing everything, little Hustle, trying to make it Hustle. 8 years of age, couldn't do it. The Belgians go through, and they go through to the final. Great final effort from Hustle and Aces High. 14.76 is that time. 14.76. So we have a new record again. The record goes for the 10th time here at Crufts. What an awesome final we have building up for us now. But the Roadrunners beep beep from the northeast corner of Belgium will take some catching.
Fantastic. To get the record go again, I mean, we've had it gone so many times, Jim, I'm having trouble keeping up here. They are getting ever closer to the European record, which currently stands at 14.53.
All right, we move on. We are now going to do the 3rd and 4th place runoff. So we first of all welcome back the Molten Magnets and the Aces. So the Aces are going to stay where they are. Molten Magnets on this near side in the blue. This is the 3rd and 4th place runoff. And I think we're going to go straight into it. No warm-up this time. Says our judge.
Ready on the boxes. Box judges. Ready on the line.
We're going to see the runoff here now for 3rd and 4th place. Molten Magnets and Aces High. Aces High on that near side, and it's just with Aces High at the moment to try and get 3rd place. Aces High have it at the moment And Molten Magnets, as anticipated, done so well to reach the last four. The Molten Magnets of Inca, Jackson, Fletcher and Dexter finding the pace a little bit too hot to handle, but I cannot underestimate what a fantastic achievement it is for the Magnets to get here, Graham.
It is, well, it's a testament to all of them for getting here, Jim, but they have done exceptionally well.
Aces High, then the 2019 champions. You never know, this could be the last little view of hustle that we get here. Absolute favourite, a bit of a legend in the whole world of flyball. Hustle, 8 years of age, expected to run the last leg for Aces High. So the Aces, one to the good on the Magnets. It is the Aces on the near side. Can the Magnets pull something out of the fire? Just with the Aces at the moment in the blue. Second Aces dog is away. That is Rampage. They have it at the moment on this near side. There's a fault on the far side as well. And here comes the Hustler. And there's a fault on the near side as well. They're going to have to run again. The little Hustle, he's going to have to run again. And there's a fault on the near, and they have pulled one round. Those Magnets, they always compete against stronger teams. They've pulled one round and gone for a decider, Graham.
They do, they just keep going, and just let the other people make the mistake. We had a crossover fault on the far side there, and another crossover fault. What's going on, Jim? So, one each.
We have a decider again. The 2019 champions, Aces High, against Molten Magnets, based in Molten, in nearby Northamptonshire. This one decides who's going to be third, who's going to be fourth at Crufts 2022. Full house, packed house, lots of noise, lots of lights, lots of warmth, and they're away and running. Magnets on the far side trailing at the moment. Quick second dog of a Rampage going for Aces High. Now it's Ryle for Aces High, and they have it at the moment. Go on, my Hustler. Go on, the Hustler. The Hustler brings them home. There's a fault on the far side as well. So pleased to see the Hustle on a winning note. Well done, those Magnets, though, from Northamptonshire. Absolutely sensational achievement, A, to reach Crufts, and B, to reach the last day. But Aces High will finish in the top three.
You know, well done to Aces High, but I say hats off to Molten Magnet. They just had to go for it in the end, and that's exactly what they did, and that's the spirit that we want.
Huge thank you to our judge Jenny, who's doing a fantastic job here this weekend. Keeping us in order, absolutely. Right, are we ready for the final,
We started
ladies and gentlemen?
with 16 on Thursday. We are now down to the last two. The Crufts record has been broken 10 times. It could well go again here. The first overseas team to reach Crufts are here and have to be the slight favourites. In the red, on the far side, Roadrunners Beep Beep from Zonhoven in Belgium. On the near side, Focus, the holders, Friday and Saturday champions. They've crashed through that 15-second barrier. First time they've ever broken it. And they want to do it again, and they know they face the ultimate test right now against Roadrunners Beep Beep. Flyball World Cup coming up later this year in Belgium. What's occurring there, Graham?
Well, we're obviously using rubber matting for the safety of the dogs, and its safety is utmost, and it started to just come up a bit, so you can see the guys there working frantically.
We started with 16, now we are down to the last two. The flyball record here at Crufts has gone 10 times and counting. It has been a sensational competition. It is a full house again.
Ready on the boxes.
The last two.
Box judges.
Focus, the holders, based in Selby, against the brilliant Belgians, Roadrunners Beep Beep, here for the first time, breaking records along the way. Focus have crashed through the 15-second barrier for the first time as well. We are off and running here then, and on the red on that far side. It's very, very close. We're looking at the Belgian. It's so close you can hardly call it at the moment. And it's just going to go the Belgians' way, I think, on that far side to beat Beep. Fine run by that Belgian first dog, setting them underway. Vito, Dragon,
and a new record, Jim.
14-7-1. I can't believe this, that record tumbling away again. 14-7-1, Graham.
Fast, furious fun. You just cannot believe what's happening. Do not move anybody. Just stay in front of that TV. This is just brilliant.
So now we look at focus. We look at a champion's response. Can they strike back? This Belgian team, absolutely outstanding. Focus, under pressure. Can they handle the pressure? Is the title going overseas for the very first time? We're about to find out. Diesel, Mouse, Kenai and Panic to go for focus in the blue on the near side. Flying start on the far though by Sip. There's a false start on the far side. Sep got away too quickly. So if Focus keep it clean, we're going to have a run-off here. Looking good on the near side. Our Focus at the moment, they just have to keep it clean. And the judge, Jenny Knight, will point our way. And it'll be one apiece. It's one apiece. We have a decider in the final. Could go any way at all, Graham.
Push. And this was a false start. You can't go through the timing gates until the lights have gone green. And they just pushing. They just want to try and shave another fraction off this turn. But they've collected a fault, so it's now 1-all.
This is what we come down to, the decider. After an absolute thrilling few days of flyball racing. Listen to the noise, listen to the atmosphere, not a seat to be had. The Roners from Belgium off slowest this time, and there's a false on the near side start this time. So this is in the Belgians' hands if they keep it clean. Focus making a really crucial false start on the near side. And I think it's going to go overseas, you know. They are celebrating. Beep, 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 beep. They have done it. They've qualified for Crufts. They have won Crufts. Roadrunners from Zonhoven in Belgium have dethroned the reigning champions and have broken records along the way as well. Great to see them here. Look what that means. And they said they could not believe the atmosphere. They couldn't believe the crowds. They couldn't believe the reception that they have got. But Dave Maris, Stin Bunin, Gert-Jan Leemans, Melanie Schiemann, Wesley Verderels and Didier van der Heyden. They've come here along with Dave Maris, who set the team, and triumphed.
Look at these pictures, and Focus knew they had to get a really good start here. The dog went through the timing gates before it turned green, and that's what's cost them the championship, but they will say that they went down fighting. Fantastic pictures here, great camaraderie between the two teams, great respect, and this is the best flyball competition I think I've ever witnessed, Jim.
Me too, just the sheer speed, and all good guys. We had a long conversation with the Belgians beforehand. They are elated to be here, and they will be even happier that they have managed to win. We will welcome them back anytime, and let's hope they are trailblazers. Let's hope we get more overseas entries for flyball, and I cannot tell you how popular the flyball is here at Crufts and how great it has been to cover it. And Graham, over to you for the presentation ceremony very, very shortly when they come here. But yeah, they'll be popular winners, and they have worked so hard, saying how hard it was to work over there during COVID. They could only train 4 dogs at a time, but they have done it. They have come through, and the dogs, Sep, Tantrum, Vito, Marley, Drogon and Sansa, have all delivered. A wonderful addition
So what a
to
competition
Crufts
this has been. We have had
2022.
some incredible days of flyball here at Crufts 2022. It is now presentation time, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, we are going to present to the lady who's been overseeing proceedings for the last 3 days. She has been fantastic. Let's hear it for your judge, Jenny Knight.
And there we go with the presentations, and Jenny Knight has done a fabulous job, and I really mean that. Seen a lot of flyball competitions, and she has done an excellent job. She really, really has. Brilliant.
Okay, and now let's bring out our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flyball champions at Crufts 2022. Let's hear it for
Presentation's been made by Laura Duffy from Royal Canin to the 2022 Flyball champions, Road Runners Beep Beep, all the way from Belgium. The first team from outside of Great Britain to be the winners. Jim, I expect you've enjoyed it just as much as I have.
It's been fantastic. You've seen many more flyballs than me, Graham. Nothing can touch what we've seen here today. And generous applause for the Belgians, who have illuminated the contest from the very word go. And well done to Focus as well. They knew they had their hands full with those Belgians, with the Road Runners. And they will come back to fight another day for sure.
The Flyball champions 2022, Road Runners, beep beep, everybody!
Road Runners, beep beep. They'll be celebrating all the way back to Zonhoven for sure. They just cannot believe. There's a look of incredulity almost on their faces. Special mention for team captain Dave Maris, who has done so much to form this team, to get them together, formed 8 years ago. Absolutely outstanding, and record breakers as well along the way. The Crufts record has been absolutely smashed. Is it 11 times? Is it 12 times? I'm not sure. But again, looking across to Focus, who had real problems with all their preparation. Yeah, we can see you, don't worry. And Friday and Saturday champions, Focus, you can't ask much more from that. The holders as well wanted it absolutely big time, and they will be back for sure. Will Focus, as Graham said, there's huge camaraderie between these teams, and they know that they have been part of something very special. I'd go as far as to say in flyball history here at Crufts 2022, and nowhere in the world, the competitors say to me, do you get an atmosphere like this for flyball. Congratulations to Crufts and everyone concerned for giving us an outstanding flyball competition.
And there we are, Aces High receiving their third place rosettes.
Yeah,
I can't wait for next year. I just already, I'm anticipating Flyball Crufts 2023.
Yep, Aces High, you remember, held the flyball record coming here of 15:20, and they will go away and regroup and look to break that formidable 15-second barrier. And excellent for the Magnets from Northamptonshire. Hats off to them. Really, really good, and running for the founder, Gene Meakin, and Gene would have been outstandingly proud of all their achievements today. Great to see them here, great to see them back at Crufts, and what a fine effort to reach the last four.
All these teams accredit themselves, but more importantly, they're a great advert for the sport of flyball around the world, and we do hope that these pictures will go around the world, because it just couldn't be a better advert for them.
One of them said to me before they started, flyball will be the winner today, no matter what. Absolutely.
We are now going to an interval, and we do need you to vacate your seats. So please, if you wouldn't mind leaving as quickly as possible, that we will appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, and we'll see you all later, hopefully. Have a great time enjoying the rest of Crufts. You've got 5 halls out there where you can go and buy all your Christmas presents and spend lots of money. So enjoy, and we'll see you later.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he will trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he would wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene. But it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together. So we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately. He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
We're not heroes. I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. My name is Peter Lewin. I'm a paramedic for East Midlands Ambulance Service. I also run Pete Lewin Newfoundlands. We take people swimming in open water with the dogs for emotional support. Right, grab a dog. This is Bob. Bob is our non-swimmer. Bob is our mascot dog. Storm, he's very needy. Sonar, he'll swim his heart out for you. And Walker, he's been given to us by the American Foundation for Prevention of Suicide. We'll have a bit of a swim across, like normal. We get the guys to swim out with us, and I'll call one of the dogs out. Say Sonar, and all you can hear is Sonar blowing out of his nose as he's swimming by. It's just peace and quiet and takes you away from the stress of everything that we go through. We've been doing a lot of work this last summer with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. As you can imagine, it's been quite a tough time for all of us. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others? Not just paramedics and ambulance staff, but the nurses, everybody else who's there to help them.
I did a staff wellbeing day here. When I did the quiet swim, I got extremely emotional. When I finished it, I cried. And then Sonar just sat with me for the whole day then. Just give me a little nudge every now and again. When you're in the water, you just get that element of, it makes you just feel great.
You see, we were never ever going to get used for real rescue in this country, unfortunately. And I'd sort of developed different manoeuvres for getting people out of the water. But these moves are not just for real rescue. These are great for emotional support, because as I've got that person in that hold, it's giving that confidence that somebody's there for them. We are physically rescuing them, but it's more so mentally rescuing them. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of swimming with ease, which is an amazing thing to do. I go into schools and I do water safety workshops. The girl who helped me with that from the start, she absolutely loved it. We're having a discussion around at her house about what we're going to do. She says to me, do you remember I was late coming to give you a hand with your training session? I says, yeah, I do. And she says, well, I was going to take an overdose that day. But I decided I'd go and help you out because of the dogs and that. And she said it was his eyes, the way they look at you. He wasn't there to judge. He wasn't there to criticise, condemn or anything. All he wanted to do was come out and take me back to shore. She said that was it. And she's still here today because of that swim. And I just thought, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It makes me feel proud, passionate about what we're doing, proud of the team, proud of these boys. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing. My pets are helping these people. It's amazing.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and what a competition we have got for you right now. We're turning our attention to our Nature's Menu, Heelwork to Music.
Hello and welcome to the Crufts main arena here at the NEC in Birmingham, where we're just about to start the Crufts International Freestyle Competition. And I'm joined here in the commentary box today by the one and only Ashley Butler. Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning. Well, afternoon, I think.
Oh, yes, afternoon now. So, what are you looking forward to seeing here today in the International Freestyle?
Well, I'm just excited that we're here, first of all. I'm so excited to see our top competition of Heelwork To Music today. Really looking for those advanced, unique moves that we should be seeing, those independent moves as well, not using too much hand action from the handlers. And yeah, just seeing what people have been up to for the past 2 years.
Yeah, and it's amazing in this international because we just do not know what's coming in, whereas with the UK handlers, we do sort of know a little bit more. Our judges have made the way in. We've got Kim Liddon, V. Richardson as our head judge there, and Kath Hardman on the end. And they're the ones that are going to be trying to give the scores for these people coming up, and they've got 3 areas that they're looking at: content and flow, accuracy and team performance, and musical interpretation. Each of those sections are 10 points can be awarded for, and we'll talk a little bit more about those as we go along. So I'm sure there's going to be a few nerves out there, Ashley, don't you think? With this being a very sort of recent competition after a 2-year break.
Yes, definitely. I know that feeling from the past 2 days of competing, but here we go, our first competitor.
Yes, and this is all the way from Norway, and this little dog, it's her second time in the ring. She's called Vega. She's actually a border collie, and they're going to be performing to the theme from Aladdin.
Oh, imagine a land, it's a faraway place where the caravan camels roam, where you wander among every culture and tongue. It's chaotic, but hey, it's home. When the wind's from the east and the sun's from the west and the sand in the glass is right, come on down, stop on by, hop a carpet and fly to another Arabian night. Arabian nights, neath Arabian moon. A fool off his guard could fall and fall hard out there on the dunes.
The magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some punch, pizzazz, y'all, when help. See, all you gotta do is rub that way. And I'm saying, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, shout it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Now, 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 have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you do. You friends do this. No, really, can't they? You're welcome. Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hey, let us through. It's bright new star. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes. Ring bells, bang the drums. Are you gonna love this guy? Solid, fabulous, he, all you bubble. Genuflect, show some respect. Down on one knee. He once knew 70 Turks. Mustaches, sabers, real jerks. Who gave those bad guys the work? Yes, he did. Prince Ali. Prince Ali. Prince
Well, what a way to start this competition. What an excellent routine, distance moves, some really individual moves there. What did you think of that, Ashley?
Like you said it, what a great way to start off the show. Very energetic routine. I've seen these guys performing before, and one thing I can always say is she's always wearing a very jazzy costume.
Yes.
But I really enjoyed it. The only thing I would say, there were a couple of moments where there was quite a lot of static, not very much going on, just tiny movements. So I'm not sure how the judges are going to interpret that in their scores.
Yes, but I think the song really suited them, didn't it? I mean, it's that upbeat, it was a really fun song. This dog was here for the first time in 2020, and this is actually the dog's last routine at an international level because she's 9 years old now. But some super little moves there. Look at the use of the front leg, the hopping, and such a characterful dog there doing the paw over the face. It's great, isn't it, to see these story-based routines expressing the music like that, Ashley?
Yes, definitely one of my favourite moments was when the dog was jumping.
Yes, and so the judges are now looking at these three areas. So they have in total 30 points to attribute to each of the dogs. But under each of the sections, they've got 4 things they're looking for. And musical interpretation is one that's holding 10 marks. And so they will be looking at whether or not the handler used that music correctly. And I'm sure, Ashley, in the past you've chosen tracks and it's taken you quite a while to work out this routine, using that music, listening to it hundreds of times.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, I think, when it comes to setting a good routine compared to a great routine apart. It is that musical interpretation. Remember, it's not just the dog performing out there, it is the owner and handler as well.
So it looks like we're starting off with some very nice marks there into the 8s and the 9s even. And the judges have been very sort of fair over the last 2 days, so they've sort of honed their skills over the last 2 days, even more so with the UK finals. And so here we see some 9s again. So this looks actually, even though it's dog number 1, this looks like it's going to be a good score. 26.50. So it's going to be a really good routine to try and tip that at the moment. So what's so great about that dog is the character. Just like your dog, this Ashley, it's got its tail up, wagging and enjoying itself.
Yes, that is one thing that we are really looking for. Is the dog having the time of its life, which they definitely were.
Yes, and this dog called Hendy is actually a bitch. It's from France, and this is their 3rd time in the ring today. They're doing a love story remix. So let's see what Alexandra and Hendy have in store for us today.
Bonsoir.
Une photo, une date, c'était n'y pas croire. C'était pourtant hier, mentir est ma mémoire. Et ces visages d'enfants, et le mien dans ce miroir. Mais quand on vit trop beau, trop fort, on en oublie le temps qui passe. Comme on perd un peu le nord au milieu de trop vastes espaces. À peine le temps de s'y faire, à peine on doit laisser la place. Ou si je pouvais, un soir, encore un soir, encore une heure, encore une larme de bonheur, une faveur, comme une fleur, un souffle, une erreur, un peu de nous, un rien de tout, pour tout se dire encore ou bien se taire en regard, juste un report, à peine encore, même s'il est tard. C'est pas grand-chose, rien qu'une pause, que le temps les horloges se reposent et caresser, juste un baiser, un baiser. Si je pouvais.
Wow, what a lovely emotional sort of performance from Hendy there, and some nice sort of technical moves, some fast moves, and really nice sort of control she had there. But that music obviously had different phrasing and changes in it. It's very hard, isn't it, Ashley, to find the right bit of music for you and the dog?
Yes, you definitely have to find a piece of music that suits both of you. So, like we saw with our first competitors, quite an energetic dog, so choosing that energetic, fun, bouncy music really suited them. I often find as well contemporary routines and music like that make you a little bit more vulnerable, I think, because your moves have to be really precise, because any mistake that is made, the judges can really see. So I really enjoyed it. It was something different, maybe not a routine that I would be doing particularly myself, but I think that's why I enjoyed it.
That's right, and I agree, it's not a style that I personally would do, but this handler obviously carries it off. She had those movements, her fluid movements. You know, she obviously perhaps is from a dance background, because you could just tell from the way her movement was, it really suited this track of music.
Yes, absolutely. I am intrigued to see how the judges have scored this one.
So we have Marianne and that lovely Vega in on 26.50. So we're already got a 9 on the board there, so that's good. So I think the judges have got a bit of a task today, because 2 dogs already and the standard looks quite good.
Yes, I'm excited now. The competition is really going to start hotting up.
And look at that, there's 9.3 for interpretation. Whoa, into second place. Look how close that is.
That is close.
26.37, just like yesterday. We had 3 dogs very, very close together in the marks. And so it's really nice to start the freestyle, international freestyle competition with 2 very different routines. And so it's really exciting to see what we've got coming next. And here we have Louise, all the way from Denmark, with her 4-year-old Australian Shepherd. And this is Sherry. They're going to be performing to Revenge Is Going to Be Mine. So they look like they're setting the scene there. Let's see what they can do for us today.
Pirate, are you the captain of a ship called the Jolly Roger? I am. Allow me to introduce myself. Captain Hook. It's just a taste.
My dear prince and princess, your offer is meaningless. Don't give a damn about your rank. The gold in your sack, well, it isn't worth jack. I should make you fools go up the plank. Your riches would fill other pirates with glee, but none of those pirates are me. They're not me. Sing yo-ho, keep your jewels divine. Yo-ho, and your manners refined. 'Cause even more precious than Roman is mine is revenge, 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 and it's gonna be mine. Revenge, revenge, revenge is gonna be mine.
Revenge? On who? Just wait for the second verse, love.
Town that I plunder, I leave torn asunder. A pirate's life is one to love. And yet my heart's hardened as hard as a rock. Won't rest till I've skinned me a croc. Sing yo-ho, you can beg, plead and whine. But yo-ho, you are wasting your time. That croc in my hand, wanna tear out a spine. Revenge, revenge, revenge is gonna be mine. Revenge, revenge, revenge is gonna be mine.
Let's go.
Wait, you want revenge on a crocodile for taking your hand?
Yeah, afraid he did more than that.
Once I sailed toward a horizon where I might find happiness waiting, until that croc destroyed my life and filled me with hate unabating. Some say let it go, but I say hell no. I'm finally on the right path. Soon the dark one will feel the fire of this pirate's wrath.
Well, what a happy Australian Shepherd. That characteristic smile on her face, tail up and wagging throughout the routine. A different style of routine there, Ashley.
Yes, again, even slower this time. But like we said earlier, it really did suit that dog. It was a slightly heavier dog. You realistically don't want to be putting a dog that heavy doing too much on their back legs or jumping, because they probably don't have as much stamina. So you want to keep their energy up, doing moves that they're happy, like running around, those props like they're doing right there. One move that I really liked was when he put his hind back legs on her feet. I thought that was something unique and different that we haven't seen before.
Yes, it is, and I was surprised that the audience didn't perhaps give that a clap. But then, of course, you've got to remember in this arena, everybody sat well away, so although the judges could see that, perhaps the audience couldn't see it quite so well, and also the audience can sometimes appreciate a move which perhaps isn't quite as technical as others.
When they look finished and polished, particularly at this level, and whether they're even being re-cued. You know, if they have to be re-cued, the dog's not responded at that time. So you're looking for all that ultimate round. So you cue it, they do it, and they do it nice, sharp.
Okay, so you're looking for those small details.
Yes, at this level, it's small details, yes.
Small details. Do they need to be told again? Are they in quite the right position? And are there set positions that they need to integrate into the routine that you're
Not in
looking for?
freestyle, no, as long as they don't do any band moves that we have here. And all the moves are appropriate for the dog. And also you're looking for it to sort of linking with the theme that they're choosing to do, yeah, so.
Brilliant, it's fascinating. Thank you so much. We'll go back to our competition. Thank you. We'll leave you to your judging. Thank you, everybody.
So
Big
a nice mix of moves we saw there, some facing away from the handler, which will be classed as advanced. But most of all, the dog's still looking like it was enjoying itself. And that's what you want to see when the dog is out there, isn't it, Ashley? A dog really enjoying itself.
Absolutely. A happy dog. That's what we are looking for.
And some good marks coming in there in the 8s. Perhaps not so much distance work in this routine. Perhaps that's why the judges had the content down a little bit. But the deductions, that's only if the dog makes any noise, and there certainly wasn't any noise there. But 24.43 is actually a really good score, and it shows how good our first two was. And now we've got one of the smallest dogs in this competition. It's from Switzerland. It's a little Chihuahua called Joya with her handler Karen. And Karen is actually, when she was younger, did 10 years of ballet, and I think that has inspired this routine to Swan Lake. What a fantastic ending, and I think that's going to be a crowd favourite. Just showing you that just because it's a small dog, it can still compete at this level. Does it actually make you want to go and get a Chihuahua?
Absolutely. I want a Chihuahua now. Yeah, and it really does show that any dog can do Heelwork To music. What I really love then is that she used the dog size to her advantage. So some of those moves that we saw where she picked the dog up with both of her hands, obviously we're not going to be doing that with a Border Collie or bigger breeds. So she's really using the dog size to her advantage, and what a great little character.
And a great little pose there onto her back foot. I don't think I'll be doing that in the next routine. I'm not that flexible. But also, it's just great, this little dog's character. That tail was wagging. It set off round in a big circle and was doing some distance work by running around in that big circle. And some great little highlights. And just the joyous look at that dog. I mean, it's a great name for a little dog. She's called Joya. And she is 9 years old.
Wow.
So for a 9-year-old Chihuahua, I tell you, that is amazing. Now, what will the judges think?
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for this one. I know I shouldn't be biased, but...
I know, I can't help it. Having been actually in the main arena myself with a Chihuahua, then I must admit I'm rooting for it. So we're into the 8s there. Some 8s again, hopefully, for the accuracy. Oh, just a little bit down for the interpretation. An 8.9 from Kim, 8.7 from V, and 8.4 from Cass. So they really like the interpretation there, and it just shows you the wide variety of music, doesn't it, Ashley, that you can use. And if you find that right piece, I mean, that just suited them, didn't it?
Absolutely. I thought when that dog was trotting along, they just looked so in sync. Like, when the dog was moving, it looked like it was dancing itself, and it really just went with that beautiful classical music. Totally suited them.
So they've gone into 3rd place.
So next in our international freestyle,
so after that tiny little Chihuahua with that wagging tail, we now have our winner from Thursday representing the United Kingdom. This is Nikki with Elsa, and I'm sure she's got a lot of support in the audience today. And if you haven't seen this, it's a real treat. Nikki and Elsa won back in 2020, so it was their 2nd win. Performing to a song from Annie. Let's watch what they can do for us today. They've had a very busy time.
It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Static 3 days, we get drinks. Static says we get drinks. It's the hard knock life. life for us is the hard knock life for us. Static treated, we get tricked. Static says we get picked. It's the hard knock life. Got a ghost to speak of, so it's a hard knock road. We all clap again. Stand up, full empty bellies. Stand up, full. It's the hard knock life. Don't it feel like the wind is always howling? Don't it seem like there's never any light? Once a day, don't you want to throw the towel in? It's easier than putting up a fight. No one's there when your dreams at night get creepy. No one cares if you grow or if you shrink. No one dries when your eyes get red and weepy. From the climb, you would think you could sing. Empty belly life, rotten smelly life, full of sorrow life, no tomorrow life. Santa Claus we never see. Santa Claus, what's that? Who's he? No one cares for you, us, bitch. When you're in an orphanage, it's a hard knock life. Shines like the top of the Chrysler Building. Yank the whiskers from her chin. Shower with a safety pin. Make her drink a Mickey Finn. Nobody loves I love you, Miss Amian. Yes, we were.
Well, what energy from that team. That dog has been in both finals over the first 2 days. This is the third time this dog is in the ring. I mean, just so much energy that dog has got. And these two, they have such a great bond between them. And this sport is such a great way of making a bond with your dog, isn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely, and that really highlighted in that routine there. Like you said, day 3 of competition for these two. So it really does go to show that these dogs are at the top of their fitness level, and they have to be, because 4 minutes is a long time for a dog to keep their concentration on you, not get distracted by the huge crowds that we have here at Crufts today, as well as being accurate in their routine. It's a lot we're asking from them.
There is, and there was a wide variety of moves there, and as I said, on Thursday we had some bucketography, with lots of things done with the buckets there, and the props should be used several times within the routine. The judges are going to be looking at how many times the props were used, and I think every prop there was used a couple of times, and so they were going to be analysing the content and flow. Did it flow from one move to the other? Was it just a series of disjointed tricks? And yes, it was fast and furious, but was it accurate? And did you like that music?
I did. Yeah, definitely. I think with Heelwork To music, we've heard that song quite a few times, but it is down to how you, the handler, and the dog interpret it. And also, using your positives to work with in the routine.
Yes, and it's all about creating a routine that you sell your dog basically to the judges. So in freestyle there isn't any required moves, and you can see already we're into the 9s there with V. Richardson, and a little lower there for the accuracy, but still interpretation into the 9s again. And I'm not sure, I don't expect there'll be any deductions. I didn't see any barking or noise. And into second place with 26.43. How close is this?
That is close.
We've got our first place dog, which was the very first dog in the ring doing Aladdin, Vega on 26.50. Then we have in second place now Nikki and Elsa on 26.43, and then Hendy from France in 26.37. So see how tight it is at the top. So here we have Cora with Little Steps, the Papillon from Germany. They're going to be performing to Puff the Magic Dragon. Wow, let's see what they're going to do for us today.
This is a fairy tale about a big dragon, a little boy called Jackie Paper, and the story is called Puff the Magic Dragon. Little Jackie Paper loved that rascal Puff, and brought him strings and sealing wax and other fancy stuff. Puff the Magic Dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. Puff the Magic Dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. Together they would travel in a boat or beloved sails. Jackie kept a lookout perch on Puff's gigantic tail. Noble kings and princes would bow wherever they came. Pirate ships lowered down their sails as Puff roared out his name. So Puff the Magic Dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. Now dragons live forever, but not so little boys. Painted strings and sealing bags make way for other toys. And one gray night it happened, Jackie Paper came no more, and Puff that mighty dragon, he ceased his fearless roar. His head was bent in sorrow, teardrops fell like rain. Without his all best friend, Puff could not be great. So Puff, that mighty dragon, sadly slipped into his cave. Oh, Puff the Magic Dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. Puff the Magic Dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu.
Ah, lovely ending from Little Steps there, 10 years old, Little Papillon. And what I love there is I've seen Cora work before, and she always has such a lovely sympathetic way she works with the dogs. And little steps there, performing very nicely to Puff the Magic Dragon. Did you like that track?
I did. I don't think it would be a track that I would personally use, but I think it really, really suited him. Little steps there. And I can't believe he's 10 years old, bless him.
Yes, and this little dog has been to many world championships and Europeans, and again, is another one that's coming towards retirement.
Oh, it's so sad when we have to retire them, and especially for Heelwork To Music, because it takes so many years to get them up to this advanced level. Firstly, we've got to train them the separate moves, then start putting moves together, putting routines together.
So how happy the dogs are. I mean, it's amazing. So we also heard from Kim earlier about accuracy. And what I was wondering is, how do you marry those two things up? How do you get the joy, the enthusiasm, but also make sure that the dog's accurate in its movements?
It's very fine tuning. Obviously, everything here is done by positive reinforcement. So there's a lot of toy and play involved in the training, which helps create a really happy dog. But then you've got to be careful that it's not overdone and you get a dog that's over the top in this completely different environment. But yes, when the handlers relax, the handlers enjoying themselves, it's terrific to see that amazing bond between handler and dog as they work out there.
Absolutely, and I think that's definitely coming across, absolutely, that relationship between the dog and the handler. And do you have to change things for the different breeds, or even the different types of characters within the dogs? Does that make a difference?
Yes, very definitely. You know, we hope that people will showcase moves that are very appropriate to their own dogs, which is lovely. So we're seeing unique moves for little dogs and moves that suit bigger dogs, which is what helps the variety of the sport.
Yeah.
And yes, that's important.
That's brilliant. It's absolutely wonderful to see such an inclusive dog sport. It doesn't matter, we've seen tiny dogs, large dogs, it's absolutely wonderful. So thank you very much. Thank you. We'll let you get back to your judging. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And Viv making an excellent point there about the positive reinforcement that is used in this sport a lot. Lots of toys and treats to get these dogs to be so motivated, and that's a really important part, isn't it, Ashley, getting that motivation?
Yes, absolutely, and I think it's really important as well. They are dogs at the end of the day, and if they didn't want to do this or perform with you, they wouldn't. They would be off running away or going off and sniffing, so I think it's really important to highlight that.
Yes, and some nice scores coming in there for little steps. We're being really treated to some really great small dog routines today. 24 dead on into 6th place. Normally that is still a very good score, but today we're really being treated to some nice routines. And here we have our next beagle, which is running on number 8, and that is from Hungary. And this is Mia. Now, this little dog is actually Adrian's assistant's dog, so they have a very close bond. They're going to be performing to A Whole New World. So we wish them the best of luck.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Now I'm in a whole That's where we'll be. A thrilling chase,
A wondrous place for you and me.
Well, we're really being treated to a very good example in the last 3 dogs of the sort of wide variety of breeds that can succeed in this sport. And there you had a beagle, a hound breed, which you don't associate with training, but look what its drive and its attitude was. It was great to see, wasn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely, and I do strongly believe that Heelwork To Music is definitely one of our hardest dog sports out there. You really need the perfect combination between a dog that's enthusiastic, that loves what they do, but also calm enough to, one, carry out their positions and their tricks, not to bark. I think there might have been a little bit of a bark there. Hopefully there won't be any deductions though, but we'll have to wait and see for those all-important scores.
Yes, and these routines, if you've not seen the sport before, each of these moves that the handlers are doing have to be taught individually. Then they have to be started to be linked together. So this beagle is 9 years old, and it's taken 9 years of all these little bits of training, keep sort of building and building until we can get a routine like this. And that dog's done various routines over the years, and each one's built on the last one. So here we can see some nice scores coming in there. So not quite so high in the content. Perhaps the dog was a little bit closer to the handler, a little bit more, and not quite so far away in its moves and the technical moves. But still, again, a good score at 23.17. And it's just that, there's a lovely little 3-legged walk requiring great balance from the dog, but it's that tail wagging that I love to see.
Yes, look at how happy he is. He just loves what he's doing, and that is the most important thing here. Look at both of them smiling, looking at each other. I just love that look.
So, what will we see next? Ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask you, we have a lot of people in the corridors queuing to get
So we only have another 3 dogs to go. And we've got our leader on 26.50. That's the score to beat. So our next dog is from Belgium, and this is the handler's called Lutgaard, and the dog is called Fire and Ice von Alten Morgenstern. So very nice. And they're performing to a song we'll probably all know, You Raise Me Up.
Oh, I'm going to love this.
This team, it's their first time at Crufts. So hopefully they'll keep their nerves in check. This dog looks lovely and happy and confident. So let's see what they will do for us.
Christmas Day, the day that my father died. Daddy, I miss you. Will you help me out?
You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up. Just don't say not ikiru. Constant.
You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more
Well, an emotional performance there from Lute, and that was a good example of a handler who has edited the music and put in a little bit of speech in there, and that was because that was dedicated to her father who passed away, and you can see where they sort of took that inspiration from. And a nice sort of second half with some nice distance move there, wasn't there, during that routine?
Yes, what a beautiful routine, and really using all of the ring out there, which can be quite difficult to train for. And in this environment as well, Crufts, the world's greatest and biggest dog show, it's not something that's easy to train for, and using all of that distance, that nice big wide run round from the dog there. And another move that I really loved was when the dog turned its back away from the owner and just paused there for a second. Little moves like that show me that the dog is very well trained, very independent, and knows his job.
Yeah, and I feel the second half, you know, there was some lovely sort of very fluid, free sort of work. The dog wasn't stuck near the handler, and some nice sort of motions by the handler, but not too much that it overshadowed the dog, because the dog should always be the centre of the attention in these routines. So the handler can be expressive, but we don't want them to distract from the dog. And so there were some nice examples of emotional movements by the handler, but not overshadowing the dog. So we've got the scores in, and some 8s there and then 9s from V. Richardson. So we're looking to try and get above 26.50 if we want to go into the lead, but this is a good score. And so it goes into 4th place on 25.77. This is extremely close today. These dogs are all putting in very good performances.
That's what makes this so exciting, though, I think. Looking at those scores, they are so close together. I actually don't think I've ever seen the scores as close as this.
The international freestyle, it's always exciting because you just really don't know what the handlers are going to do. And here we have our running order 10, which is from Canada, Daiquiri. They are from Canada. And this is actually their very first freestyle competition.
Once I had a little dog, I called him Cracker Jack. He had a spot around one eye that looked just like a badge. His legs were way too long and he was awkward as could be. He wasn't much to look at, but he looked all right to me. I found him by the riverbank just wandering about. He was cold and hungry and his ribs were sticking out. I snapped my fingers, whistled when he came, I picked him up. I was just a kid and Cracker Jack was just a pup. I took him home and fed him till he couldn't eat no more. I took him to my room and put a blanket on the floor. After that, beside my bed is where he'd always sleep. Each night in my prayers I'd pray the Lord his soul to keep. Cracker Jack, the best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. A playmate, a companion, he was love and understanding. That was Cracker Jack. The best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. Everything a kid could want, I had in Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack would run to meet me after school each day. He'd jump and wag his tail and look at me as if to say, I love you and I missed you and I'm glad you're home again. I knew just how he felt, 'cause me and Cracker Jack was friends. Through the woods and fields we would often roam about. When we got in trouble, we would help each other out. I could run almost as fast as Cracker Jack could run. We had a lot in common and we had a lot of fun. Cracker Jack, the best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. A playmate, a companion, he was love and understanding. That was Cracker Jack. The best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. Everything a kid could want, I had in Cracker Jack. He was always with me when I was growing up. We shared each other's good times and we shared each other's love. He only lives in memories now, but often I think back to the days of childhood, the days of Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack, the best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. A playmate, a companion, he was love and understanding. That was Cracker Jack. The best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. Everything a kid could want, I had in Cracker Jack.
Well, Daiquiri, the Australian Shepherd there, performing to Cracker Jack, a great interpretation of the music. And this pair have been on America's Got Talent and Canada's Got Talent. I think you might know something about that, Ashley, being on a Got Talent programme.
Yes, just a little bit. Oh, wow. I absolutely love that routine. And do you know what? I wanted to be down there with them. And to me, that is something special. When you want to be a part of what they are producing right now, that is incredible.
And there were some lovely touches, wasn't there, with the leapfrogging.
Yes.
It's not difficult in a way, but it just fitted so well. And some great moves there that just fitted with that music. And if you were listening to those lyrics, it's important, isn't it, to bring those lyrics out?
Yeah, her timing with those lyrics and her moves were spot on, and the judges will really pick up on that. Like you said, the move of that jumping over each other's back there, it's not complicated, but also it's just something unique and special that you wouldn't normally see, and that makes a great routine.
We're nearly at the end of a fabulous competition, I
Yeah.
think you'll agree. And I've learned so much, and I'm sure our audience have as well, about Heelwork To music and freestyle. And I'm thinking a little bit about what's the difference between those two. Is it a little bit like, you know, we all watch Strictly, don't we?
Yep,
Is it a little bit like you've got your set dances, which may be your Heelwork To music, and your show dance right at the finale, which is something you can sort of put a bit more into? Is that a good comparison or not so much?
It's not quite that, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
All feedback's a gift, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Heelwork To music is a more controlled sort of routine because the dog's going to be in 8 positions around the body. It's more like dressage, put it that way. And I would liken the freestyle, which is what we've seen today, to more akin to the cross country. So you never know what's round the corner. But all in all, the moves should be matched with the music that you've chosen. They should be punctuated by the music. The music is a big part of this sport. Obviously, you've got a third of the marks for that. So you can put in an awful lot of content, but if it doesn't go with the music, then we can't score it that way. So it's a complicated sport to score. There are 27 elements that we're looking at.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No, and all of our handlers today, I think you'll agree, ladies and gentlemen, have made it look so easy, haven't they? It just looks effortless.
Yes.
Which is the skill in itself, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
it's harmony between the handler, the dog, and the music.
The three.
If you've got all three, your heart can melt.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your
okay.
comments. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all our judges, please, a round of applause. They've been fantastic all week. Thank you.
So there's some great points there made by Kath Hardman, and something there which is going to be interesting to see how they judged was the dog was asked to bark in the routine, and that's very rarely seen in routines, but I did notice the handler was indicating for the dog to bark, and I think it was relevant to the interpretation of the music at that point. So we'll have to see how the judges judged that. Did they judge it as a trick, as a move that the dog did? We'll come to that in a moment when we see the deductions, I think, Ashley.
Yes, I'm very, very intrigued. I actually think it's a really bold move that she did. Like you said, not seen. I've never seen it in a routine.
And some great scores coming in there, some high 8s and some 9s there. So musical interpretation looked pretty good to me. A 9.4 there. So, are we going for any deductions? It doesn't look like it at the moment. And yes, into first place. But is it into first place? Is that for definite? I tell you why, because in freestyle, when we've got dogs on joint scores, it's the musical interpretation mark which takes the dog into first place. So I'm not sure, because on my screen in front of me it still tells me that Marianne, with that lovely hairy border collie with Vega, is in first place. So that possibly means that Vega had a better musical interpretation mark. We're getting it all today, aren't we?
Oh, it's the drama, Richard. I'm loving it. It really fits in with the Heelwork To music routine and theme, doesn't it?
Yes, and we've only got one dog to go, and it's a Kelpie, and it's all the way from Sweden. They're going to be performing to the Snake Charmer medley. So do we think we're going to see a snake?
I'm hoping so. I'll be very disappointed if I don't.
Well, we were looking for the appearance of a snake, but actually Marta used the dog as the snake coming out of the basket, which was a great little touch there. And you're seeing all these lovely costumes people were wearing, and that was actually a good choice because it was a dark dog, and so you want to make this dog stand out, so the handler had light colours down sort of on her legs so that it really showed up the dog's movement and the moves it was doing near to her. What did you think of that one, Ashley?
I really enjoyed that routine, and what I was watching was actually the handler and her really discreet signals to her dogs. One move that I really liked that she did at the very, very beginning was the dog going up on their hind legs and her actually being lower than the dog. Now, in my personal opinion, I think that's a really advanced move. She's not helping the dog, she's not standing up, she's not giving the dog a signal.
No, it's very common to see dogs perhaps going onto the hind legs, and we don't like to see a lot of it, but you'll see the handler, if they indicate for it, they often hold their hand up high. And Ashley was making a good point there, is that when the handler's down on the floor and the hands are down lower than the dog, that really shows the dog knows the action to the command. So there was a really nice feel to that last routine and some reasonable scores coming in there. And a 9 for accuracy from Kath Hardman. And a 9.1 from Kath for interpretation. No deductions, 25.37 goes into 6th place. Well, what an international freestyle final we've had this year at Crufts. It's quite amazing. We've got really 2 dogs on 26.50, but Marianne and Vega, which that we would call a bearded collie, but it is a registered border collie. That dog is such a character, isn't it? And it had such fun out there in the ring today.
Absolutely, and to come out here in this competition, go first and hold on to that lead was incredible. But I mean, look at those scores, they are so close, and I was really looking forward to this competition. Just like everyone else, have had 2 years off now, and they definitely did not disappoint.
And Vega there, you know, going into retirement, this is her last international freestyle competition, and I really think we might see a few tears, I think, from Marianne. But there we have it confirmed. In first place, Very Vega with Marianne, and from Norway, and then very unlucky, but Stargate Shake and Sweet Tonic, Daiquiri with Jennifer from Canada, making all that long journey from Canada worthwhile. And considering Jennifer, they don't have a lot of competitions, if any, in Canada, so this was really her first competition. I mean, what a way to start your competition sort of journey to come to Crufts. I mean,
absolutely, the world's greatest and biggest dog show, first real competition, and to come second, I mean, incredible. There are the tears that you were talking about, Richard.
Yes, I wasn't surprised. Marianne has been around the show for the last few days, and I've known her from when I've been judging abroad as well, and she's got such a close bond with this dog. I mean, this dog is amazing, the distance work this dog can do, and it's made that journey from Norway all the worthwhile.
It's making me emotional.
Yes. And I think it's because we know the work that's gone into these dogs. These routines have taken many hours of planning and then training. It is almost like a full-time job, isn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely. I mean, looking at everyone down there, look at their dogs. They are a team, they are a partnership. And that's what it's all about, their bond, their relationship, and they, you know, look at the dogs just adoring their handlers.
And Nikki and Elsa there from the UK, I mean, for that dog to have, this is the 3rd day this dog has been performing, and it's still performed with that drive, that enthusiasm we love to see. And that's a testament to the training that Nikki's done with that dog, so that it didn't go, well, I've been in this ring, you know, 4 times already, because they do a spotlight performance later on in the day when they've won. So Nikki with Elsa's dog, Elsa has been in this ring 4 times already. That was her 5th performance today. To keep that standard up, to keep you know, up near the top, in the top 3 is amazing.
Yes, big well done to her and all of the competitors. I think we were given a proper show this afternoon.
So as I think I said earlier, I think the blue makeup is getting a little bit light around the eyes there because of the tears.
I want to give her a hug, bless her.
Yes. And there is the Australian Shepherd Dacre from Canada.
Look how happy Nikki looks.
Yes, and in 3rd place, Nikki and Elsa. Combine away wildest dreams. Well, we've really been treated to a wide variety of routines, and if you're interested in having a go with your dog, if you're watching this for the first time, do go off and have a look. If you're at Crufts, go and have a look at the Dog's Day Out and the Good Citizens Ring, at how you can get started in the demonstrations there, but also have a look at the Kennel Club website, and that will give you some ideas about how you can start in this great sport. What would your advice be to a new handler, Ashley, on getting into the sport?
Absolutely. First tip, think outside the box. Like we've seen today, all the different unique routines, moves, tricks, everything has to go with you and your dog. It's you and them as a team at the end of the day. Second big tip, just like you said, head to the Kennel Club page, and you will find all the information you need on there. And you might even see a video of me on there.
Well, you might. And it's a common thing that people think they've got to be a dancer. And
absolutely not.
And we were shown it there. You know, I'm no dancer myself. And that's why I tend to do a story-based routines. And there's something for everybody in this sport, isn't there?
Yes, just like you said, we were treated to some brilliant routines.
Yes, from Swan Lake to a pirate theme to an Aladdin. You couldn't have had a wider choice of music.
We're hearing there's a big queue, big line to get here to the arena. No surprise that. How excited are you really to have a look at the handlers of the future here, Graham? Always good to see the young people coming through.
It's fantastic. Week on, week out, we see these junior handlers competing on the senior circuit. There isn't a separate junior circuit, which is a shame, but it teaches them so much. It teaches them about dogs, how to interact with dogs, how to interact with their peers, how to interact with everybody, and just how to win, and especially how to lose as well. It is brilliant, 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 brilliant. If you've got children, got dogs, do agility.
And there's going to be a few thumping young hearts out there ready to perform in front of a packed arena too.
I should just say there are other dog sports available, Jim.
I know. You're Mr. Agility for me, always will be as well. So we welcome our judge, living in Wantage, Ryan Hennessy, our agility judge. Just let me remind you, sets the course. He's got 5 dogs at home, competes with one of them, Swayze, a grade 7 medium as well. Huge honour for him, for Ryan, to be asked to judge.
And he's come up through the YKC himself.
So the first of the small dogs to go is Lulu. The handler is Isabel. And it's an American Cocker Spaniel, 8 years of age. Quite unusual dog in agility. Lulu is his own dog, trained it herself. Just missing the final weave pole. Should we have another go or not? Yeah, we better had, you know.
Oh, and that's a shame. So she made a mistake at the end of the weaving poles and went and did the next obstacle before she'd completed them correctly. So that's an elimination. But they'll carry on, as you say. This is all really, really good experience for them. But I think we also need to remember we've got, you know, between 6 and 17 years of age competing here. And what an atmosphere this afternoon, Jim. It's packed out. So for handler and dog, it's a big, big thing and a big learning curve. But I do hope whatever happens when they finish, they've enjoyed themselves.
Absolutely right. And there's huge generosity and affection and sympathy from, I'm sure, a lot of you watching at home as well. And everybody here in the capacity crowd. That is Isabel and that is Lula, the 8-year-old American Cocker. Next up then is Mia and Zip, 5-year-old Shetland sheepdog. Medalled Mia, the handler, good all-round sports performer. Medalled in the Scottish Athletics Championships for the 200 metres and the shot put. And Mia now trying to guide Zip around the course. There's an early elimination there, which it won't be the last that we'll see, I'm sure, because they are essentially learning the craft and are now being thrust into the biggest stage of all on the green carpet at Crufts. This is Mia and Zip completing the course as always, waiting for the seesaw to go down and then hopping off it.
They love the attention, Shelties. Absolutely love it. Look at me. Look, I'm here, guys.
It was a sort of pause for the photographers. Have you got it? Have you got it? Okay.
Oh, wow. Great dog walk.
Fabulous dog walk, that from Mia and for Zip.
And this is the elimination. The dog just goes round and does the obstacle from the opposite side, which is elimination. But look at the face. She's still smiling, still loves that dog.
One more small dog to go after Poppy, 10-year-old crossbreed. Handler is Stephanie. First dog for Stephanie was a rescue, represented YKC Great Britain in Switzerland a few years ago, and came third in this main arena for the Agility Dog of the Year in 2020. So perhaps looking to improve on that. Just missed the white on the bottom of the A-frame. That's some more faults, moving it up to 10 faults. There's no point in being too censorious about what's happening out there now. They're doing really well, all of them. And this is a building up into a decent round as well. What about the dog walk at the end of it? Yep. Missed the white at the end of the dog walk. 5 more faults. A lot of promise in that round, Graham.
There is, and say it's unfortunately just a mistake there. But half of these people have got an eye on qualifying actually for the Junior World Championships later on this year.
Last of the small dogs. This is Bilbo, 9-year-old cross. What's all this about? Bilbo seems to be saying. Chloe is the handler. Oh, and there's Bilbo. Yeah. Well, is that enough? Have you got to do it again? You're not supposed to go back and do it again. So again, technically it is an elimination. And well, you can. Yeah, there's no problem. You can walk through the weaves. Why not? Have a little sniff round. No penalties there. Well, little Bilbo out for a walk in the Crufts main arena, and why not?
Now we're getting up at more speed. And I say, this is a confidence thing, really. I mean, these young handlers and the dogs have never seen anything like this or been in any sort of atmosphere like this at all. So my absolute respect to all of them. But as you can see, now we're getting used to the noise, we're getting used to the green carpet, we're getting used to the lights. Just as well they can't hear us, but they're doing really, really well. And I think we're going to have a big finish here.
Absolutely, Graham. What we are doing, we are laughing with them. We're not laughing at them. And they're having great fun on the round. And now the dog walk. And, well, it is a walk. I'm going to pitter-patter over it and hop on. Oh, no, I won't. I don't want this to finish. I'm enjoying it too much. Any chance of a bit more around here? Is there one more to go? Home we go. It's the Kennel Club. We won't forget them in a hurry. Chloe and Bilbo, the 9-year-old cross. Well done, both.
Yes, well done, Jim. And you say, look, he says, oh, look, what's that up there? People. And we did the weaving poles correctly. Well done. And I say, nice smile, nice bit of encouragement there from Ryan. He's been in this position himself in the main arena. I remember commentating on him years and years ago. He's now one of the top handlers, top judges in the country as well. And we usually try and encourage our handlers or our judges who have come up through the YKC to come back and actually judge them.
So the first of 3 medium dogs now. Mia, 6-year-old miniature poodle. Amelie, the handler, 2 agility dogs as Amelie, and has trained them both herself. Age group, to remind you, 12 to 17 years of age. That's a nifty little start by Mia. Or just clipped the end of the long jump, but got away with it. Back down again through the tunnel. Seesaw, got to touch the white at the start and at the end. Far end of the course, this will be a very decent round. This, you know, over the dog walk, 42.2 and faultless. The first clear round for Amelie and Mia, the miniature poodle.
Brilliant, well done, lovely round, well inside the course time there, making sure the dog gets that white bit. If it doesn't, it gets faulted, and she'll be really pleased with that, clapping her hands, saying, well done, mate, well done.
Elliot, 8-year-old working cocker. Handler is Taylor. Elliot is Taylor's own dog. She's trained him since she was 6 years of age. This is the 5th time these two have competed at Crufts together. So Taylor and Elliot know the way round this place. And they know they've had a clear round of 42 seconds in front of them. They will look to better that, and it's looking good at the moment. Sharp turns, pointing correctly towards the tunnel. Seesaw, that's fine at the end of that, over the IAMs as well. In and out of the tunnel very quickly. Top end of the course, this could threaten the best. How quickly will Elliot get over the dog walk, picking up 5 faults at the end of it? What a shame, because the time is so good. 39.7, Graham.
That was a shame. She handled that dog beautifully, left the dog in no doubt as to where she wanted it to go. But as I say, the dog's just got a fault, and she's there making a fantastic fuss of it. Well done to them.
Ting, Border Collie, handler Amelia. Ting is 9 years of age, started running her in 2018, did Amelia. 3rd time at Crufts together, qualified for 3 events and has competed for Team GB as well. So we could see something pretty tasty here from Ting and Amelia. Good so far, and a very respectable time too. That's really good, about the quickest we've seen over that seesaw. Oh, clipped the obstacle, got away with it over the dog walk. This is going to be good, you know, it's going to be good. 37.2 for Amelia and Ting. Top of the pile, Graham. Oh, how did that stay in tap, by the way?
Well, I know exactly how it stayed on. The agility gods were smiling on her. That's exactly what happened. Well done, Amelia. Know Amelia quite well, and she deserves all the success she gets here. Well done.
Just changing the heights now because we have 5 intermediate dogs to come.
So just watching here, you've got shots there of our intrepid ring party. Volunteers to a man, come here for 4 days, 5 days, and do an absolutely fantastic job all through the day.
Yeah, Crufts not possible without the splendid volunteers. Maddie, working sheepdog, 8 years of age. Handler is Sophie. Started agility when she was 11. Sophie about to sit at GCSEs now. Competing with Maddie for 5 years. And these two won last time. Missed last year, of course, as we all did. But looking in really sharp, enthusiastic form is Maddie. And the time is really good as well. Twisting into the tunnel in front of us. Seesaw absolutely fine. Sharp right-hander. Where now? The tunnel. Bit of hesitation, but still that time is really good. A big finish. They could do it again. What about the dog walk? Up and over. Touches the white at the end. They could do it again. They have done it again by a couple of seconds as well. Sophie and Maddie go clear, and by a big margin too, Graham.
It was well done, Sophie and Maddie. Great display of agility there. Just about got that white, but that's all you need. Just one paw will do. Handler is Mia.
Rosie, four-year-old Border Collie, just needing a little bit of calming down, a little bit of quietening down before Rosie gets things underway. Mia, the handler, and Rosie, and didn't seem to fancy it. I have to say, that doesn't come as any great surprise to me, that, Graham. Didn't really look in didn't really look in the mood to get on the stage.
Well, yeah, as I say, I said this before, it's such a big ask for these dogs and these handlers. They will not have seen anything like this at all. But she's done fantastically well. She's obviously a prize winner up at the YKC ring, but this was just a bit too much. But as I say, it's good experience. The dog, there she is. I'm not sure whether she's going to bring her back in. I hope she does. I hope she does. And she's looking a little bit upset, but she shouldn't be, because, as I say, this is her chance to just show what a fantastic dog this is. And as I say, to actually progress from the YKC ring here into the main ring, that's all that matters. And I think she'll probably just give her one more chance. Oh, yeah.
That's better. Well, a couple of jumps were done, and then...
No, I think I'm doing any more, she said.
No, and it's good to see her get another chance. But yeah, that can happen. No discredit. Not the first dog to do that either, by the way. Sometimes it gets to you. You're looking at Isabella and Dust, 9-year-old border collie, loves agility. Apparently you will hear this dog going round. Only met 8 months ago, these two, and it's been a crazy and fun journey ever since. Dust and Isabella. Oh dear, just got the weaves wrong there, and picks up 5 points. Have to enter those weaves from the right-hand side, remember. But a good jumping start, real speed as well. In front of us here, tight right-hander, back down through the tunnel. Seesaw, clamping down at the end of it. This is a really quick dog, this. It is Dust. Just the 5 faults so far. Loves that dog walk too. Good contact at the end. The Kennel Club as a finale. 35 is the quickest time, but the faults have hurt the ranking.
And this is where the problem starts. She goes really wide there and has to come in at an oblique angle and went in the second pole, which picked her up the refusal. Unlucky.
Penultimate intermediate dog. The Staffordshire Bull Terrier Cross Labrador. Handler is Isabella. Brilliant first agility dog this for little Isabella. Second time competing at Crufts. Milo is going to be 11 in a couple of months. Little Isabella, plenty of attitude there. Good on her. What a wonderful combination this is out there. Really good and precise. Time is good too. Faultless so far. Crowd warming to this one. Good contact at the end of the seesaw. Through the tunnel they come. It won't be the quickest, but it is a really endearing round, this, for Isabella and for Milo. Oh, terrific. Well done. Well done. Absolutely outstanding, Graham.
Do you know, Jim, that just about sums up agility for me. We see, you know, everything that goes on, the top quality competitions, but this just about sums up agility. It's a sport for all. Look at her. She's just telling that dog what to do. Don't you dare do anything else. Brilliant, 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 brilliant.
Last of the intermediate dogs is Zola, border collie. Gabrielle is the handler. Sleeps a lot and loves cuddles at home, but is a very nifty and noisy performer when it comes to agility. That's the right way to go into the weaves and the right way to negotiate the weaves as well. A-frame, pause at the top, pause at the bottom, but it's good. Long jump, that's fine as well. Cleared that by some distance. Oh dear, veered off course there, didn't. Still off course, took the jump. That's okay, so avoided the elimination, didn't come back and jump it again. Headed for that jump again, picking up some more faults along the way. Slightly frantic round this, but... And we come towards the end, and the dog walk. That's, oh, little pause at the dog walk. You've got one more to go. You've got one more to go, Zola. Zola, one more to go. Zola. Done it.
Yeah, and the issue was that the handler had changed behind the dog as it went up, so the dog was expecting to see her on the other side. And we do teach our dogs to stop on the end of dog walks. It came off, went back on, so picked up an elimination. And then with all the noise that's going on in here, the dog probably did not hear the handler saying, come on. She was waiting for a release command. Well done.
A Labradoodle, Rolly, handler Morgan, rescued at the age of 2, 4th home this, and Morgan originally started agility because they wanted to tire him out. And Rolly and Morgan's 2nd time at Crufts, the Labradoodle. While we're watching this, I know a lot of you at home that your dogs enjoy sitting in front of the televisions, watching their relations take part at Crufts. Huge enjoyment, and a special warm welcome to all our canine viewers wherever you are. Not often I say that. Good round this for Morgan and for Roddy. It's a clear round at the moment, and it will be a clear round. Yep, 44.7 up into the top 4.
Well done, Morgan. Great round there. And you see under Rocking Rolo, Kennel Club name, all the dogs here are registered, have to be registered with the Kennel Club, either on the breed or the activities register, but well done to them.
This is Wilf, 10 years of age, Border Collie, going to be retiring after Crufts. Handler is Ruby. Great to have one more run with Wilf. Wilf has made an impressive start, zipping over the long jump. Tight turn through the tunnel. Big sound going into the tunnel. Good on that seesaw. We twist now for the finale, and this will be a very good time as well. And it's a clear round 2 for Ruby and for Wilf. Good stuff, 39.5 and clear. And that's good enough for the top 3. Well done, Ruby. Well done, Wolf.
Very good. You consider this dog's 10 years of age. It's doing really, really well. Lots of enthusiasm. Great big smile on her face. Is she happy? As I like to say, you bet your life she is.
Daniel, 4 years of age, Border Collie. Handler Marianne, penultimate large dog. Huge excitement for Marianne getting the chance to run Daniel at Crufts. Daniel. The time they want to be about 35, 37 seconds and clear. That will be the object anyway. 1 to go after this of the large dogs. And it's good at the moment, and it's quick, and it is clear for Marianne. This could be the best. It's really good at the minute. Oh, look at that over the dog walk too. 33.3. Fantastic. It is the best, number 1. What a flying finish over the dog walk from Daniel and from Marianne too. Absolute joy and elation. Thoroughly deserved as well. You can't do better than that.
This is good enough to win any competition, let alone a young Kennel Club competition. And as you say, there's no words to just sum up how happy that young lady is at the moment. And she'll take that memory away with her forever. Brilliant, 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 brilliant.
Last large dog, Isabella, the handler. Rue is the dog. Reduced vision in one eye has Rue, 8-year-old collie cross retriever. The last of the large dogs. Looking for something. 33, 35, 37 to get into the top 3. Might not quite have the pace to do that, but it's a good round so far, and it's a clear round so far too. Really good, really precise work this. That is a really good round. My goodness me, excellent. 38 seconds for Rue and for Isabella, up into the top 4. What a good finale this has been. So impressed with the young handlers here today, Graham.
Yes, they're the future of agility.
Absolutely.
And they've done fantastically well. Big atmosphere here, capacity crowd. I can't tell you how impressed I am with them, and my hat's off to them. Great respect.
So checking the result for you then. One Marianne with Daniel. Second was Sophie with Maddie. And third, Amelia and Ting, the Border Collie. And we will complete the rest for you. Great credit, great admiration, really, for all those young handlers. A terrific advertisement for the YKC, the Young Kennel Club.
And we are delighted to be joined by Royal Canon and Tony Alcock, OBE, the chairman of the Kennel Club. So welcome in all of the Young Kennel Club Agility Dog of the Year finalists. Our winner is Marianne Bayliss and Lil Hayes Spring Dancer.
To Marianne with her Border Collie Daniel, 4 years of age. Presentation being made by Mr. Tony Alcock, OBE, chairman of the Kennel Club. And I think she stopped crying now, and that was crying with happiness, I think. So brilliant, brilliant. Silverware trophies. Didn't they do a great job, everybody? Brilliant competition, loved it. And in second place there was Sophie with Maddie, 8-year-old working sheepdog. She was last year's winner. And the presentation to her been made by Jonathan Wolstenholme from Royal Canin. Great supporter of the Kennel Club and agility. And it's lap of honour for all the competitors, making sure that we don't break any glassware. And they are being clapped out by this capacity crowd, who really, really did enjoy that Young Kennel Club competition.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I'd say Ken just lost his sight. I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfect playmate.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that are in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him. And he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, it's just the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden. The 2 bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking, and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily, the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house, and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewie never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Play. Sorry. With Chewie, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and tuck herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that was probably the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal. But even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives them more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athetoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well. Stretch your arms up, stretch both arms up in the air. Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way. Don't you? Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
Because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. Does she enjoy it, don't you? Yeah.
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good evening and a very warm welcome to Crufts Best in Show Night 2022. Before we start the amazing nights celebrating healthy, happy dogs and man's best friend, we have to remember the dreadful scenes that are happening in the Ukraine. And the Kennel Club Charitable Trust and the Kennel Club started the ball rolling with 2 donations, both of £25,000. You can still donate, and the money is ring-fenced until March the 13th. The money will then be transferred to the FCI, the FIFA of dogdom. And they have very good contacts in Eastern Europe, and they can get the money to the dogs and their owners. And we're about to see a piece of footage that we got yesterday from Kiev and from the president of the FCI. It is open until the 13th of March, and our very grateful thanks indeed to the Kennel Club Charitable Trust and to the Kennel Club for starting this amazing campaign. We will be giving you a figure very shortly, but it is a truly amazing figure. Let's now have a look at some of the scenes that are happening in the Ukraine right now.
The Kennel Club is absolutely shocked and horrified by the awful situation in Ukraine and the impact it's having on people and their dogs. And we want to do something really practical to help. So the Kennel Club Charitable Trust has set up the Ukraine Appeal for Donations, and both the Trust and the Kennel Club have donated a start-up fund of £50,000 to get that going. And how it will work is that money will be donated to the FCI, which is the umbrella organisation for kennel clubs with connections in Ukraine and the neighbouring countries that have brought in so many refugees and their dogs. But I can stand here and talk about that. But we've been in touch with Yulia, who's actually in Kyiv at the moment with her dog, and she's a member of our canine community. So I think it's best if we listen to Yulia, and that will really demonstrate why this money and why these donations are so badly needed at this time.
Yulia, it is great to see you. Can you give me a sense of what it is like for you and for other dog owners in Kyiv at the moment?
It is rather hard now in Kyiv because many people are in shelters. Many people had to leave their places. Not all people, of course, leave their animals. No. Like we say, we don't leave ours. We are always together. There are thousands of animals who need help. They have no food. We shall have -10, -20 temperature. This week it will be very cold. So they very much need help, and we need to solve the problem how to give them food also. Food and medicines, this is what they need. Of course, our hope is that all of this going around, that this war, this is really a war, that it will stop. We are Ukrainians. We are really free people, and we are one nation. I can proudly say that I am Ukrainian, and I want to live on my earth. I will not go from here anyway. If I have to die here, I shall die here. We will not leave our dogs. And we ask God to finish all this and to have a more brilliant country, a new one.
There's lots of support for all dog lovers in the UK for you, Yulia, and the work that you're doing. And there's a lot of love coming over to the Ukraine. What does that mean to you?
It makes us stronger. Because when you know and when you feel that other people support you, that they pray for you, you really feel stronger and you continue fighting.
Thank you to everybody supporting our Solidarity for Ukraine appeal, collecting and raising money and to send to us for further use. Also, I especially thank to the Kennel Club Charitable Trust to participate in this very generous action. We make it absolutely sure this fund and this donation will get to the people and animals who really need it in the ground.
People can help in two ways. They can go onto the Kennel Club Charitable Trust website and donate there online, or if you're at Crufts, there are numerous collection boxes on stands throughout the venue, and any monies donated, we will make sure they go to where they're needed most, and we really do appreciate your generosity.
It is thanks to you. And we know that times are really difficult at the moment. And we would ask that you could give as generously as you are able. But it is thanks to you, and this campaign started, what, 7 days ago now, that I can tell you, thanks to the breed clubs, the championship shows, your incredible generosity here at Crufts, the Kennel Club Charitable Trust, and the Kennel Club, that I can promise you here and now that over £100,000 is going to their dogs and their owners in the Ukraine on the 13th of March. I think we can give that another round of applause, don't you, ladies and gentlemen? As we set the scene now for the most famous nights of them all, that is Crufts 2022. In the 70th year of Her Majesty the Queen's reign, may we ask you now to please stand for the national anthem. The magic is returning to the Resorts World Arena. We have the Agility Championship, we have the Gamekeepers, we have so much more with our hero dogs and everything else, the Gundog group, and then, of course, Crufts Best in Show 2022. It is so good to be able to say this, it really is. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very special welcome and a very good evening and welcome to Crufts Best in Show 2022. where every single dog has its day. Give that VT a round of applause. It just shows you how very important it is. Performing the first on 3 occasions here on Crufts Best in Show Night, we are delighted to welcome the granddaughter of a former chairman of Crufts to perform for us here tonight, Mercé Dilette. Put your hands together and welcome Augusta Hebbert.
Mece di legge amiche, di cui leggiadri fior, il caro dono immagine del vostro bel candor. Sei fortunato e ricco che ne prepara amore, se vai ricca di bruno e voti felice al cuore. Mece del dono, mece del dono a sé, a sé.
What a way to start Best in Show Night. Let's give her another big round of applause. Augusta Hebbert. Our very grateful thanks indeed to you, Move, for supporting the agility here at Crufts. And in a few moments...
Claire, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ashley, as well. Welcome to the main arena. Welcome back. Absolutely packed as we look forward to a terrific climax to what has been a wonderful Crufts 2022. It is the Agility Championship. We had, as we said, the jumping this morning. We've had the agility, and the best of the best have now come through the combined scores to give us the final tonight. Here is the animation. On you go, Graham.
Great course this. It starts off jump, dog walk. The most difficult part now is going to be for the handlers who have to avoid the tunnel. They're not allowed to jump the tunnel. They'll turn right-handed over 3 and 4, fairly straightforward. They come to the seesaw. This is a test of control and confidence. It must touch the ground before they get off. And now they turn right-handed across the face of the dog walk there. And they're coming now towards one of the most difficult parts of the course. After number 9, they've got to pull in sharp tight and avoid those weaving poles. Over 10, through the tunnel. And now they're going to turn left-handed now. So lots of left and right turns in this. 13, 14, really quick section. And now after a really quick section, a difficult bit. They've got to avoid the jump you can just see on the right-hand side into 15. They'll go over 16, and they've got to go really tight around there. The tighter, the better as they can. 17, really quick, straight finished out. It's just what we want. Get a bit of speed up over the long jump, the last jump, and easy peasy, Jim.
How would you describe the course in one word, Graham?
Fabulous.
Excellent, that'll do for me. Just to mark your card, by the way, the first 5 competitors here cannot win this because only 50% of the original entry of 11 can qualify. So we will see the first 5 in action, but we know they cannot win. But it's great to see them here, and they are all high-quality dogs. I have to say the overall standard of the agility that we've seen here since Thursday has been quite exceptional. Gets better and better. And Graham, you as an agility expert, I'm sure you will underline that as well, as we welcome Peter Elms, our judge, who of course has set the course as well.
Yes, I'm just going to give you a quick word about Peter. Culmination of anybody's judging career is to judge the championship at Crufts. Can't get any better than that. Peter's done an absolutely fantastic job. Been a great servant of agility throughout the years, and it's an honour that he thoroughly deserves.
And a lot of the entertainment that we get is down to the quality of the course, and Peter Elms has set what Graham has described as a fabulous course. First to go, Alan Wildman and Zing, the Border Collie, runners-up in Friday's singles. They were eliminated this morning, though, but they're still capable of performing outstandingly well and laying down a marker. This the first of 11 intermediate dogs. Away we go then, the first of 11 intermediate dogs. Alan Wildman and Zing getting off to a flying start as well. This the intermediate final. Good contact at the end of the A-frame. Going through the tunnel, listen to those sound effects there. Pointing towards the second tunnel as well. Good stuff from Alan, good stuff from Zing too. A little reminder, one of the 5 dogs who cannot win, but that doesn't stop them giving it absolutely everything on the biggest stage of all, and that really is good. 32.1 and clear, Graham.
Fabulous start there. Just showing them what we can do, and that's just set the standard, so we need to be keeping an eye on the clock as I go around now and to see if they can do better than that. But just a reminder, he cannot win. But look at that, 2-footing through the weaves. Absolutely fabulous.
We have 11 dogs taking part in this competition, but only our last 6 will count towards the championship.
You're looking at Fleck, Border Collie, and Stephen Seal won the singles jumping on Friday, but eliminated in the jumping this morning. So another combination that cannot win, but doesn't lessen the enjoyment and doesn't lessen the commitment either. Picking up 5 faults at the end of the dog walk, missed the contact point there. Seesaw is good, over the I-ams on that far side. Here's the A-frame, good contact at the bottom of that. Again, that's a tight right-hander right in front of our commentary position. Through that first tunnel, and the second as well. Great images and great sounds going through those tunnels. And faults have to start again. That will compromise the round. Probably enter those weaves from the wrong side. We'll confirm that with Graham at the end of this. And picking up 10 faults, 35.4, Graham.
Still very nice round there by Steve. Just picking up the 10 faults. The first of them came at the end of the dog walk. They must touch the white bit, otherwise they get penalised. And you can see just missed it there. It was very, very close. Oh, it was close. That's why we have the best judges in the world.
Last intermediate. This is Sophie Bolchin, by the way, not quite the last, but a couple more to go. Lexia, 8-year-old Border Collie, 16 times at Crufts for Sophie. Lexi's second time in the main ring, and starting off pretty well is Lexi, pairing from Guildford. 8 years of age, Lexi, looking very much in her prime. Got to enter those reeds from the right-hand side, remember. That's a tight turn. Good work this from Lexi and from Sophie. 33.7 and clear, and that's up into around second place, but of course they cannot win these pairings yet. Go on, Graham.
Great style through the weaving poles there. They'll be very pleased as they come through the tyre. Yes, see the great big smile on her face. That's what agility is all about. We love it.
Phoebe, young dog, 3 years of age, improving rapidly, very quick, prone to the odd mistake. Handler Tony Smith came third in the jumping this morning, combination from Nottingham. See what I mean? Really rapid, too rapid over the dog walk, missed the contact point at the end of it. Seesaw, got that contact fine, over the IAMs, here's the A-frame, touching the contact point there perfectly. Just the 5 faults so far. This is a really promising dog. The next round we have, I'll ask Graham to take you round it and pointing out the intricacies of this course. Good time though, really good performance. We'll see more of Phoebe in the future, I am sure. 31 and just the 5 faults, Graham.
We are young dog to be in the championship, only 3 years of age. And there we are, fairly easy decision for the judge.
This is Gamble Stephen Richardson, third overall in Friday's singles, eliminated in the agility, the last one that can't win. First in the jumping this morning, though. On you go, Graham.
It was guaranteed that Stephen here will attack this course, and you can hear the enthusiasm, but in the enthusiasm, he's missed the down on the dog walk. However, he will keep going because you just don't know what's happened. There's only a few more dogs to come after him. That's the most difficult part of the course. Now he'll keep his right arm out. There we go. Into that tunnel. Now another difficult section. They've got to wrap round that first pole. Brilliantly done. In and out until they complete them correctly. Sharp turn round 16 as we come now for the final long, fast finish. Brilliant round. Well done. 5 faults, 31, 9 to 1.
Fine work from Stephen and from Gamble. Totally committed. Just picking up the points. Got to hit that white bit at the end of the dog walk.
Okay, so we are into the last 6 dogs of this competition, and these are the dogs that are competing.
The first of the 6 dogs who can win. The first 5, to reminder, couldn't, because only 50% of the original entry could qualify. This is Bright Border Collie, Joanne Tristram from Cam in Gloucestershire. First of our genuine contenders this evening. All pretty good so far. Joanne and Bright, good time, clear. Ooh, no, missed the entry into the weaves. That's a shame, just missed that first. Has to go back and start again. And of course, the clock ticks away remorselessly, looking for a big finish over the long jump and the time. 36.4 and just the 5 faults at that weave.
Just the annoying fault on the weaves here. The dog wraps it round the first pole and unfortunately doesn't make the second one. And she, because it's a refusal, she has to go back and start again.
This is Dream, 8-year-old Border Collie, and Sarah Bacon. Second appearance at the Crufts Championship. Sarah has been doing this for quite a while, since she was 15 years of age, picking up faults early on, though. Oh, and 5 more there, just clip that jump. Beautiful looking dog, though, this one. Graham, plenty of enthusiasm, plenty of pace. That's the way to go into the weaves from the right-hand side, and that's the way to go through the weaves. Absolute perfect example, that. Coming towards the finale here in front of us. Over that long jump and through the tyre. 33.7 and the 10 faults for Sarah and Dream.
just picking up 10 faults there. The quality of this field is actually making these people push and push just a little bit more than they would. And it's, of course, I've never known quite so many dog walk issues as we've had here today. And there we see the pole going down. They're made of plastic, so again, there's going to be no chance of injuries.
Popular dog this, Pebbles. Handler Natasha Wise. They were sensational winner of Friday's singles. They won the agility as well. Big contenders for the big prize this afternoon, Natasha Wise and Pebbles. Excellent combination. Seesaw is good. Go, 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 says Natasha. A-frame, good too. Lovely contact at the bottom of the A-frame. Good tight right-hander in front of us as well. This is shaping up into the best that we have seen yet. Again, what about the weaves? Yep, in from the right, quickly through as well. Great encouragement from Natasha. This could be the one to beat at the moment. Over that long jump, through the tyre. 32.2 and clear. Screams from Natasha Wise and Pebbles. Beat that, the rest of you.
Immediately she finishes, she gets the toy out. That is the dog's sole purpose for doing agility, gets that reward. Brilliant. Always one thing you're going to get with Natasha is 110% effort.
10 years of age this month. Image, the Border Collie, and Sean Illingworth. Nothing to prove. Likely to be her swan song at Crufts. This beautiful dog. Oh, that was quick over the dog walk. Made contact. I almost missed it, I have to say, at the bottom of that. Over the IAMs at the far end of the course. Coming towards us now. Good work over the A-frame too. Just picking up 5 faults there. Shame. Still in contention though. Thundering through the tunnel goes Image. Picking off those weaves as well. Great turn. This time is going to be absolutely outstanding. She picked up the 5 faults, but it really is good. 32.8 and just the 5 faults for Sean. Second place as things stand.
Great effort there from Sean, always, as I say, gives it her all. And you can just see how difficult it is for the judges. This is almost in slow motion, but the dog did get it with its back feet. And there's the pole that's cost them the 5 faults.
Penultimate dog, Fate, Border Collie, 5 years of age, and Stephanie Best, third in the agility this afternoon. Remember, the best time is 32.2 and clear. Quite amazing dog, this one. First agility champion for Stephanie. Second time at Crufts, has qualified for everything possible. What can Fate do here? At the moment, it is all going according to plan. It's all going well, and it's all going very speedily as well. Stephanie pointing the right way. That is terrific from Fate through the weaves. Again, Stephanie in front, no problem, the dog knowing where to go. It's a good time. Well done indeed. 32.5 from Stephanie and from Fate. It's clear, it's second at the moment.
It is second, but only by 0.3 of a second, and this course is probably well over 100 metres, so that's just brilliant agility. Little bit of a wide turn, I think there, probably just about cost her, and takes off really nicely for that tyre.
Zest, the last dog to go, and Nicola Wildman. 6 years of age, Border Collie, runner-up in the jumping, runner-up in the agility. Can she go one better this time round? Over that U-move jump, over the seesaw. Great jumping style and that pace too. Going really well so far. Nicola and Zest flying through the tunnel. Quick turn, beautiful leap that. This is a sensational round at the moment, and it is really quick. Hardly any second drop. Will they beat that time? Will they come through and nick it at the end? Okay, over that long jump, it's going to be so close. It is going to be so close. They've done it. They have done it. Nicola Wildman coming through right at the end. A sensational round that from Nicola Wildman. Absolutely sensational, and Zest. Brilliant.
And the party will begin here, folks. I can tell you that. No, Nicola, very pleased with her. This is a fantastic pairing. Brilliant.
Super competition. Very well done indeed to Nicola. Last runner takes it. Confirmation of the result then. Coming up for you now. Nicola Wildman first on Zest. Natasha Wise second on Pebbles, and Stephanie Best third with Fate.
And these are our large dogs, again, all fighting for the title of Crufts Champion 2022. We're ready to go, all of our judges are ready. And we're starting again this time with Sian Illingworth with Agent this time. This is her other dog, Border Collie, Zanisco's Secret Agent. This is a new competition, but our first few dogs again are running, in effect, not for competition. So we will let you know.
First to go then of our large dogs, Sian Illingworth and Agent, beautiful markings. Just to remind, the first three cannot win, only 50% of the original entry can qualify. Beautiful looking Border Collie, this one. Really nicely marked. Sian Illingworth from West Sussex, but picking up the faults going into the weave. Okay, this time round.
Yes, this is coming down to a big finish there. Dog was eliminated, and that was for holding on to the dog.
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy, buddy. I'm dead. Well done. Well done. That was a shame. What happened there then?
Well, we've enjoyed a fantastic intermediate competition. Now we switch our attention to the large dogs. Stephanie Best and Rio next to go from Ringwood, picking up 5 faults early in the round. Good contact at the end of the aim frame. Come on, Rio, says Stephanie. Rio
Into the weaving poles there. Nicely made. Great tight turn there, coming now into the tunnel. Last 3 to go. Come on, Steph. Brilliant, very, very nice. Just the 5 faults there, 33-2-7-4 for Stephanie Best.
Yep, Rio and Stephanie. Yeah, you've got to touch that wide bit at the end of the dog walk. Just missed it. This is Boffin, 5-year-old Border Collie. Dan Shaw. Boffin, 5 years of age. Fast, but can be crazy. Dan Shaw, wearing the yellow colours of the Ukraine. Very fast over the dog walk. Good too. Really gets the old pulses racing. Does Boffin. Totally committed. Very quick. Low to the ground. Relishing her work. Pointing towards the tunnel. In and out. Flash. Oh, missed it. Missed the entry to the weaves. That's a shame. Look how quickly Boffin goes through those weaves when she got it right. So much promise. Just 5 years of age for Boffin. Big leap through the tyre at the end. 35.2 then for Boffin. And a couple of faults along the way, Graham.
And there we are. It has to go to the left of that first pole, and it missed out a pole, as you can clearly see. Went in the second pole, which is a refusal. 5 faults.
6 competitors of this large championship final. So these are the dogs competing to win.
You're looking at Clippy, Dalton, Meredith. The first combination that can win, and these two have done really well. Runner-up in the agility and jumping in Friday's singles. So they're a good combination, in form as well, from Ringwood, Dalton, Meredith and Clippy. At the moment, 3 clear rounds in the 32. Great, elegant jumping style, Clippy. Good first 15 seconds as well. Come on, turning towards us through that tunnel, looking for the next one. That's the way to go into the weaves, and that's the way to negotiate the weaves as well. Really speedy. This is going to threaten the best, undoubtedly. Dalton Meredith and Clippy finally through that tire. 31, the first one into the 31s. They're top of the pile right now as the competition warms up.
Very, very nice. Bearing in mind this dog's only 3 years of age, you can't start competing with Kennel Club agility until 18 months of age. So this dog has not only done fantastically well now, but I think we're going to see a lot more of it in the future as well. Now we have a little bit of a problem. Well, it's not to us, but it is to Dalton Meredith, because he's actually qualified 2 dogs in the final, and the draw has drawn him with consecutively. So he is now outside, or I'd be outside now on my knees.
No,
needing about
you'd have been on your knees after the first 20 seconds, let's be honest.
I'd be needing 10 minutes to recover. He's actually been given a minute and a half. So
it goes to show, Graham, we've been saying this over the last few days, you have to be fit to do this.
You do, but it also gives me an opportunity just to say to people who are watching this, if you fancy having a go at agility, you can do it with any dog. But what I would advise you to do is go onto the Kennel Club website and do the Search a Club facility and find a registered dog training society where you're going to get the best instruction. You're going to make sure that everybody's insured, and you're going to get the best start that you possibly can. Please give it a go. From 6 years old or 5 years old to 85 years old, big dog, small dog, anything you want, you can have a go. You may not reach the standard, but you will have the best time trying.
And as we get back into action, it's the comeback for Crufts. Great to see agility coming back in such fine fettle. So this is Dalton, who looks pretty sharp and ready to go. No problem.
Not even breathing hard, Jim.
No problem. He's a fit boy, is Dalton. And Costa, 10-year-old working sheepdog, is his second dog. It's going to be Costa's final event at Crufts as well. And so he will want a grand finale, and they have been enjoying every single moment of the weekend. Dalton Meredith running 2 dogs back-to-back, and Costa, the working sheepdog, up and running. Farewell appearance at Crufts for Costa, and a hugely popular competitor over the years. Picking up 5 faults there. Knows his way through the weaves, does Costa. And through for the last 3 to finish. 33.9, and those 5 faults then for Costa, up in second place right now.
Comes out, immediately gets his reward. As I say, unfortunately, just picking up that pole there, but this dog owes Dalton nothing, and he'll be hopefully have a very happy retirement.
Geek, exceptionally fast. Winner in 2019, 3rd in the agility this afternoon. Dan Shaw from Oxfordshire, the handler. The most special dog in the world for Dan. Will he be special here this afternoon? That's good style and speed so far in the first 10 seconds. Really flying down towards us over that A-frame.
And he's got to push on now. This is the fastest part of the course, looking to beat 31.226. Here he comes now. He's got to just steady him down here. He made a mistake with his previous dog on the weaves. No trouble there at all. 16 is where it's going to be won and lost. That tight turn there. Very nice indeed. Come on, Dan. Great big fast finish. 2 to go. Yes, very nice. 33.572. Puts him into second place.
Yeah, 33.572. Exceptionally fast dog, this. It is an excellent course, and up into runners-up spot as things stand. This is Dobby, Border Collie, Debbie Simons, the handler, 3rd in this morning's jumping. Again, great support from Ukraine, from everybody here at Crufts. Quickly over the dog walk, Dobby. That's good too. Excellent first 10 seconds. Good contact, end of the A-frame. Spinning round to that 10th obstacle. Oh, there's hesitancy and there's time lost and there's 5 faults. Shame. Dobby, though, stepping through the weaves, through the tunnel, wants the big finish. 34.1 and 5 faults. Into the top 4 they go, Graham.
And it was a shame, really, just that 5 faults there. Dog was in a position to do the jump and it didn't, giving the judge no option to raise the clenched fist, which means it's a refusal.
Penultimate large dog, Lemon Border Collie, runners-up in the international and this afternoon's agility. Nara Cuddy came 3rd in Friday's singles. Definitely a combination to watch. The time to beat, 31.2 and clear. And these two are quite capable of it. Look at the speed of the way they have started over the first 10 seconds or so. Nara Cuddy and Lemon. Go, 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 says Nara. And Lemon is obliging right now. That's the way to get into the weaves, and that's the way to go through them as well. Terrific time, 25. The clock is ticking remorselessly. Have they got enough in the tank to beat it? Have they? Have they? 32.1. Very close. 2nd place at the moment.
Great effort there. Nara and Lemon could not have done anything else at all. Look at the speed of that dog over the dog walk. Not a fraction of a second. A great jumping style, this dog, and brilliant through the weaves.
This is Crazy, who always goes flat out. Ewan Patterson won the international invitation in magnificent style yesterday. Winner this morning in the jumping. Winner of the agility this afternoon. Favourites to win here again, but they have to complete the course, go clear in less than 31 seconds. Going from Stonehaven, representing Scotland here. Stonehaven up on that northeast coast of Scotland, and a really good opening 20 seconds or so. Crazy has only got 1 gear, and it is rapid. This is a great sight going through the weaves. Are they up with the clock? Have they got enough? It's going to be desperately close at the end of it. Have a look at the clock. 31.225 against 31.226. A 1/1000th of a second describes it. I think it's fair to say that was a very close race, Graham.
I think it is. Look at him. He can't believe it either. Fabulous. He has had a brilliant Crufts. Many, many congratulations there to Dalton.
Well, we told you to stay right to the end, and Ewan Patterson obliged there. Absolutely sensational with Crazy. Look at what it means to him, and what a weekend the Scott and Crazy have had. Confirmation of the result, the 1, 2, 3, Ewan Patterson and Crazy, Dalton Meredith and Clippy, and Nara Cuddy and Lemon. 1/1000th of a second, the winning margin. So
we come now to the prize-giving ceremony of the Agility Championships, Crufts 2022.
The prize giving. Dave Jolly, retiring ring party manager, many years service, leading them out.
They've been absolute superstars all week. Delighted to welcome John Howie, the founder of UMove, and Graham Partridge, the voice of Channel 4 here at Crufts, but also chairman of the Activities Committee of the Kennel Club, to make the presentations. First of all, it's time to make two very, very important presentations to our judges, to Chris Huckle, who has been judging the courses all week and has been supporting Peter tonight. Chris, thank you very much indeed. You've been an absolute legend. And to our championship judge, many, many congratulations.
Great to see
to
Graham
Peter
Partridge down
Peter,
there,
thank
my
you
muck-up
very much.
up here.
Brilliant.
Means a huge amount to Graham to be presenting these awards down there.
We come now to a very special presentation.
See more of him in a moment. Let's get back to Nick Brooks-Ward telling us about a very special presentation.
If you look on the screen, there is a picture of a man who has been the ring party manager for 20 years here at Crufts. He retires tonight. He is quite simply amazing. He leads the ring party. He does so much work behind the scenes, setting the rules, deciding the championships, deciding the qualifiers, and he works. He was here this morning at 6:30, and he'll be here. We say, step over here, Dave, and receive a stunning piece of crystal, and I know that you'll be filling it with some lovely whiskey. Dave Jolly, thank you.
Dave Jolly has been a magnificent servant to the Kennel Club, to Crufts, and to many other people. Great to see Graham Partridge down there in the thick of things.
And from me personally, thank you for your support and your guidance and your help over the last 20 years. Thank you, Dave. You see all those people in the green shirts down there at the rear by the Starcloth and the Crufts logo, the Kennel Club and Crufts logo. They are the ring party. They are the ones that arrived here at 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning. They left here at 9 o'clock on Wednesday night. They arrived here at 6 o'clock on Thursday morning, left here at 8 o'clock Thursday night. They've carried that through all 4 days. They do it with a smile. They work tirelessly for 18 hours a day, every single day of Crufts. Without them, we would be nothing. Thank you very much to our ring party.
Deserved recognition for the ring party. Volunteers all put in a huge amount of effort, greatly appreciated by all.
And now we can hand over some wonderful crystal and the championship cards and the rosettes to our fabulous agility dogs and their handlers.
So it gives me great pleasure to announce our intermediate agility champion.
Well, Graham Partridge has been
Nicola
involved with agility for 35 years now. His first dog was a Labrador called Monty. 4 dogs waiting for him back at home when he goes back to Cornwall. As we see Nicola Wildman and Zest there. What a terrific competition that we have had. And Natasha Wise and Pebbles, terrific border collie runner-up in the intermediate. Yeah, well done, Graham.
And taking the title by literally a thousandth of a second. Taking the title of Champion Crufts 2022 in the large agility was Ewan Patterson and agility champion Devon
tremendous.
Quick time.
First jumping, first in the agility and winning by just 1,000th of a second. Just another little word about Graham there. His knowledge of this sport is absolutely phenomenal. Graham Partridge, he's helps us all up here. He's been an enormous help to me personally. He will head back to Cornwall tomorrow to see Pat waiting for him there. And I make no bones about it, for me, Graham Partridge is Mr. Agility, as Dalton Meredith, you know, the terrific Crufts, picks up his award as well. And it's a huge honour for Graham, such a knowledgeable and friendly and obliging human being, to be down there where he deserves to be, in the spotlight at Crufts. I'm sure there are a lot of people around there. It's very much his manner. But they're delighted to see him there, and well done to all as they set up on that lap of honour. The standard of the competition here has been outrageously high. It's been a privilege to be here. I'm so pleased that so many of you have enjoyed it, no matter where you have been watching. That completes my little job. Jim Rosenthal here at Crufts, on behalf of Graham Partridge, who we have just seen. Thank you very much indeed for your company. It has been a massively enjoyable experience.
For the last 23 years, the Kennel Club has been running a program called Friends for Life, and this year renamed as Hero Dogs. It is a tribute to the way that dogs can enrich and enhance our lives. And we are going to show you 5 amazing stories in a moment. They really are some of the best stories you could ever wish for. From extraordinary tales of bravery to extraordinary tales of making a companion and making a difference. And that is exactly what we're going to see now. Let's now have a look at the 5 finalists of Hero Dogs Crufts 2022.
We rescued Chewie at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates. When we first got Chewie, we decided we'd actually teach him to do CPR. He effectively saved my husband's life. I was actually out in the garden. I've heard him barking. Ray had actually stopped breathing. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him. Chewie never left his side. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy.
Job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. He always amazes me still sometimes, and I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this, and within seconds, Simba's found it. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant. He's emotionally intelligent as well. The most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt my world was crumbling. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me.
I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes.
We've been doing a lot of work with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping others. There's 3 people around that will tell you that they're here today because of that. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing.
I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence, she helps her with her physio. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. With Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really. She's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she's a hero.
Should we give our 5 finalists a big round of applause?
Welcome to the Kennel Club Hero Dog Award. It was previously known as the Friends for Life competition. It takes place at Crufts every year, celebrating the unique relationship that people have with their dogs. And we have 5 finalists here, with the overall winner decided by public vote. Let's hear from each of them.
Absolutely wonderful.
How long have you been married to Ray?
We celebrate 30 years in September.
Just exactly what did Chewy do for Ray? Well done, Loretta. Just exactly what did Chewy do for Ray?
Yeah, so we taught him how to do CPR just as a gimmick trick.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That? Really?
Yeah, we did it on one of our other dogs. And then, so Ray's got secondary progressive multiple sclerosis. Get down, Shep. And I was out in the garden.
Hello.
You're going to eat it?
Hello.
Is everybody laughing at you?
Yeah, Ray was out in the garden.
No, I was out in the garden.
Oh, you were?
And Ray was in the lounge with Chewy. I could hear Chewy barking, didn't really pay much attention because he's quite vocal. And they just got more and more frantic. Got into the house to shut him up, basically, before the neighbours complained. To find Ray slumped in his chair. He'd stopped breathing. Just as I got to him, his heart stopped.
You're doing really well.
He was in full cardiac arrest.
But he's made a full recovery thanks to Chewy, hasn't he?
Very much, yeah, very much so.
Well done. Aaron and Sunna from the London Fire Brigade. This wonderful Springer. You use him as an arson detection dog, really?
That's right, yes. He helps us investigate fires.
And he's helped put away 3 very nasty people, hasn't he?
Yeah, unfortunately, when Simba's busy, things aren't good, and in the most tragic of incidents, he does help bring justice to people in the worst of circumstances.
He lives with you?
He does live with me.
And is he just the most amazing person in the world?
He is the most amazing person in the world. We go absolutely everywhere together. He's definitely one of the team and part of the family.
Well done. You're a credit to the fire service. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, mate. Hello, Scott. Hello, Milo. Hello. Just 3 years ago, your life was turned completely upside down, wasn't it? And now it's been rejuvenated.
Yeah, thanks to Milo. Well, 3 years ago, I lost my sight due to diabetes. I lost all confidence, all independence. I didn't really want to be around anymore. I felt useless. But thanks to Milo, he's given me my life back. He's given me my confidence, my independence. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my 2 young daughters. He's enabled me to be a better husband to my wife. He's saved my life in more ways than one.
Well, I just think we're having the guide dogs in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, but this is the difference. Scott, congratulations. Thank you. Pete, and the shy and retiring Bob. The emotional swim support dog. You've rescued 3 people with your incredible Newfoundlands. It must be so rewarding, mustn't it?
Well, it's fantastic. One of the girls that's is here tonight, one that we saved, not physically but mentally, and she's here tonight all because of swimming with the dogs. So it's just a fantastic achievement.
How many Newfoundlands have you got?
5.
And they're all doing the same, don't they?
They do. Unfortunately, Bob doesn't swim, but he's our dry dog. He's known in the trade as Dry Bob, and he's our bank dog. So when the other dogs are in the water, Bob's on the bank with everybody else that don't want to be in the water as well. So.
Well done, Pete. Well done, Bob. Bob, there's 7,000 people looking at you, mate. Now we're coming to Olivia and Ruby. We're going to talk to Mum Mandy. Glyn is there. Ruby has had a great day. Hello, Olivia. Mandy, just what a difference did Ruby make to Olivia's life during COVID? Because I know it was a difficult time for so many people.
It was. Olivia just really withdrew from, obviously, social people as well. So Ruby were just a lifeline for her, basically. She didn't see her school friends, so Ruby was her best friend through COVID.
And still enriching Ruby's life, huh?
She is, yes, yeah.
Well done, Ruby. You are gorgeous. Well done, Olivia. Ladies and gentlemen, Olivia and Ruby. So I'm going to invite Sally Phillips, who was at the press launch of these 5 amazing stories. Out you come, Sally. You have the magical... Oops! Mind the step. Oh, dear. Yeah, okay.
I need a hero.
Yeah, well, there's 5 of them there. Sally, you've got the gold envelope. Who is it going to be? The Kennel Club Hero Dog Crufts 2022 is...
Pete and Bob.
Sally, the trophy. Well done indeed. Thank you very much, Sally. And I know that Sally's going out for the photographs. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, and I'm sure in yours, they are all heroes and they're all absolute superstars. Led off by Loretta and Chewy. It's lap them on a time. Aaron and Simba, off you go. Come on, Scott. Come on, Milo. Ladies and gentlemen, the guide dogs are up next. Give them a round of applause. And our winner, the Hero Dog Crufts 2022, is Pete and Bob. But a very, very special round of applause. Have a very safe trip back to Barnsley. Well done to Olivia, well done to Mandy, well done to Clint, but particularly...
What a fantastic moment for Pete and the Newfoundland Bob. Emotional swim support dog, and Pete described having a whole team, his 5 Newfoundlands. They have saved lives. Pete Lewin from Leicester. His organisation, Newfoundland Dogs, is a non-profit organisation. And he and his amazing team not only provide an incredible service in terms of saving those lives, but they also provide support for staff from frontline emergency services and military veterans and those struggling with their mental health, which has never been more important with the COVID-19 pandemic. But all those dogs are absolute heroes.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
Well, wasn't that incredible, ladies and gentlemen? That's so, so inspirational. The Kennel Club Hero Dog of the Year 2022. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenter and broadcaster Nikki Campbell enters the wonderful world of guide dogs.
This video uses archive footage and voiceover to look back at guide dogs' history and highlight the importance of our amazing puppy raisers.
It all started in 1931 in a lock-up garage in Merseyside. 2 innovative women, Muriel Crook and Rosamond Bond, started training dogs to support servicemen who had lost their sight in the First World War. Within 3 years, we'd formed the Guide Dogs for the Blind Association. In 1956, we began recruiting volunteers to raise our puppies.
Caption: puppy raisers like Pat allow us to offer life-changing services. Pat is interviewed.
It's really good
for me to get out and about, but it's lovely to see other people's faces. People walk past and just smile at you, and it lifts other people's spirits as well as your own. So that's a really special thing
Clockwise.
to do. It's good fun. We've met loads of new friends
Clockwise.
and doing something really worthwhile for blind people for the future.
Caption: without the amazing support of puppy raisers, we wouldn't be able to offer our life-changing services.
To raise happier, healthier dogs, we began our own breeding programme in 1960. And from the mid-1990s, we began offering training to help people develop new skills. We opened our state-of-the-art National Breeding Centre in 2011, helping us welcome over 1,000 little life changers each year. In 2020, faced with the global COVID pandemic, we embraced technology and new ways of working to take many of our services virtual, helping to keep the people we support safe but connected, and developing and modernising our regional centres, whilst recruiting and training more frontline staff, so that we can increase our capacity and reduce waiting times.
Old black and white footage transitions into matching colour footage from today.
We're so incredibly proud of what we've achieved over the last 90 years. But every day, 250 more people join the 2 million already living with sight loss, and this number is set to double by 2050. Sight loss isn't going away, but neither are we. We plan to double the amount of support we provide by 2023, helping people with sight loss live actively, independently, and well.
The Guide Dogs logo.
Oh, this is such a fabulous organisation. I absolutely love these guys, and I think you're going to love them as well. It's fascinating. Welcome to the wonderful world of guide dogs. It takes an incredible experience being here, but let's do this. It's an absolute pleasure to be here doing this, and I cannot wait to find out more. Bit of history. In 1931, two pioneering women, Muriel Crook and Rosamund Bond, began training dogs to support servicemen who'd lost their sight in the Great War. 4 brave veterans and 4 amazing dogs, Judy, Flash, Folly, and Meta, and we paid tribute to those dogs. They became the first guide dog partnerships in the UK, and during the 90 years since then, ladies and gentlemen, Guide Dogs has gone on to partner more than 36,000 people with these life-changing guide dogs. Incredible, isn't it? And there's always that incredible, telepathy, working in harmony. It's a familiar sight to all of us, but each partnership is unique. And what unites them all is the bond of trust. You know about trust with your dog. This is different level. It really is. And it's vital for long-lasting and successful partnerships that are created.
My name is Dave Kent, and I've been a guide dog owner for the better part of 43 years now. This is my best mate and my current guide, Faldo. Faldo is number 10 in a line of illustrious guides that have preceded him. And to get Faldo and dogs like Faldo to the exceedingly high standard that they are is a whole backstory that makes up this amazing partnership. Now, that backstory includes guide dog breeders, guide dog puppy raisers, veterinary care staff, guide dog trainers, in fact, a veritable cornucopia of volunteers that make this whole operation the wonderful organization that it is. And we wouldn't be able to do it without people like you, volunteers, people who contribute to guide dogs. But to take a closer look and find out how we get to this stage, let's take a closer look.
Cornucopia, what a great word. We'll be with you a little bit later on, Dave. Yeah, hi, Tim.
Evening, Nikki. I'm Tim Bloomfield, breeding dog advisor, and I'm going to talk to you and everyone here about Guide Dog's world-class breeding program.
So basically, you are a puppy midwife. Like, what a job. What an amazing job.
Absolutely.
So, what do you do and what have you got here?
Well, with me today, I've got one of our guide dog dads in front of me, lovely German Shepherd Brody, and volunteer owner Steve. We also have, just in front of me there, guide dog mum Vixen. Give us a wave. Vixen, if you're that colour. And her volunteer owner Sophie.
Yeah, now Brody is, what a handsome boy, aren't you, Brody? Hey,
He's
Brody.
not bad.
He lit my face earlier on. I was hoping for a repeat performance.
He did.
Yeah. So I'm a father of 4. Brody is a father of
34. Yeah, slightly more, yes, 34. Yeah, he's actually lived with me since he was about 8 weeks of age. He's the 16th puppy that we puppy raised for guide dogs, but right from birth he was earmarked as a prospective breeding dog. So when he was 14 months of age, he was actually given a full medical examination, which he passed with flying colours, and he was moved over to our breeding scheme. We changed our role from puppy raisers to stud dog holders, meaning that Brody can continue to live with me, which he does as a family dog, unless his services are needed at the breeding centre.
Yeah.
At which point I will drop him off. He will have a couple of days to get very friendly with a specifically chosen young lady. And I pick him up then about 2 days later, very tired, but very happy.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yes, no, well, I used to know the feeling. But the thing is, I mean, he has a great time. We know what goes on there. It's a beautiful thing. But the whole process, it's really detailed, really meticulous, and really incredibly focused, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, a lot of work goes into it. Our breeding dogs live at home with our volunteers, very much like a pet dog would.
Yeah.
They come to the National Centre for Mating, and all the pups are born in volunteers' homes.
Yeah.
It's a world-class programme. Every successful guide dog needs the very best genetics, partnered with the very best upbringing. It's a case of nature and nurture.
Well, look, a fine example of a German Shepherd. He's smiling. He's loving that. So what other breeds do you use to produce guide dogs?
Absolutely. As you say, lovely German Shepherds, Labradors and Golden Retrievers too. Those 3 remain our most common pure breeds. We do use curly coat retrievers and some standard poodles too. The Labrador Retriever crossbreed is our most successful working dog.
So how do you decide which dog goes with, or as my girls would say at home, which dog gets with which dog?
Yeah, very
gets
good question.
With. That's the word. Yeah.
Well, being responsible and ethical breeders, we know, if you like, the extended family tree of each of our dogs. So this helps us decide which dogs should and shouldn't be bred together. It's from these matches that we have the best possible chance of producing healthy pups that will go on to be life-changing guide dogs. Mums like Vixen over there are looked after very carefully, and our team know when Vixen is at the optimum point in her season and will want to mate. Brody, being a boy, will always be ready to mate.
Brody is always ready. Put your hands together for Brody. He's always ready. What a beauty. Hannah, hi. On you go.
Hi, Nikki. I'm Hannah, and I'm a training and behaviour consultant with the breeding team. And we're going to show you a pregnancy scan now with Vixen.
So, yeah, and we're going to see something very, very special with Vixen, aren't we?
We are indeed. So Vixen here is performing a chin rest. And the chin rest is like a conversation between the dog and the handler, and it allows our dogs to have choice during their daily and veterinary care. So what we can see here is that when Vixen places her chin on the towel, that's her cue to Sophie that she's happy to be touched. If she was to lift her chin, that's her cue to say, just give me a minute, I just might need to check my environment before I go again. We do see her lifting her chin here periodically. That's just because she's practicing, and Sophie's told her she's done a successful repetition and a food reward's coming.
She's so calm, beautifully calm and wonderfully laid. Look at her. She's like getting a wonderful massage.
Indeed.
It's like that, isn't it? Yeah. Do you do that with all the dogs?
We do indeed. It's something all of the dogs enjoy. It's an important part of our training program. So all of our dogs will be taught the chin rest or other similar behaviours to allow them to participate in daily and veterinary care. So it makes everyday things like grooming much more fun and things like vet visits much less stressful for everybody involved. It's also a great behaviour to hand over to our guide dog owners so they can do the dog's daily care at home and truly work in partnership with the dog. So what we've seen is Vixen having a practice, and now Kim, our breeding dog advisor, has come in to perform the pregnancy scan. So please could we have the pregnancy scan footage on the big screen?
There we are. I remember that. Yeah, so what exactly are we looking at there?
So if you just look at the screen there at the black round circles, they're puppies. We tend to scan the puppies, the mums halfway through their pregnancy, just to try and give an estimate of how many puppies they might be due. We also scan them in their home environments when they're most comfortable.
And that's obviously a scan we made earlier on, because we wouldn't have a pregnant dog in this particular situation. But it's an amazing thing. And oh look, she's looking wonderful in it. I remember the scan because we had puppies with my West Highland Terrier, and I was probably as excited about that scan as I was with the other scans.
It's very exciting.
It's a terrible thing to admit in front of an audience, isn't it? Yeah.
A little
bit.
But
look, she's looking wonderful in her whelping bed, Sophie. And I understand that guide dog mums live at home with volunteers like you full-time, give birth at home wherever possible. So why is that?
So home is where Vixen is most familiar and happy, and it's really important that she should feel as comfortable as possible during the birth. Now, clearly, Vixen does all the hard work, but we're there to make her feel safe and happy and chilled and relaxed during the process. For the puppies themselves, we know that that early socialization period is absolutely critical, so rearing them in the home allows them to experience all the sights and smells and sounds they're going to need to become great guide dogs in the future.
And what's it like looking after a guide dog mum? Look at her. Beautiful.
Well, I would say it's absolutely amazing. I mean, who here wouldn't want to live in a house full of puppies? Honestly, it's an absolute privilege, and with all the support that guide dogs give us, honestly, I can't tell you, it's the best thing to do ever.
Oh, it sounds it. It's beautiful. And thank you all so much for explaining this so well as well, the whole journey. So, Vixen, thank you very much indeed. Can you give the breeding team a big round of applause? Hey,
hi, I'm Joan. I'm the National Puppy Development Lead. And if we walk this way...
National Puppy Development Lead, that sounds like another fantastic job.
It is amazing. I'm very lucky, definitely.
So, when the puppies leave their mum, they go to live in the homes of volunteer puppy raisers, don't they? So, what do we have here?
Well, first of all, we've got Lucy over here. She's our puppy development advisor, and we've got two of our puppy raisers. And Lucy, her job is to support them throughout the time that they have the puppies. So over here we've got Denise with Pebbles, and over there we have Andy with Parker. And Denise is a training in a home environment, if you like, because we do a lot of training at home, and we prepare them for outside, but also to teach them to be well-behaved at home, because we don't want really mischievous puppies. It can be a bit of a safety risk.
Mm-hmm.
And then Andy over there, she's doing a confidence course with Parker, and again, she's preparing Parker for life, because as you can imagine, guide dogs have to be really calm and confident in a wide variety of different situations, and unexpected things can happen at any time. So what we're trying to do is we create a positive association with new things. So actually new things aren't that scary, but they're quite fun.
So it's play and work, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, I mean, you can see the everyday objects over there.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And this is all part of our PrEP program, Puppy Raising for Excellent Partnerships.
Yeah. It's quite a lot for a young dog to take in, a puppy to take in.
It is, and that's why we've got that program for them to help support them and the puppies, basically. And the program is based on 4 principles. So the first one is knowing your puppy. So every puppy is an individual, and our puppy raisers know their puppies really well. And what they do is, while they're working with them, they're constantly reading their body language. And for example, if Parker here would be a little bit apprehensive or not sure about something, then Andy would just give him time to work through it and reinforce behaviors that we would like to see. So when he's confident and calm and go in and explore, basically. So that's actually the second pillar, which is teaching. So we reinforce the behaviors that we would like to see with toys and treats and anything a dog actually really enjoys. And then the other pillar is managing. We manage the environment and we try to set it up for success. So we actually invite the dogs to show us the behaviors that we would like to see. So again, that we can then reinforce them. And then lastly, building strong partnerships. As you can imagine, later on in life, they need to build that really strong partnership. So our guys here work on creating that bond of trust. And that means being their advocate and setting them up for positive experiences and trying to avoid negative experiences.
And being a volunteer to do this, who would like to be a volunteer and do that?
And we are definitely looking for more puppy races. So if anybody out here thinks this sounds brilliant, which it is a lot of work, but it's very rewarding. So please come check our website or come and find us, because everybody's welcome. We need people, definitely.
Right, let's hear it for the puppy volunteers, the puppy raisers. Fantastic. Oh, so all these wonderful dogs over here. What have you, Sarah, hi, what have we got going on here?
Hi, Nikki. I'm Sarah, and I'm a training and behavior consultant. And basically, I'm going to be showing you how we create these amazing life changes with the help of some of my colleagues. We have Gemma with Pippa, the Golden Retriever. We've got Chris and Biscuit, the Lab Retriever cross. And then my helpers, Kelly and Rachel.
Yeah, okay, so how do you train a guide dog?
Good question. So what we basically do is we use reward-based training. We train 37 different behaviors to make a fully fledged guide dog. And those behaviors are split up into 3 different sections. So we've got core behaviors, which is the behaviors that underpin all of our training. So ensuring that our dogs are going to be able to go into different environments and be able to focus on their job. Then we've got non-working behaviors, which are the behaviors that our dogs do when they're on their lead and collar, so not in harness. And then we've got our working behaviors, which are the ones that our dogs are famous for.
Like what, self-control?
So self-control is actually one of our core behaviors, and this is what Gemma and Chris are currently practicing. So you might be able to see we've actually got bits and pieces of the dog's daily food allowance.
Can I stop you there? I've got a 14-year-old, very nearly 14-year-old, delightful, wonderful, who's my best friend, Labrador Retriever, Maxwell, and nothing would stop him going for a discarded sandwich on the pavement. Nothing.
Absolutely.
So how do you deal with that?
I'm the same with chocolate, to be honest. But yeah, absolutely. So we start off really, really simple. So we've got the dog's daily allowance, food allowance, on the floor.
Yeah.
And we're teaching the dogs to actually be just really lazy around food.
Wow.
So food comes to them. They don't need to go towards the food. So basically, think of an emperor being fed grapes. That's basically our guide dogs. So we'll start off with a normal kibble on the floor. You can see Kelly's got a toy in her hand, so then we'll bring in toys. We'll then work up to human food, so those discarded sandwiches or litter, we'll bring all that in. So we have been known to raid some bins in our time.
I bet you have. This is fantastic. So what is the significance of the platforms?
Okay, so yeah, so the rectangular pieces of things on the floor, they are our platforms. Our dogs learn that these platforms are the best place to be. So basically, they learn that every time they get to a platform, they're going to get something nice, whether that's a toy, a food reward. It makes things very, very predictable, but also it actually leads on to other behaviors. So we can teach the dogs positioning. So obviously, when they are out with our guide dog owners, they actually need to always be straight with the handler, so the handler knows where they're going. So we can actually teach that on the platform by teaching the dogs even to keep their bum straight, their shoulders, and their head. So it links into so many other different things.
So the self-control, and I guess there's also non-working behaviours as well.
Absolutely.
Right.
So the guys are going to demonstrate for you now one of our non-working behaviours. This is the behaviour under, and this basically is really, really useful for when our guide dog owners are in restaurants, cafes, on public transport. It gets them in a really nice tucked position, and it prevents those precious tails and paws getting trodden on.
Isn't that brilliant? How does the guide dog owner know what the guide dog is doing?
So that brings us over to our working behaviour. So we'll walk over to where Nicola is with guide dog India. So you can see we've got our famous white harness. And basically what we do is, before we talk about how a guide dog owner uses it, I need to talk about actually the associations that we use with these white harnesses. We want our dogs to really enjoy their job. So we teach our dogs to actually voluntarily put their head through their harness themselves rather than us put it on them. It creates a really, really positive association for the dog, but also it actually gives an element of choice.
Choice. That's really interesting. So what the concept of that, giving a dog the opportunity to choose something or not. Some people might think, well, what if they choose not to work?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we found the opposite. Actually, the more choice we're giving our dogs to engage or not with training, we're actually finding the more that they will engage, because we teach them games. We make the training really, really fun and enjoyable to do, and at the end of the day, that's going to create happy trainers and happy dogs.
Yeah, so what else? What else do you treat them? Treat them. Give me a treat. I want a treat. What else is a part of their training?
Okay, so one of their main jobs is to find locations. So you see we've got a crossing box here with India and Nicola. And basically what Nicola's doing is she's charging up the location. And by that I mean she's making that location a really, really positive place to be, using a hand target and feeding the dog at the location. Once she's done that, what she'll do is just build up her distance between herself and the location, and then be able to end up working India to the platform.
That's amazing.
And then what she will do is she'll pick up her handle, and it's the handle that gives the guide dog owner all the information that they need. So that is attached to the dog's shoulders, and she'll be able to feel the movement of the dog's shoulders through that handle.
Yeah, another big thing which has occurred to me is the clutter you get on pavements, and also cars parked up on pavements. And during lockdown, everyone was outside the restaurants and outside the pubs, so they have to learn how to deal with all that, don't they?
Absolutely. So one of the other major roles that our dogs have is obstacle avoidance.
Yeah.
So we're going to show you how we would initially start teaching that. So obviously we've got a lovely location here that India really wants to get to, and what we will end up doing is show India what distance she needs to give between each obstacle and her owner. And we'll do that just by moving her ourselves, and we'll end up being able to, she will learn the width of her owner.
The what?
Yes.
The width and the height of...
The width and the height, absolutely. So we also teach the dogs, I know this sounds a bit weird, but we teach them to look up.
Right.
If you think about it, it's not a natural behaviour for our dogs to actually look above themselves, but obviously when they are working with a guide dog owner, they need to be assessing their environment all of the time. So they need to be aware of everything around them. So that might be an overhanging branch, it may be scaffolding, and basically what we'll do is we'll build all of that into an obstacle course like you see here. So we will build 1 obstacle, 2 obstacles, 3 obstacles, then we'll introduce some height, and then we will take it out into the environment and generalize that behavior.
Yeah, so it's so clever, it's unbelievable, it really is. So when there are a lot of treats going on there, I've got to say.
Yes.
You know, right, which is good positive reinforcement.
It's positive reinforcement, and also these dogs, I mean, certainly our training dogs, they've only been in training 8 weeks, can you believe? And all of these positive associations is they've never been to Crufts before. So for them, working in this environment is absolutely amazing. So yes,
me too.
We've upped We've upped the reinforcement, but we would gradually tailor that off.
Fantastic, Sarah. So what happens next? What's the next stage?
So after they've learned all 37 behaviours and we've generalised it to all different environments, then what we will do is we'll match the dog with a new owner. They will be trained together. That usually takes about 5 weeks. And then until that they can be independently travelling. And then they will walk off into the sunset together.
Happy?
As you can see, India going off with Nicola now over to Dave.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much indeed. I am completely in awe of that. That was brilliant. Thank you. Right, and now to meet the dog owner who started the show. Please welcome an amazing guy, Dave Kent, and his wonderful dog, Faldo. Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. We've had a great chat this afternoon about...
Well, we've had a bit of a chat.
This, that, and the other, haven't we? Yeah.
This, that, and the other.
It's been brilliant.
Mostly about guide dogs.
Yeah, that's right. Tell us about that. How many dogs have you had?
So, Faldo is my 10th guide dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10th.
Yeah.
He's, obviously, he's number one. Obviously. But he is actually a tremendous guide. I got my first guide dog when I was 18. I had some surgery that was supposed to give me more vision, but unfortunately it went the other way. And now I see absolutely nothing at all. I don't see light or dark. And I've been fortunate. It's one of life's kind of joys to be supported by a dog like Faldo, working and living in central London and kind of weaving his magic with his harness on. He's just brilliant. Underground, overground.
Wandering free.
Yeah.
Don't start. You're dating yourself and me. So the thing is, though, in our chats this afternoon, you've had 10 guide dogs, Dave. I must tell everyone, it's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster, talking about the friends that you've lost. It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, you know, one of the beautiful joys of having a guide dog is when you're matched with the dog and the work that the dog goes on to kind of support you with. But there comes a time where you have to say bye-bye to the dog, and you don't do this once. You do it twice. Once when the dog retires, when he takes his harness off, and he doesn't work anymore, he's a normal civilian dog, and the other time, of course, when the dog goes night-nights. But what is amazing is every time you take those first tentative steps out with your new dog, and doing it with a kind of a blind trust and a blind faith is really quite special. And my life has been informed, and my life has been absolutely nourished by guide dogs. And the best thing of all, the most wonderful thing is this would not be possible without the help from people like you here today who choose to contribute to guide dogs and give in many different ways that allows me, Nicky, and people like me to live the life that I choose.
And that is what it's all about. Dave, Faldo, everyone, thank you. It's been wonderful. Give you a round of applause to the incredible dogs. The next time you see one of these amazing dogs, you'll know just how much professionalism and how much love has gone into it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, everybody.
In this film, a voiceover plays over a montage showing guide dog service users, volunteers and staff enjoying different activities, such as cooking, playing guitar, running on a beach and gymnastics. Close-ups of people with sight loss smiling and laughing. A man with sight loss smiles playing guitar to his sighted guide.
We're there on the good days.
Another man guides his visually impaired friend.
And they're on the bad ones too.
A guide dog in training looks at the camera.
We're behind the magical moments that change lives.
A girl with sight loss plays on a beach.
And the simple pleasures most people take for granted.
Children with sight loss are shown baking.
We're determination, direction and discovery.
Playing with tactile toys.
The confidence to take those small steps.
Doing judo.
And those giant leaps. To do the things that make you, well, you.
And riding a horse.
We are innovation and expertise, where cutting edge meets compassion.
A guide dog puppy is stroked.
We are the freedom to follow life wherever it leads.
A guide dog owner walks in the countryside.
And the choice to be beautifully ordinary or awe-inspiringly exceptional.
A blind swimmer competes.
Today in the UK, over 2 million people are living with sight loss. By 2050, this number will double.
The faces of people with sight loss.
But they are not alone.
A man squeezes a woman's hand.
Our expert staff, incredible volunteers and life-changing dogs are here to help children grow, develop and achieve their potential. To help friends and family come together and support the people they love.
A couple kiss.
And to help everyone with sight loss live actively, independently and well.
Service users, volunteers and staff smile.
We are guide dogs, and we're here to help people with sight loss live the life they choose.
A group photo of service users, volunteers, staff and dogs. The guide dog's logo.
Guide dogs.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Young Kennel Club has been going strong since 1984. And over the past 4 days, the YKC Stakes competition has been judged in the Young Kennel Club ring in Hall 3.
You join us now for the stakes final from the Young Kennel Club. So in a moment, we are going to see one representative from each of the groups entering the ring. The judge is looking at the dogs. However, everybody who's handling is under 25 years old. So the Young Kennel Club, these are members of the Young Kennel Club, and they have all won through today by winning in the Young Kennel Club ring, where we have stakes classes. So all of the Gundogs are judged together, the working dogs, the pastoral. It's basically a best in show, but in miniature for young handlers. And many of the young people you're about to see will end up in the actual best in show ring in a few years' time. So in a moment, we'll welcome our judge into the ring. She has judged all of the groups over the last 4 days, and this is Anne Ingram, over from Ireland. She's bred 24 English, 100 Irish champions, and says that she started showing almost when she started walking. So perfect judge for this competition. She judges internationally.
Please show a warm welcome for our judge,
a real all-rounder, Anne Ingram.
So let's meet the 7 finalists.
So it's time for our 7 finalists to come into the ring.
The working group.
And you'll notice a little similarity here to the actual groups. So here we have Siberian Husky, which won through from the working group. Young handler here is Paige Hughes. We saw a side one in the main ring, and obviously will be in best in show later today. Our pastoral representative, the bearded collie, and the young handler is Connor Bartlett.
It was this Border Terrier.
From the terrier group, we have the Border Terrier, and this is handled by Lauren Goddard.
The winner of the hound group, the Basset Fauve.
Here we have the Basset Fauve de Bretagne, handled by Antonia Leach, representing the hound group.
Topping the utility
The
group
distinctive
yesterday,
white coat there of the Japanese
Spitz.
Spitz. This one representing the utility group, handled by Lindsay Jones in the ring.
Also winning through yesterday from the toy group.
Our second finalist from yesterday, here we have the miniature pincher. This one handled by Charlotte Westerman, representing the toy group. It's a long way around when your legs are that small. And finally, our representative from the Gundog group today, we have the English Springer Spaniel, shown by Georgia Brown. So as I said, our judge here is looking at the dogs, is judging the dogs against the breed standard, just as they will be in Best in Show later. The only difference is that the handlers are Young Kennel Club members. So they are aged between 6 and 24 years old.
She will be taking another quick look before moving.
If you're watching this on YouTube and you're thinking, I'd like to do that, you can find out everything about the Young Kennel Club on its website, and also there's information on the Kennel Club website. It's £15 a year to join. You get all sorts of perks. There's camps to go to, there's training days to go to, there's a wealth of information. So our judge will take a closer look at the dogs. Now remember, she has judged them. So on Thursday, this was her representative that she chose from the working group. So she's not going to go over the dogs, as we see in Best in Show. She's just going to move them. So this is Paige Hughes and her Siberian Husky, champion Jacalissus Keepsake for Siberia Drift.
At Boston Championship Show.
These sled dogs should move all day. Light on the move, tireless.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
This one moving out beautifully.
Husky.
And I believe this one from the same kennel as the group representative we're going to see in Best in Show later today. So here we have Connor, this Connor Bartlett with the bearded collie. They are representing the pastoral group today. And this dog is Kelly Grew's Kiss Under a Star. These dogs should be densely coated, but not overdone. You should be able to see some daylight underneath, as we can there. Great relationship there between dog and handler.
There she goes.
Many of these young people also compete in handling classes where it is the young person that's been judged. But today, judges' eyes are very much on the dog.
And here we have the winner.
So the first of our finalists from Friday, we have the winner of the Terrier group. This is Lauren Goddard with her Border Terrier.
This is number 4032,
A Brookski Never Back Down. And that's a very good description for a terrier.
Qualified for Crufts by winning through to Richmond Championship
So
Show
Anne, our
last
judge
year.
here, just taking a look at the movement and
The
comparing
Border
this Border Terrier to the breed standard. So that's the description of the ideal dog for this breed. This one moving out beautifully there, real reach at the front, drive from behind.
We have this hound breed.
So also from Friday, we have the Basset Fauve de Bretagne. This one handled by Antonia Leach. It's a champion and an Irish champion. Gavelkind Conquisista at Jamshala. Wonderful name.
Also qualified at Richmond Championship Show.
So all of these dogs qualified at shows, championship shows that are held during the
The
year.
Basset Fauve de Bretagne.
So Crufts obviously gets lots of coverage, but there are championship shows held most weekends during the year. And qualifying classes are held by the Young Kennel Club.
Striking Japanese Spitz.
So here we have the really
Winning the
crisp
utility
white coat
group
of the Japanese
from
Spitz.
yesterday.
Representing the utility group from yesterday, this is
Number
Lindsay Jones and another
9172,
champion,
the dog.
Lewin Simba Stop and Stare.
Darlington
And I should be
last year.
hoping that's what the judge is doing. Japanese Spitz should have
The
the real
Japanese
contrast with the black
Spitz.
pigment there and the eyes, nose. You can see it onto the mouth as well. So our judge now, going to take a look at our penultimate finalist. This is the miniature pinscher, shown in the ring by Charlotte Westerman. This one won through from the toy group.
694.
This one is Cal Jancy's Jubilana at Sharpin. You'll notice the outfits that the handlers are wearing. They were dressed to complement their dog, make their dog stand out. As I mentioned, a lot of them are handlers. So some of them will go on to become professional handlers, who you'll see in the Best in Show ring. But today, the judge really looking for how that miniature pinscher compares to its breed standard.
The last finalist.
And then our final finalist. This is the
Springer
English Springer
Spaniel,
Spaniel,
winning
literally
through
just
from
won through
today's
up in Hall 3.
Gundog.
This is the representative show champion Tri-Meal Tickle Me
This is number
Fancy, shown by
15720.
Georgia Brown. She'll be hoping he does indeed tickle the
Pitch
judge's
from
fancy.
Darlington.
Spaniels bred to flush out game in the field. This one going really nicely there, especially considering will have been here since very early this morning and been in the ring numerous times. I'm sure he's been in the breed ring as well.
These handlers
So
and
there we have it.
members of the
Judge will
breeders,
take a look
judges
now.
and exhibitors of
So
the
this is very
future.
similar to Best in Show.
see by
We
their
get
stellar
an overall winner
performances in these
and then we
past
get
few
a
minutes.
runner-up or a reserve.
They certainly demonstrate excellent sportsmanship, etiquette, and
So you can
enjoyment
see
of
here
the
these
hobby.
young people,
So put your
fantastic
hands together
handlers.
for
They
all these
all know how to get the
fantastic
best
young
from their
handlers.
dogs. And if you do know somebody under 25 who's interested in getting involved in dogs, not just showing, but also agility, obedience, flyball, grooming, then take a look at the YKC website. That's the Young Kennel Club. It's a great place to get some information. But who is going to win? The YKC Stakes Final at Crufts 2022. It's the English Springer Spaniel. So there's going to be a very popular winner here on Gundog Day. Gorgeous. That's Georgia Brown with show champion Try Me, Tickle Me Fancy.
Her English Springer, and runner-up goes
Look at that
to
tail, fantastic. And runner-up, we've got that great Border Terrier, Lauren Goddard. Our Brookski Never Back Down. And look at that great sportsmanship. That's one of the things these young people are really taught. So big round of applause for all of the other finalists. They've all travelled back, come back all the way here to the NEC for the final day.
So now
but there's our winner.
The presentations. We have Erica Morehouse from Royal Cannon.
So here we have the presentations.
Escorted into the ring by Gavin Robertson of the Crufts Committee.
Representative from Royal Cannon, just going to hand over the prize there. Surely a dream come true there for Georgia Brown and her English Springer Spaniel, show champion Try Me, Tickle Me Fancy. Here from Northamptonshire.
Show champion Try Me, Tickle My Fancy.
And here we have the Border Terrier runner-up.
Today. There we go, and the runner-up
travelled back from Friday's competition. Our Brookski Never Back Down.
17 years old, from Bowling, West Sussex. She wants to be a farrier for vet. So
keep your eyes on these two. There's every chance that we'll see them back in the group and even the best in show ring in future. Time for a lap of honour now for the winner of the Young Kennel Club Stakes Final 2022. I have to say, that is a lovely English Springer in any competition. You can see there the arena starting to fill up. It's not long till best in show. Atmosphere already electric here at Birmingham's NEC. It's time now to hand you over to Frank Kane, who will be introducing the Gamekeepers classes.
They really are the stars of the future. The Young Kennel Club do so much, they really do. We come now to our Gamekeepers. The Gamekeepers competition, many of you may not know, but Crufts originally started because of Gundogs, and today very much Gundogs Day. We're delighted to welcome our judge for the Gamekeepers competition. He's a man from County Durham who has been involved in working Gundogs for 55 years. He's worked English Springer Spaniels, Brittany Spaniels, flat-coated retrievers, shows pointers. He's won 70 open stakes, has made up 10 field trial champions and won the Pointer and Setter Stakes on 2 occasions. Escorted by Tom Mather, the chairman of the Crufts Committee. Please put your hands together for our judge for the Gamekeepers competition, Colin Organ. The first of the 6 that have made it through here tonight. Put your hands together.
And here we are, our judge for the Gamekeepers classes this evening, Colin Organ, famous for his pointers and setters, a Gundog trainer, and also a judge of show classes too. So he's a real dual-purpose man. And here are our class winners. The first one coming from the pointer and setter and hunt point retrieves, the Hungarian Vizsla. And then here is the winner, our black and white English Springer Spaniel, who topped the English Springer class today. And here, the retriever, the flat-coated retriever. There's a special class for Labradors alone, but here's the other variety of retriever, the flat coat, winning that section. And here's the Any Variety Sporting Spaniel, and this is a very smart Welsh Springer coming in. All of these will have been working on Gamekeepers estates for the season. And here, the class for dogs owned by retired gamekeepers, this very nice golden retriever.
5th season. And finally,
and of course the most popular in the field trials and working clubs, the Labrador. And here's the winner of the Labrador class, this black Labrador. So here we are, 6 fit for function, working Gundogs. They've had to work the season on estates, picking up. All will have been judged against their breed standards, but also the judge looking for dogs which are fit for function. Just checking the moving pattern. I think the judge, Colin Organ, is going to look at them again. He'll be going over them. He's looking for their anatomy. They have to be fit for function, so you want good anatomy, good rib cage, good legs and feet. Very important to have good feet for working Gundogs. They live on them. They say in horse world, no foot, no horse. It's the same in the dogs. You need strong feet for working dogs. Now this one is Vislania Ziena, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Hardcastle and Miss Bradley, and handled here by Mr. Hardcastle. She's had 3 seasons working and winning the Gamekeepers Welfare Trust Trophy. She's worked on grouse moors and on pheasant shoots, but she's very much at home here in the show arena. She's bred in a dual-purpose kennel.
Now it is such a favourite to the big rig here at Crufts.
Judge there going over the English Springer Spaniel.
His English Springer Spaniel,
Tiger Rock Ocellatus. Now, owned by Dylan and Gwyneth Thomas, and here Dylan is handling the dog in the show ring. And Dylan's been showing in these classes at Crufts for the past 30 years. So, long service as a gamekeeper.
30 plus years.
And this also comes from a dual-purpose kennel. They've been successful in the show ring as well. Usually this Springer Spaniel is seen more regularly as a liver and white. This one a black and white.
Any variety, other variety of the retriever. It is Helen Fox.
Now any variety retriever apart from the Labradors, and this is a very handsome flat-coated retriever, satin baize cracksman for Blacktoft. And owned by Helen Fox and handled by their daughter Megan. He's known as Rouger at home, and he's just completed his first full season picking up on the Wheatley Grange estate. They say he's very happy. Well, all flatcoats are very happy. It's part of their nature. And he's striding out, the judge looking at soundness of movement.
For the any variety of a sporting spaniel.
Efficient movement that helps them to be athletic and cover the ground well.
She's a Welsh Springer Spaniel.
Now, from the any variety sporting spaniel class, and winning the Gamekeepers Feeds Trophy today is this very nice Bodonia Moon River. She's known as at home as River, and she's owned by Perry Birchmore, and she's handled by Perry in the show ring tonight. They've been picking up on the Church Farm shoot and on the Elton estate. They tell me that she loves a fuss being made of her. Well, they all do, don't they? But I have to say, this is a marvellous temperament. It's really striding out well. That's
Breeze joins us now.
And that soft expression of the golden retriever. And oh, they're such a wonderful breed. My family owns one, and she rules the roosters home. She's such a character. Here, this very, very nice golden retriever here. Per Barn, a breeze downriver. Lovely name for a Gundog. 6 years old. She's owned by Mr. Mace and Mrs. Franklin Mace, and handled here by Richard.
5th season.
Known as Breeze at home.
And 13th generation.
She goes on beats and picking up at Powys Castle, and this is the 5th season for working for her.
Year at Crufts. Richard Mace
and Breeze is 13th generation of their breeding. That's a great record to have bred the breed 13 generations. And again, they have had show champions in the show ring as well, and full champions. So, and then she wants to join the obedience by the look at her. She wants to.
Well done, Richard.
The Southern Golden Retriever display team, obviously, but trotting out well there.
Over the last 4 days.
What a marvellous temperament. They're a wonderful breed. Great family companions. Now, from the Labrador Retriever class and winning the Malmesbury Trophy today is this bitch, Purdy Prosecco, 6 years old, handled by Darren Dedicote, who owns her as well. She's just completed her fourth season picking up on the Oak Hill shoot.
Just loves picking up during the wood pigeon season.
Now the working Labrador we see here is rather lighter than the show specimens. They have a bit more substance in the show ring, but of course in the field they want this speed. They have the greater speed coming from lighter bone, not so heavy in the rib. But what this dog does have is a very good coat, waterproof double coat and a wagging tail. Now, who is Colin Organ going to choose here for the North Esk Memorial Trophy as best in the Gamekeepers classes at Crufts 2022? Looking at the HPR, the Hunt Point Retrieve, the dog who's an all-rounder, can do all of the tasks in the field. Scent the game, flush them out, retrieve the game. They're real all-rounders. But who's it going to be? The flat coat retriever has won. That's marvellous from any other retriever class. That is Satin Bay's Cracksman for Blacktoft, and that's a marvellous win. Wonderful temperament. The Labrador goes into second place. And for third, it won the hearts of the audience, didn't it, with her display and her happiness. The lovely Purbarn Golden Retriever. Purbarn, a breeze downriver. And look at the temperament of all of those. Here they are in a rather strange environment, the show ring. That's very typical of the Gundog breeds. And so the North Esk Memorial Trophy there. Look at that wagging tail of a flat coat. And here the very prestigious trophy presented by William Delamore from Skinner's Pet Foods.
Good boy. Thank you ever so much. Get all that. Thank you.
All of these classes are managed and run by the British Association for Shooting and Conservation. Play a big part in our conserving of wildlife and the countryside. A very happy Megan Fox, the handler there.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our Labrador. And the wonderful Golden Retriever.
Megan Fox and Ruger.
And I think we'll see the lap of honour. Celebrations tonight in the Gundog world for this flat coat retriever. Put on a great show. Not only a good-looking flat coat, but obviously one which is fit for function and does the job for which it was bred. Well done indeed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very excited to welcome you to this final group of Crufts 2022, this evening's Gundog group. Our judge today was born and began his canine interests in Norway under the Siggen prefix, before later joining forces with his wife Kari. Now a familiar part of the UK dog scene, their Canucks kennel is recognised worldwide for multiple top winners across a variety of breeds.
Hello and welcome to the last of our 7 groups to be judged here at Crufts 2022. It's time for us to find out which of the Gundog breeds is going to go forward to tonight's Best in Show competition. Now, I'm judged by Frank Kane, international judge, and Frank, we're both Gundog people, aren't we?
We are indeed, and our judge here, Sigurd Wilberg, he's from Norway, been living in England for a long time now, very successful as a breeder of Bouvier de Flanders, of boxers, of pointers, of mini wire dachshunds, a real all-rounder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
so he loves the Gundog breeds as well. So now, watching the breeds come in, the first one, the Italian, the Bracco Italiano.
And now we have the Brittany.
Here we have the short, cobby little Brittany.
Followed by the English setter.
The orange Belton English setter, a beautiful breed.
The German long-haired pointer.
There were 22 of the German long-haired pointer here today. This one won through.
And the German short-haired pointer.
One of the hunt, point and retrieve breeds, the all-rounders in the group, the German short-haired pointer. Very nice looking one too.
Pointer.
And then we have the wire-haired cousin. This is the German wire-haired pointer. 24 of them here today.
The Gordon setter best of breed, ladies and gentlemen.
The heaviest of the setter breeds, and a big cheer for this Gordon setter.
Vulnerable breed.
The Hungarian Vizsla.
The Hungarian Vizsla. 135 of them here today.
And the Hungarian wire-haired Vizsla.
Wire-haired cousin. Slightly heavier than the
Irish red and white setter.
Vizsla we've just seen. And here is the Irish red and white setter.
And the Irish setter.
Followed by my breed. Real cheer there for the Irish setter. 251 of them here today.
And here is the Italian Spinoni.
And representing the imported register breeds are Corthals Griffon.
Here we have our representative from the import register. This is the Corthals Griffon.
Now we have the Lagotto Romagnolo.
Italian breed, the Lagotto Romagnolo, once a duck retriever, now goes searching for truffles.
And the large Munsterlander.
Make some money, that one. Here we have the large Munsterlander. 66 of them here today.
Your best of breed pointer coming into the ring now.
A breed close to our judge's heart. He's bred a lot of champions. The pointer.
And the Chesapeake Bay Retriever.
The heaviest of the retriever breeds, the Chesapeake Bay Retriever.
Followed by the curly-coated retriever.
And those small tight curls of the curly-coated retriever.
The flat-coated retriever.
And now this is the one to watch here.
Listen to the cheer.
Very famous dog from Norway and Sweden, a Scandinavian dog from a famous. And here, look at this, the cheer for the flat coat, the loyalty of these golden retrievers.
Now we have
the loyalty
Labrador
here,
retriever.
yes.
Followed by the Labrador. An incredible 456. Oh, this one's very happy to be here after a long day.
And the Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever.
The little Canadian decoy dog, the Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever.
The first of our spaniels.
Here we have the most
American
glamorous of
Cocker
our spaniels. This is the American Cocker Spaniel.
Followed by the Clumber Spaniel.
The heaviest of the spaniel breeds, the Clumber Spaniel.
Now we have the dog that's won Best in Show more times than any other breed. This is the Cocker Spaniel.
And just this, look at this lovely
Beautiful.
one. It's a red, compact, the Merry Cocker.
That tail.
Highest on the leg of the Land Spaniels, the English Springer.
The Field Spaniel.
Followed by the Field Spaniel.
And the Irish Water Spaniel.
Yes, this love the big ring atmosphere. They're very clownish in their nature, very happy.
Sussex Spaniel coming into the ring now.
Here is the Sussex roll coming this way. So they roll through the the short legs and the long body gives them this slight rolling action.
I think a crowd favourite there,
Yes,
getting some R's already.
It's sedate gates, yes. And here...
You judged these today, did you, Frank? Was it Welsh today?
No, I did the Irish red and white today.
Red and white today.
And here's the very nice Welsh Springer. And here is the Spanish Water Dog.
Wonderful woolly coat.
And a very young handler here, we're seeing, yes, look at...
The Weimaraner.
Big cheers for the spectacular entrance of the Weimaraner.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for welcoming our Gundog Best of Breeds into the ring so warmly. I'll now hand you over to our commentators, Graham Hill.
So the Gundog group were made up of dogs that were originally used for finding, flushing or retrieving game that's been shot. They're divided into 4 categories, which we've seen. They've had retrievers, spaniels, setters and pointers, and then HPR. Those are hunt, point and retrieve, the multi-purpose gun dogs, aren't they, Frank?
Just walking around, taking in the first view of the Best of Breed winners, looking at their heads and expressions, their balance and outline.
There were 3,780 Gundogs entered here today, over 23%.
Taking in their breed type
Whilst our judge, Mr. Sigurd
Look at the
Wilberg,
shape and
takes his
balance.
first look at the 32 breeds present here in the main ring.
The first indications of good breed type is that the dog is the right shape for the breed. The Irish red and white and the Irish side by side, they come from the same rootstock, but they're quite different. They're the German wirehead pointer and the Italian Lagotto Romagnolo. German dog.
Now, the Gundog group is always the most numerically strong of the groups, and when it happens to be on Best in Show Day, you get an even bigger crowd. So whoever does win this group is going to have real backing in Best in Show, aren't they?
Absolutely, they're all here to support.
Including Frank and I.
Retrieving is a vital part of the history, heritage and makeup of all the Gundog breeds. And once the hunter brought down the prey, the Gundog must always locate.
So as I said, many of these breeds have the biggest entries at Crufts. So we've got the Labrador, the Golden Retriever, the Irish Setter, all in the top 10.
And our judge Sigurd Wilberg has bred a Gundog group winner at Crufts, the Pointer, which went reserve Best in Show a few years ago.
He's from the Canix Kennel, isn't he?
The Canix Kennel.
Top breeders in pointers for 5 years, I believe, in a row.
Show your appreciation and congratulate all our best of breeds present in the main ring.
There's the first look.
The first of the Gundog breeds for Judge Sigurd Wilberg to look at is the Bracco Italiano. They were judged today by Mrs. Kim Paris, and from an entry of 51...
Now there's the striking outline of the Bracco Italiano, an all-purpose hunt, point and retriever from Italy. It's the all-rounder Gundog. It can scent out the game, and when it does so, it goes into a point or freezes, indicating where the birds are. When the birds are shot, he can retrieve the game, so he can do everything that the hunter would want.
They are a breed that loves to hunt. Particularly feathered game.
There were 51 Bracco Italianos here today. This one is Franco, a 5-year-old dog from Cumbria, taking best of breed.
Now, in their native Italy, they're very popular as working Gundogs. They are lean, athletic dogs. Lean skull, some dewlack. It's thought that they have some hounds in their background, which gives them a bit of extra flesh. Striding out well, athletic in stride, elastic skin for protection, for working in rough cover.
From an entry of 34, Frank sent forward.
There were 34 Brittany's here today, this one taking best of breed. It's a square cobby dog without any heaviness. Now, they can often be born with a natural bob tail. They should be short-backed and capable of flushing, pointing and retrieving, originating in France.
Paintings in the 17th century.
And they have this brisk stride, and like many of the Gundogs, where we expect a long striding action, here they've got only moderate angulation, so that means their stride is rather clipped and short. It's a breed feature. So is that short, compact body, and they've got wonderful light muzzle and quizzical expression.
So this one, 2-year-old dog called Kion from Cumbria.
That's a very nice head and lovely eye. The ears shorter. They used to be called Brittany Spaniels, but they're not just Spaniels, they're HPRs, they're all-purpose Gundogs. So,
Mrs. Christine Jennings-Sharman chose this bitch number 12500.
here the beautiful English setter. This one, an orange Belton. Setters were used for distance work, to quarter the ground, centred for game, and they would go into a freeze or set to indicate to the location of birds to the guns.
The Duke of Northumberland is said to have had trained a setter to set
Now, sadly, 3 out of the 4 setter breeds are now classed as vulnerable, which means there are less than 300 puppies registered during a year, and the English setter is one of those. This one is a 3-year-old bitch called Alex, here from Burton-on-Trent.
Now, the English setter has to be one of the most beautiful Gundogs with this lovely soft expression. Look at that lashing tail. The lashing tail action is a hallmark of the setter family. They love work. Beautiful oval-shaped skull, soft expression, and striding out well. This one, an orange Belton, which means it's got orange fleck ticking in its coat. We'll also see blue Belton and tricolours.
First shown in Frankfurt in
Here we have the largest and the least numerous of our German pointing breeds. This is the German long-haired pointer. They were bred to work with falconers, and the coats believed to have come from setters and crossing with spaniels. They should be powerfully built and well balanced, and they're a dual-purpose dog, so they can point when they find game, and then they will retrieve after they've been shot. So this one, a 6-year-old dog called Aris from Ayrshire. It's previously won at Czech national shows, so well-travelled.
And the breed was originally developed to work with falcon and hawk, but they have adapted very well to the gun. They're natural workers, great hunting instincts, and very popular in their native Germany and in this country, and have won a lot of field trial awards. They're instinctive workers.
The next dog for our judge Sigurd Wilberg to see is the German short-haired pointer.
Now here is the German short-haired pointer, this consummate all-round gun dog, going back to the 17th century with a mixture of German bird dogs and Spanish pointer, and then adding some English pointer blood into it. What I love about this breed is they're completely unexaggerated, fit for function.
Than the German short-haired pointer.
So this one, a 2-year-old dog called Hudson, was put through by very well-known gun dog judge Patsy Hollings, and he's here from Lancashire. And 64 of them were here today.
They're called short-haired pointers, but the coat is hard and dense. It's a coarse coat to give them protection.
They should be noble and steady, showing power, speed and endurance.
And they're compact, short-coupled, quite a square body.
This one really filling my eye.
It's the German wire-haired pointer. And it was Miss Barbara Stamp who judged the breed today.
Here we have the wonderful bushy eyebrows and full beard of the German wire-haired pointer. So this is basically a larger, more rugged version of the German short-haired pointer. And that harsh, bristly coat helps to protect it when working under rough cover and in bad weather.
Short-haired pointer that we have just seen. Giving the impression of being
they are a little heavier than the German short-haired variety. The wire coat added to give them some protection for working in rough cover. It's thought that the wire-coated French Griffon or perhaps even Airedale Terrier blood was added to give them this coat.
So this one is a bitch, 3.5-year-old Hilda, across from Hungary, a world winner, a European winner, moving out beautifully here. A German wire-haired pointer should cover plenty of ground with the tail carried horizontal. You see that reach there at the front.
The second of our setters in the group. There were 140.
Now there was a big cheer when this Gordon setter came into the ring, and we see it takes its name from the Duke of Gordon, who developed the breed in his Scottish estate in Banffyre in the late 17th century.
The coat should combine deep, shining black coal with lustrous tan. And this one is almost 3 years old, a dog called Sullivan, here from North Lincolnshire. And today he's taken his 3rd CC, so that means that he has become a champion today, a show champion.
They are predominantly a black
now the black and tan colour is the only colour in which we have the Gordon setters these days, but the original, the bird dogs kept on the Duke of Gordon's estate were black, white, red and white and even tricolour, but selective breeding, and they've got, it's only this black and tan, and they're known for that rich tan and coal black coat.
From which he selected this male, number 12923.
A coat of russet gold is how the Hungarian Vizsla is described. There were 135 of them here today, and this is 4-year-old dog called Jasper from Gloucestershire, who won through Best of Breed. This is a noble dog, used in falconry in the plains of Hungary as far back as the 14th century.
It may well have arrived in Hungary with invaders from
This is a very handsome dog, deep-chested. It's moderate in bone. There's a rather gaunt quality to its head. It's lean, and there's big nostrils for scenting, and the coat should be slightly oily to the touch.
Best of Breed was this dog, number 13030.
And now the Hungarian wire-haired Vizsla, thought to be the result of crossing the Vizsla with the German wire-haired pointer. 2 puppies were sold to a pet shop and bought by a Czech breeder who then went on to develop the foundation stock. That goes back to 1904.
with a more substantial frame and therefore...
Now this one is
better
just
suited
9
to
months
working
old,
in
a dog
cold
called
conditions
Nacho from
retrieving
Scotland.
from icy
And this is
water.
the first challenge certificate today. And I can tell you a Gundog to get through to this at 9 months old is pretty impressive, isn't it, Frank?
It's very impressive to get best of breed at Crufts, but we can see perhaps a little bit about his youth in his chest, which is not yet fully developed.
Yes, not the depth
but,
yet.
But he looks still strong, and he looks to have a wonderful coat. Those bristly moustache and beard he's got.
55. He selected this male, number 13.
Here we have the wonderful pearl white coat with rich red patches that characterise the Irish red and white setter. There were 55 of them here today, judged by Frank Kane. Now, these are the original of the version of the Irish setter and used to help in the field when nets were used to catch bird instead of guns.
And what a stylish dog this is. These are the poor relations of the setter family, nowhere near as popular as the red setter, which we'll see in a moment. But this share the same ancestry. But the big difference are these wonderful chestnut markings on a pearly white background. They're heavier in build. This one very stylish. The never-ending wag of the tail. He became a champion today, and 5 of his children won their classes, which was amazing.
Wow.
Yes, indeed.
Athletic and powerful rather than racy.
And a beautiful, beautiful head.
1-4, who found favour with judges Mrs. Sandra Christian and Dr. Ron James.
Now, Laura,
in Irish,
be still your beating heart. This is the Irish setter, the breed we are devoted to, and often just known as the red setter. It was first used before the double-barrel shotguns came in for netting birds and working with falcons. Comes from the same stock, the Irish setter stock, but they overtook the popularity. They became racy and glamorous with their coat. And this one from a famous kennel in Northern Ireland, the Gundog kennel, who have bred many champions and indeed won the group the last time Crufts was held.
So this one becoming a show champion today. Irish setter should be racy, balanced and full of quality, refined in looks and untiring. This a bitch, 5 years old, called Sky.
Hunt, point and retrieve breeds from continental Europe, the Italian Spinoni.
Here we have the robust, squarely built dog, the Italian Spinoni. There were 80 of them here today. This one won through, a 6-year-old dog called Alba from Staffordshire. They should have a kind, almost human-like expression and powerful and well-muscled. See that here.
Now, they're heavily built dogs. They should have a lot of substance and thick, leathery skin and a harsh top coat. The top line is unique. There should be a little dip behind the withers and then a rise to the croup and a drop to the tail. That's not a failing, it's not a weak back, it's the correct top line for the breed. And they have this pounding trot, a pounding heavy trot.
This one winning its first CC today.
This male, number 16153. As best in the import classes. The Courtauld Griffon.
Now, the Courtauld Griffon has come from the import register classes. They're classes for breeds which are just developing their gene pool in this country and shown all together in a variety of classes. This is a Dutch breed taking its name from its creator, Edward Courtauld, a gamekeeper who went to Germany to use some of the German breeds and then took them back to the estate in France where he worked. Added some French blood, and here we've got this robust, short, hard-coated dog. The word Griffon means wire-coated.
She had an entry of 78. Yvonne chose this dog 13469.
Here we have the Lagotto Romagnolo breast of breed. There was 78 of them here today, and the name roughly translates as curly-coated duck retriever from northern Italy. Once the marshes had been drained in the 20th century, they were used to hunt truffles, so this is a dog that could make you some money. They should be squarely built, sturdy and robust. This one, 11 years old, a dog called Rico from Cheshire, really showing the longevity of this breed.
And now we see another of the Hunt Point retrieve breeds, the large Munsterlander.
And here we see the large Munsterlander, another German breed.
He chose this bitch, number 13.
It shares similar ancestry with the German long-haired pointer. And if this is the only colour we have the large Munsterland in this, black and white or black with roan markings. All-purpose retriever, this clean head, slight slope in its top line, this slashing tail and clean striding. In Germany, they also have a smaller version, the Klein Munsterlander, where they can be liver and white. In this country, only the large Munsterlanders and this colour.
13504.
Pointers were judged today by Mrs. Norma Ellis. And from 100.
Here we have the thoroughbred of the Gundog group. This is the best of breed pointer. 195 of them here today. This is 3-year-old Sydney. Now they're a wonderful example of a breed that's fit for function. The energy to range over large expanses, wide nostrils to scent game, and then the ability to freeze and point in direction at the game.
Centuries, shooting men have used the pointer, such an elegant breed, for indicating the presence and position of the
The standard asks for a series of flowing, gentle curves. Everything should be curvaceous and symmetrical about the pointer. This one getting excited and throwing his feet around as he enjoys his big ring experience.
The Chesapeake Bay Retriever. There was an entry of 57.
Ah, what a beautiful head on this Chesapeake Bay Retriever, the heaviest of the retrievers. Just look at that thickness of coat. It's a weatherproof double coat, slightly oily to the touch. He was brought up in Chesapeake Bay to be a duck retriever and working for hours in the icy waters, so he needed to be fit for function. And this coat, hard and greasy to the touch, and a softer undercoat.
First found.
So the colour of the coat helps to provide camouflage for the dog, and it has very distinctive yellow or amber eyes. This one is 6-year-old Dapple, a bitch here from Shropshire. Webbed feet to aid it with swimming.
And interestingly, sometimes goes out in the boats with the hunters and launches itself into the water to retrieve the ducks.
There were 59 curly coats here today for breed judge Mr. Dan Eriksson.
The small, tight curled coat and wedge-shaped head of the curly-coated retriever. This breed bred to retrieve in water, and it's the oldest and tallest of the retriever breeds. 59 of them here today, and this is Samu, a 5-and-a-half-year-old dog over from Germany.
The curly-coated retriever is the tallest and possibly the oldest of all the retriever breeds.
And what a beautiful coat this dog has. It's real Astrakhan curls, which give it some, again, protection when working. It's got a wedge-shaped head, highest on the leg, big barrow ribs under that coat for lots of air and swimming.
Should have an effortless, powerful gait, which we're seeing there.
Retriever. There was an impressive entry of 224 flat coats today. With the breed having
now here is the flat-coated retriever, 224 of them today, and they were established in the middle of the 19th century and developed by crossing the early Labradors with setters. Now this dog is a liver. We're more accustomed to seeing the black flat-coated retrievers. The liver is much the rarer of the colours. What cheers going out for this? This is a big winner in Norway and Sweden.
This is Baxa, a 6-and-a-half-year-old dog, over from Norway, and a huge winner in Sweden, Norway, multiple Best in Show winner.
And I have to tell you, he's won a Best in Show under me in Sweden, so I've got a soft spot for this dog.
Wonderful reach there, look at the front legs, drive from behind.
He's got this clean-cut, racy outline.
And they just picked the top spot by the Labradors by 2.
Biddable, intelligent and with natural working ability. It's no wonder that the Golden Retriever is so popular. The biggest entry here today, 458 of them. This is Titus over from France, and listen to the crowd.
Not only in the UK, but across the world.
And this is what wonderful temperament. No wonder this is so popular. Gorgeous to live with. This is very handsome. Good bone, this broad skull and soft expression.
Any shade of gold or cream, and the coat can be flat or have slight wave to it. Should be powerful on the move.
192 males for Mrs. Linda Harvey Major.
Now the Labrador Retriever, 456 of them here today. 2 judges needed to decide, and it used to be always the top registrations in the country, but has been overtaken now by the French Bulldog. This is a very smart black Labrador. Now, if you want to go in field trials or onto shooting, this is the dog. They're unbeatable. This lovely double coat developed in the the British Isles, but he comes from dogs which came from St. John's Island in North America.
And that otter tail, a real calling card of the breed there.
Broad skull, lovely expression, thick double coat for protection in those icy waters.
The last of the retrievers here in the group for Judge Sigurd Wilberg to assess. This is the Nova Scotia.
Here we have a rather small dog with a rather long name. This is the Nova Scotia Duck-Tolling Retriever. 144 of them here today. They originate in Canada and only came to the UK fairly recently in the 80s. They were bred to use a vigorous tail action to lure wildfowl within range of a gun. They are excellent in water and their webbed feet allow them to swim well.
It was originally known as the Little River Duck Dog.
Riding out well.
This one here from the USA, 7-year-old dog called Fire, and it's the #1 toller in the US for the last 2 years.
The smallest of the retriever breeds, conical head, slightly tapering muzzle, short, high-set ears, and that tail, which sometimes has a white tip on it. You also want white on the feet.
59, for which she selected this bitch number 15201 as her best of breed winner.
Now, the American Cocker, 59 of them here today, recognized only in 1946. They have the same ancestry as the Cocker Spaniel, which we'll see later. This, the black American Cocker. It's a luxuriously coated, this plush head, dome skull, and it should retain that sloping top line on the move. The tail carried high, higher than the other spaniels. A real striking show dog.
This one is Vera, not yet 2 years old, a bitch from Nottingham. Effortless on the move, they're covering the ground despite its size.
And although they might not look like working Gundogs, we have had a couple of full champions.
Here we have the heaviest of the spaniel breeds, the best of breed Clumber Spaniel. They should be powerful and athletic and were bred to flush game under heavy cover. They became popular with nobility and George V had many of them. Their name comes from Clumber Park in Nottingham.
1788.
Now, he's a little bit tentative. He's not using his tail very well. He's not quite at ease in the big ring here.
It's a long day for these dogs, isn't it? Here from many of them shown from 9 a.m. They should have a dark amber eye and a large square head, strong body, well-sprung ribs.
It's an entry of 321 for Cocker Spaniels.
Now, this is the breed with which I grew up, the Cocker Spaniel. Takes its name from the birds it was used to hunt, the woodcock. It shares the same roots as the other land spaniels. All of the land spaniels were bred together and their breed determined by their colour when they were born. So a Sussex was liver, a Cocker could be party colour, and that's how they were divided into the land spaniels. This, the Cocker Spaniel, the most popular of them, compact and cockery, known as the Merry Cocker because of its ever-wagging tail.
The Cocker could be traced way back in history.
This one, 4-year-old bitch called Chloe from South Wales, has won multiple best in shows at breed clubs, a Group 1 at championship shows, and is also the breed record holder for golden bitches with 21 challenge certificates. But look at that tail, it's almost propelling her.
And what's lovely about this is it's compact, it's square and cockery, big-ribbed, absolutely unexaggerated, and what a temperament.
And the next dog to be judged is the English Springer Spaniel. Today by
Here we have one of the former land spaniels, this the English Springer Spaniel. There are 131 of them here today, and this is Melvin, a 3-year-old dog from northern Lincolnshire. When the land spaniel breeds were divided out, the English Springer was bred for the colour and size, and it's the highest on the leg.
The Norfolk Spaniel.
Now this one is called Beresford As Good As It Gets, so that's a hard name to live up to, but it's a very stylish dog. The interesting thing about the English Springer Spaniel is its front action. It really strides out in front, throwing its front legs forward and covering the ground very stylishly.
And shown here by a young Kennel Club member who just won the Young Kennel Club Stakes finals with another English Springer from this kennel.
Judged today by Gareth Lawler, number 15706.
Here, the Field Spaniel, the dignified member of the Spaniel family. His pedigree contains a mix of all the other land Spaniels. They're that long, noble head, beautifully chiselled, almond-shaped eyes, is bigger than the Cocker and longer than the Cocker, and with heavier bone.
field spaniel is therefore a useful medium-sized gun.
By the 1880s, the breed was almost ruined by using a Basset Hound cross. So the remaining breeders had to get the other land spaniels. They used an English Springer, and that brought other colours into the breed. Usually they're black, liver, but they can also be roan.
This one, a 4-year-old dog called Marvel from Dorset. The head should convey an impression of high breeding and should be long and unhurried on the move.
A dignified, unhurried stride, and that's what we're getting here with his lovely classical head.
Entry of 37 to consider. Judge Mr. Chris Beckson chose
Here we
this
have
dog,
the
number
clown of the Gundog group, the Irish Water Spaniel. Some distinctive features include that really tight coat and also the top knot and the rat-like hairless tail. Classed as a spaniel, but actually works as a water retriever. The breed club for these was founded in 1890, but their breed has been known for centuries. It should be smart, upstanding and smartly built.
Very willing. They need lots of exercise too. This is the Irish Water Spaniel Best of Breed 15782.
Mrs. Ann Moss was in charge of the Sussex Spaniels today.
Now, 39 Sussex Spaniels here, takes its name from the county in where it originated and developed to work in thick undergrowth. It's the lowest to ground of all the Spaniels, strongly made to bowl through the undergrowth. Mr. Fuller of Rosehill Park near Hastings in Sussex developed the breed. It's got this rich golden liver coat with the lighter tips.
So this is 5-year-old Frank from Oxfordshire. He should have a characteristic rolling movement, which we can see there.
And that comes from the short legs and the big barrel
Brown
ribs
body.
underneath, yes. And this
Frowning brow as well.
broad head, soulful expression, yes. Very
Now, the
steady
last of the
gait.
Spaniels is the Welsh Springer Spaniel, judged today by Mrs. Susan.
Here we have 12-year-old Evie, the Welsh Springer Spaniel bitch, winning through best of breed from 138 entries today. The Welsh Springer should be symmetrical, compact, merry and active. They're built for endurance and hard work. And look at this one, going out so well at 12 years old. A real credit to her breeders.
Absolutely. I mean, you would never guess that this was a 12-year-old veteran. That lovely colour, it's the only colour in which the Welsh Springer comes, this rich chestnut and white. In the early days, they were sometimes known as the Welsh Cockers, and they introduced party colour. The use of Welsh Springer blood introduced the party colours into the Cocker Spaniel.
This breed is a relative newcomer to the Crufts Gundog group.
Now, the Spanish water dog, the multi-purpose water dog. It was used in its native country to bring in nets and bring in the boats, but it was also used for herding sheep and herding shoals of fish towards the nets. That's pretty unique, isn't it? It also is here in the Gundog group because it's used well for the gun. It's a good water retriever.
First recognised by the Spanish Kennel
This
Club
one, the youngest handler, I think, that we've seen come through to the groups this year and winning its first CC today. It's a 2-year-old dog called Curly Cooley, which is a bit of a mouthful if you're in the field, but nevertheless, that's the pet name.
We travel from Spain to Germany now and see the Weimaraner.
Here we have our final best of breed winner in the Gundog group, the Weimaraner. 108 of them here today. This breed sometimes known as the Grey Ghost. It was created in Germany as a hunting dog for nobility, and it is better known post-World War II when it became exported. It should be a picture of power, stamina and balance.
Immensely popular.
The nobility of the Weimar Republic loved this breed and they wanted it to remain exclusive. And they set up the first clubs, and they didn't allow dogs to be sold to non-members.
They should have distinctive eyes of either amber or blue-grey.
We'll now take one last look at the group in its entirety.
Our judge has seen all of the best of breed winners in the Gundog group. Which will he choose for his shortlist?
And Sigurd's wasted no time. That's quite speedy judging. He knows what he likes and what he wants. He's got an instinctive eye. So he'll just be reminding himself now. It's the first time he's judged a group at Crufts, but he's an international all-breeds judge.
So just taking one last look, comparing these dogs to their breed standards, but also thinking which of these is going to really represent the group in Best in Show later this evening.
Well, Taking his time, looking round at a distance to take in the whole dog, the outline and balance of the dog. And he's calling in the Brittany.
Fantastic for that breed.
The Vizsla, handsome, strong Vizsla. The Irish setter.
Yay.
The Irish setter.
The pointer.
The aristocrat of the group there.
The flat coat retriever.
You couldn't resist that one, could you?
The Nova Scotia duck toller and the red cocker. No, sorry.
Oh no, that's the worst.
the red cocker spaniel and the Weimaraner.
That's the kind of thing I'd do by accident, I've got to say.
He's only got 7 at the moment. Does he want anyone else to make up the 8, or does he know
happy
his
with
winners
his
amongst these
selection?
7?
We've had 9, but we've never had 7, have we, this year? So
the curly-coated retriever is brought out. So there is a short list of 8 now.
Leave the ring
now.
and ask you, the audience, to show your appreciation.
I think round of applause for all of the other best of breed winners, done really well to get here.
I think we'll see them now moving back to the barrier in the ring, and then we'll see them up and down to check on the movement, see which one's really carrying itself well, which has got the real presence to win the group. Well, there's some good ones, but I think a few of them stand out here. Now,
that flat coat really does look a picture, doesn't it, Frank?
Smart dog.
But really nice to see the Brittany here in the shortlist.
Absolutely.
Not the most popular, but really good workmanlike little dogs, aren't they? And great pets.
And just checking some details.
Square.
That cobby body, good legs and feet, and that lighter type of head, shorter ears, and brisk and holding its top line beautifully on the move.
So this is a 2-year-old dog called Kion here from Cumbria.
And bred in the Bonapartist kennel, which have been very successful in this country.
New champion today. So next we have our Hungarian Vizsla.
And this is a very striking dog. Lovely outline, very good legs and feet, and striding out well.
You can see those broad nostrils there for scenting. A hunt, point and retrieve dog, so multi-purpose.
And here goes the Irish
now here we have the Irish setter. So Diane Stewart-Ritchie won the Gundog group last year with a different Irish setter bitch. This one is 5-year-old Sky. Can she do it again?
Well, it's a very clever breeder. And here is the free-striding pointer lashing its tail.
Really fills the eye. This 3-year-old dog called Sydney.
And the high head carriage is allowed, its muzzle is concave and to tip its nostrils to take in the scent.
And here goes
this dog's going to be hard to beat, I think. Baxter, 6.5 dog over from Norway, multi-champion.
He might not be a backseat driver tonight. He might be in the front seat.
And this colour isn't as popular, is it, in flat coats,
No,
Frank?
but
We see less of them.
But when you get one like this, I mean, it could popularise the colour. But this is also gorgeous. This is a real crowd pleaser.
Glowing. Look at that tail.
Real breed type, compact, unexaggerated. Coming from a small kennel in Wales, they only keep perhaps four dogs. They're household pets, and they've been very successful, always having top quality cockers.
A merry little cocker indeed, that one. And the final dog in the group.
Off goes our
This one to be judged.
Grey Ghost of the Weimar Republic. His broad, noble head, free striding, very statuesque and elegant in its outline, but a lot of substance.
Apparently this one believes that he's a part-time sheepdog at home.
The curly coat retriever sent through to the group by Dan Eriksson.
Here's the curly-coated retriever with its thick astrakhan curls.
This one over from Germany, a 5.5-year-old dog called Samu.
So with Sigurd Wilberg having selected his shortlist.
It's a very strong shortlist. But who is going to be going through to best in show later this evening? Only one can go.
Now, all on their toes here. Handlers holding their breaths. The boards are coming out. Soon we might know. Now he's become thoughtful, thinking.
Has he decided?
I think he's going to move them.
Oh gosh,
he's going to put them into size.
Size order.
He's going to put them into size order for going around the ring.
Now this is the mark of an experienced judge. Because otherwise you end up with your Weimaraner running into your Brittany and it's chaos, isn't it, Frank?
The long-striding dogs, the tall, longer-legged dogs at the front,
Yeah.
he'll send them round. He'll be looking at their side gait, the length of their stride, their top lines, and their carriage. This is a sign of ring presence at this stage.
And Gundog's really important that they can move out well. So the judge here just comparing them to their breed standard and to one another.
And this is the first time we've seen this at Crufts this year, where the dogs have been sent round together. It's a very nice spectacle to see.
I like to do that when I judge, and I think, do you do that as well, Frank? So you can see them on the move together.
Yes. So, now, decision time, Sigurd.
Taking a really good look.
Right.
He's not going to be rushed. I think he's going to move them again. So the Hungarian Vizsla.
One by one, he's sending them. This is a test of their carriage, their deportment, and their presence. There's the
beautiful Irish setter Sky there. There've been 4 Irish setters have won Best in Show before. Would that be the 5th?
13658.
Testament to these dogs being fit for function, that they're still moving like this when many of them were shown here from 9 a.m. today.
He's foot perfect, this lovely, clean, racy outline, perfect tail carriage, and look at the length of that stride. He's another one who's a free-striding dog. So these longer-legged dogs cover the ground economically with long strides.
And these handlers really getting the best out of the dogs in this big ring. You don't often get the chance to show in a ring this big, so you've got to make the most of it when you do.
Now we go for the smaller ones, the clipped stride of the shorter dogs. And here,
so it looks like he's not going to move those again.
Right.
This is keeping these handlers on their toes, isn't it? Having to set them up and run and set them up.
It's building up the suspense for us as well.
It's keeping us on our toes. But where is he going to go?
He's heading towards, well, perhaps not.
Where's he going? You can feel the tension in here tonight.
The boards
are there, come on.
The winner of the Gundog Group, Crufts 2022 is...
It was... Even the crowd can't cope now.
The flat coat.
It's the flat coat. He doesn't believe it. That's wonderful. Listen to that reaction.
And the Irish setter in second place.
And then the beautiful setter in second place.
The Vizsla is in third place, and the Cocker Spaniel in reserve. So there we are. What suspense!
That was wonderful.
So,
and he didn't quite believe it. I love that. Are you moving me again, or have I won? I won.
So there you are. What a great win.
Great sportsmanship. So this is the winner of the Gundog Group.
Right there. Was it as bad for you, Patrick and Baxter, winning that Gundog Group?
It was, but I was just focusing on him, so I didn't see what was happening in the ring.
Well, many congratulations. We're out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Gundog Group winner.
So here we have Baxter, a 6.5-year-old dog from Oslo. Handled here by Patrick Awar.
And coming from the very famous kennel, the Almanza kennel, have known all over the world for their flat coats. Great type, great showmanship.
He's the best dog and companion, is what the owner has said here. A natural will to please, ever-wagging tail,
And this
loves
is-
people and children.
And this is Sandra Marshall handing out the rosettes, presenting the trophy. She has Vizslas herself. She'll be very pleased to see the Vizsla in third place.
And Irish setter there in second. So Diane last year took top spot in the group, this year second. But I've no doubt that she will be back again.
And that the wonderful, look at that, the cocker, the affection of that cocker.
4-year-old Chloe there. But here we go. Time for the lap of honour. for
Yes.
Baxter, our 6.5-year-old dog over from Norway, a multiple Best in Show winner. Will it be another one today, Frank?
Well, he's the 7th of our group winners, and although he's called backseat driver, he's now in the driving seat, isn't he? He's coming back later. A very stylish dog and a very correct dog, and he'll put on a great show.
Wonderful.
So he's a strong fancy now for Best in Show.
Not long to wait until we find out whether Baxter will triumph in Best in Show.
Well, we're counting the clock down. Thank you, Ziggy, for your tremendous judging in the Gundog group. But it wouldn't be the same, would it, Crufts 2022, without our Gundog display. And this Gundog display is with us here this evening. And they performed quite brilliantly this afternoon. They're not professional Gundog display team. They are keepers, trainers, and above all, experts with their dogs. We've got John Bailey, member of the Kennel Club Field Trial Committee, working his Spaniels and the Labrador with us this evening. John, been competing in trials for over 30 years, has made up over, 60 field trial championships. He's also won Springer Spaniel Championships. Joining him, another famous name in the world of Gundogs. It is Roy Ellershaw, handling his famous rig, the first clumber ever in 100 years to have won an any variety spaniel trial. The most fantastic achievement. Finally, Rory Major, member of the Field Trial Committee, working his HPRs. Some pointed retrieve breeds here in the ring today. Real champion of these HPR dogs, working a variety of breeds, including Brittany's, German wild-haired pointers, and he and his Hungarian wire-haired Vizsla, Iago, recently won the Kennel Club's HPR Championships, held on the spectacular moors in Yorkshire in November last year. As we all know, as we've just seen, the Gundog group containing some of the UK's most popular breeds, including the Labrador Retriever, the German short-haired pointer, the Cocker Spaniel. Not only do many of these breeds make the most wonderful family pets, and believe you me, I've got 2 Cockers and they are our best friends. Each of the breeds has been bred, as we will see in a few moments' time, for the specific purpose. The Gundog as a group were traditionally bred to accompany men in the shooting field, as we saw in the Gundog Championships here tonight. And as hunting evolved, people required dogs with varying skills. The little Cockers to flush the game, the Springers to pick the game and to also flush the game, the HPRs to set the game. It is quite special what we're about to see. They were with us here this afternoon. As I've said, they're not professionals in any shape or form in doing demonstrations, but what they are professionals in their field. We're almost set to go. Spaniels, finding the game and flushing it out. The HPRs, hunt, point, retrieve. And the retrievers, well, the name is in the clue. Think we're all set to go? I think we're nearly all set to go. And delighted to welcome the lady who does so much in the world of field trials for the Kennel Club. She's out every single weekend. It's such a passion for her, and it's such a passion for the Kennel Club. Good evening and welcome, Kate Brewers.
Thank you very much, Nick, for that wonderful introduction. I'm not sure I'm worthy of all of this praise, but thank you very much. We are very passionate about our gun dogs here at the Kennel Club, one of the foundation disciplines, and you'll soon see why. Here we have in the ring John Bailey and his little Cocker Spaniel, Nettie. Now, she's sometimes known at home as Naughty Nettie, so we're going to hope she's going to behave this evening in the ring. She is just under a year old, though, so please do give her a big round of applause for any activity that she does perform here today. Now, John's just sitting the dog up. Now, this is to test steadiness. We want the young dog to really focus on its handler, make sure she gets lots of praise, and he's going to hunt her on. As you can see, she really enjoys this activity. Hunting her over the fence there. Oh, over she goes again. Checking, checking. John's just dropped something in there. Can she find it? He's telling her to go back in, and she's very enthusiastic about her job, as you can see, and she's found it. Lots of praise. What a lovely job little Nettie's doing there. Now he's going to hunt her on. She knows there's something might be hidden in these brushings. Just dropping the tennis ball in just to encourage her. Is there anything in there, Dad? Calling her back to him. Lots of praise again. Sitting her down. It's very important the dog works for the handler and not for herself. So he's showing her the ball. Oh, she really wants to retrieve that, but John's just holding her there. Steady. This is teaching the young dog steadiness. It's very important in gun dogs. We don't have dogs running around. We just want them to be calm, switched off, calling her back to him. So she still remembers that ball's there, and off she goes. Straight to the red seats, and she's picked it. What a lovely fuss. You can see tails wagging. She loves her job. Now, I think that's it for Nettie, so time to go home. Is she gonna... Oh, she's let John put the lead on and back home with Dad. Fantastic. Well done, Nettie. Brilliant job. Next we have in the ring another young dog. She's a little bit nervous. This is a really big environment for these dogs. They're not used to it. They're traditionally used to working in the field, so all of their previous practice will have been outdoors. They're very much, you know, working dogs. Rory's got Olga, the 7-month-old German Wirehead Vizsla. Oh, Hungarian Wirehead Vizsla, my bad, sorry. He's got a lure on a stick, and he's trying to encourage her to just focus on that lure, and what he wants is her to follow it, but when he lifts it, he wants her to sit. That's to teach steadiness to the flush. She is just having a game of it, though, which is very important. Must remember that we are trying to teach these dogs through play. Just trying to encourage her there. She sees it, but she's not entirely sure what she wants to do. She knows she's not supposed to grab it, though. She wants to. Oh! Just teaching her that steadiness to flush. This would be in the shooting field. You don't want your dogs running in after game, just in case, you know, health and safety. We don't want the dogs to be shot, obviously. So we're going to try and encourage her there. Oh, she nearly sat. Good girl. Lots of praise from the handler. She's not used to this. She's having a good look around, but she's still focusing on Rory, just 7 months old. Come on, Olga, you can do it. Go on. Is she going to point? Yes, look at that point. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. And back home to Mum. She's decided she's had enough. She's done her job. And there's Mum in the corner. Bye-bye. Absolutely brilliant. Rory is one of our top handlers, and he has recently just won the HPR Championship. So a fantastic achievement, and that's just how he trains one of his new dogs. Now we have Roy Ellishaw. Another one of our brilliant Gundog handlers. He's on our Gundog working party. All volunteers. They do a lot for us as well here at the Kennel Club. This is B. She's also another young dog. This is what we'd more call the intermediate stage. So she's had some training, but again, not too much pressure. So he's got the whistle, just saying, good girl, lots of fuss, and hunting her on. She's going to check the brushings that we've already seen Nettie check. Is there going to be anything in there? Sending her over to the side there. Oh, that would indicate a shot fired, and she knows she must stop. That is brilliant control, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic. Good girl. Lots of praise. Look at that waggy tail for Dad. Now he's got a dummy. She's going to follow this. Look at that focus. What's she going to be told to do next? Hunt on. So she has to forget that that's there and carry on with her hunting job. So she's back over here, checking. Over the fence. Can she go back over? Oh, I'll check over here. Oh, I'll check it. Yeah, a bit more. Over again. Shot fired again. Another sit. Well done. Well done, B. Good work. Lots of praise. Brilliant. Now, can she remember? Where was it? Oh, yeah, she's picked. Well done. Well done, B and Roy. Absolutely brilliant. She's having so much fun with it. She doesn't quite want to give it back yet. I'm so pleased with myself. That's what she's saying. Yay. Good girl. What a brilliant job. She's going to hunt on a bit further. So enthusiastic. These young dogs, they're bred for working. I think Roy's bred this one himself. Roy's made up several field trial champions, I think 6 in total, all homebred, which is just a wonderful achievement. We compete every year in field trials, and if you'd like to know a bit more, please do come and speak to us at the Kennel Club. Stopping the dog again. And calling her to heel. Wonderful. Both Roy and John and Rory have competed in the championships that we hold every year. These are the culmination of the working dogs throughout the season, and they really are an absolutely spectacular event. If you ever want to come along, please do think about it. You can find out information on our website. So here we have our working party, just laying something out for the dogs to retrieve maybe later. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, John's got a selection of dogs out with him today. So we have Smudge, the Springer Spaniel, lovely little Fern, the Cocker, and Ebby, the Labrador Retriever. All breeds we've seen in the ring here today. In the Gundog group, some of the most popular breeds we have at the Kennel Club, these, and you can really see why. They love working, they are so biddable. Look at the Fern expression on Fern's face. She loves to work. She's just sitting there waiting for her next command. And Roy's bringing into the ring Dot and Meg. So Dot's the black one, and Meg is the beautiful golden. Leads off. We wouldn't ever work with leads on in field trials. We make sure that the dogs are safe all times. We wouldn't want them getting caught on these brushings. And they're off. So they're teaching them to hunt. So Smudge and Ebby have to walk at heel with John. Oh, and there's a rabbit flush. Goodness me. Whoa, didn't see that one coming, but Dot did, and she's steady. So fantastic. Off she goes to retrieve it. Can she get it? Stopped her again, just to give her a bit more direction. Beautiful. Off she goes. Come on to go back. Stopped her again. She's not quite sure where it went. As I said, this is a big environment for these little dogs. She's winding it. Is it here? Is it here? There it is! Yay! And picked it. Oh, a little bit of a fumble, but these are big dummies for these little dogs. But she loves to work. Well done, Dot. John's hunting on with Fern. Smudge, the Springer, and Ebby, the Labrador, walking so beautifully at heel. These dogs aren't on the lead. Oh. Smudge is having a little excitement. It's a big nervous arena for them, ladies and gentlemen. Smudge is hunting on now. Different working style. Oh, and another rabbit! John's indicating as if there was a shot fired. Smudge has not taken his eyes off where that rabbit went. And he's sent. What a brilliant dog. Look at the power. Well done, Smudge. Fantastic. Brilliant. Sitting them all down, casting them off one at a time. That is so difficult. I don't know if you've ever tried to get 2 of your dogs to do 2 different things. I know I certainly have, and it is not easy. So these handlers making it look really, really simple. But if you do want to get involved with Gundog training, we certainly would recommend working tests as your beginning point. Lovely little dogs, tails going, enthusiastic, checking for anything in the arena here. Any more rabbits? Can I find anything? Hunting right up. Brilliant work, gentlemen. Thank you very much to John, Fern and Ebby and Smudge and Roy and Dot and Bee. Now, who's coming in next? It's Rory, and different breeds here. We've got Echo, the German wirehead pointer, indicating that there might be something in there. Look at him. Oh, is there something in there? No, we've called him away. Pushing him through. And Jago, walking at Rory's side there. This is his championship winner, the one on the Yorkshire Moors just in November this year. Absolutely brilliant achievement, and beautiful dogs these are to watch working on the moors. Absolutely spectacular. Echo's very keen to go over there. Checking, checking. You can see Rory's using the whistle just to call him back, indicate what he wants him to do. Checking over here as well. Jago's probably wondering, when do I get a go? Over the fence. Well done, Rory. Off he goes. Anything up here? Absolutely brilliant examples of the breed. Echo. This one's mine, he says. Calling him back, asking him to check again. Is there anything in there? Oh, there was. Good boy. Sat as it released. Absolutely brilliant. So just encouraging the dogs to point. That's what we want these HPR breeds to do. Hunt, point, and retrieve. Oh, he's decided to not do the retrieve part. Sends him back again. It's very loud in here. He's not quite sure what to do and maybe being a little bit of a show-off. He is known for that at home. 10-year-old dog this. Not that you can tell from the training, Rory. Checking again, sending him for it. He's forgotten that it was there now, see? So, but there he has to be handled. Oh! Sends him again. The issue is it's tucked right next to the edge of the cloth there, so Rory's just going to send him another one. There he is, and he gets his retrieve. Well done, Echo. Good boy. So fantastic work. Really different hunting styles between the Spaniels and the HPRs. We are asking these dogs to look out for game for us in the shooting field. So we need different breeds for different landscapes, different style. Echo's just making sure he's claimed all of this arena. So we've got the Spaniels, we've got Roy, Dot, and B in the middle there. Jago is now off the lead, so this is championship dog. He is absolutely fantastic. He's the father, in fact, of the young pup we saw earlier. Just walking them forward. And a retrieve's out. Look at Ebby has got her eye on that one, and over she goes. Can she find it? It's behind the brushings there. She's checking the microphones, not sure. She's listening for John's commands. And she's winded it. Oh, yeah, she has. She's looking for it. Where is he? Where is he? Stops her again. Maybe we'll just walk over here, just to give her a little encouragement. Very impressive to stop the dog at long distances, though. That's what these retrievers would be asked to do. Checking in there. No, not quite. Oh, she's so close. There, she got it. Well done, Ebby. It is a completely different environment, so very well done. She's not used to being in here, and she knows what her job is, but she wasn't quite sure just then. Jago and Echo sitting beautifully at every command, walking on. We would expect these dogs to walk off heel, so it's an important part of training. Steadiness. Shot's been fired. Jago's been sent. Over he goes. Picks it. And takes the long way round. All the way back to Rory. What a spectacular dog this is. He's so beautiful, wonderful watching him work, I have to say. Just hunting on now. For the last bit of our display, so we've got, oh, another retrieve's been thrown out. Jago's keen for it. Who's going to get it? And is Ebby. Can she do it? Yes, she knows where it is now. And she's seen it. Well done. Big round of applause there, Ebby. First time round this time. Oh, and a distraction. Good girl. That is incredibly impressive. The dog wants to ditch the first one and pick up the second one, but she doesn't. She does the brilliant job. Knows she's supposed to bring the first one back. And little Dot's been sent for it. Can she pick it? Yes. Yes, she can. Good girl, Dot. Well done. Tails wagging all the time. Really enthusiastic. Brilliant work. All dogs sat at heel again. This really is so very impressive. I cannot do it with my dogs, and I am always envious of these handlers with their ability to do so. Back off hunting. Just for another retrieve. Shots fired. Who's being sent? Echo gets his go. Over he goes. Picks it beautifully. And brings, and another distraction. Oh, he was tempted. Big good boy. And little Meg gets sent for it. Oh, he sent her the wrong way. Does she know where she's... Yeah, she does. I think the dog knows better than Roy. Over she goes, brings it back. Fantastic. Here, I've got it for you, Dad. And we're just going to do one final walkthrough. As they leave the ring, ladies and gentlemen, please do give these handlers a fantastic round of applause. They are usually so hardworking in the field, so doing in the arena is such a big deal for them, and we are so grateful for them to come along and demonstrate their wonderful work in Gundogs. Yay, Dot with the last retrieve. I hope you've enjoyed our display here. If you do want to find out anything more about Gundogs, please do visit our website and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Kate. Thank you, John Bailey. Thank you, Roy Ellershaw. And thank you, Rory Major. Please give them a huge round of applause. Literally, they put this together on Thursday. Fabulous display. Absolutely brilliant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to literally stretch your legs. But please, you've got 15 minutes. It's time literally to stretch your legs before we set the scene and count the clock down for Crufts Best in Show 2022. Please be back with us just before 5 to 8. We'll see you then.
just to the left-hand side, if you're sitting from the commentary box, we're delighted to welcome the ladies and gentlemen from the Royal Hospital Chelsea, the Chelsea Pensioners. It is fabulous to have you with us today, ladies and gentlemen. It really is. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Chelsea Pensioners. Delighted to welcome back, performing the second of 3 amazing operatic songs. She performed quite brilliantly to set the scene for Crufts Best in Show 2022. Singing Visi Date, please welcome Augusta Hebbert. How absolutely scintillatingly gorgeous. Please give it up, please give her a very big round of applause. Augusta Hebbert and Vici Delte. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're now into the final hour of Crufts 2022. We welcome now serving police officers and their dogs from the West Midlands Police.
Well, that was a sparkling performance from Augusta Hebbert to open up this final evening of Crufts, culminating in Best in Show 2022. Before that, we have a display from the West Midlands Police. They breed and train dogs to help with the policing of the region. They have a dog training centre based in Solihull, and they really do such impressive work. They run a puppy development programme as well, where they hold to 40 breeding females. And they produce numerous puppies every year to go through their programme and then be trained as police dogs. And they also provide their dogs to other police forces around the country as well. So successful is their development programme and their breeding.
He's coming. Stand by. Yeah, he's going into the gas station. He's going into the gas station. I see one black top, grey trousers. Come here now! Come here now! Come here! On the floor! On the floor! Down! He has now.
Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Show me your hands. Right, just...
On the floor. Good girl. Mate, don't move, otherwise we'll send the dog, okay? Good girl.
Find him.
Mate, come out now! Come out now! Out! Now! Come out now! Come to me! Police! Stay where you are! Stay where you are! Hey, stop hitting the dog! Hold him! Yeah, he's got me. Stop hitting the dog!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to be back at Crufts in 2022. And as you saw in the video there, unfortunately, one of our dogs was attacked with a machete during operational duties. But we're delighted to say that Police Dog Stark is here, back in action, as one of our fantastic operational police dogs. Let's welcome Stark back onto the arena as an operational police dog. And there we have a great display of Police Dog Stark, back in action, protecting the public and preventing crime. We're delighted to say Stark made a full recovery and is now licensed as one of our firearm support dogs. So a big round of applause for Police Dog Stark and PC Paul Hopley with instructor Scott Mulshaw. We are delighted to be part of the Kennel Club, and as part part of our puppy development programme, we subscribe to the Kennel Club Assured Breeders programme, which looks after the health and genetics of our future police dogs. So coming onto the arena now is 15-week-old puppy Luna, showing those great genetics in our puppies, taking on one of our instructors, Katie Walsh. There's a great display, and this is everything we're looking for in our puppies. We want that determination, we want that play, we want that engagement, and everything we do with our puppies is around play. Look at her tail go. A big round of applause for 15-week-old German Shepherd, puppy Luna, with one of our instructors, Tony Brown. Once our dogs come through our puppy development programme, everything we do is all around play, interactivity and engagement, and that also includes our specially searched dogs. So here is Puppy Blue, one of our 11-month-old Cocker Spaniels, who's a little bit camera shy tonight, folks. So here he goes, searching for a Kong. What is it they say about working with animals and children? So here he goes, searching for a Kong. He finds it in that little case. And here he is, looking happy with himself. So all of our puppies undergo a really structured puppy development programme where they stay with volunteers for around 12 months of their lives, where our volunteer families do a fantastic job of taking our dogs to all different places, shopping centres, arenas, and schools, and all the places the dogs might need to work as operational police dogs. And what you can see in our dogs is that they are super confident, super happy to go anywhere and amongst anything. So you'll see Blue is just working around with his handler, PC Russ Martin, and he'll work him round, searching for his Kong, and once he finds it, we'll get a nice game of interaction and play. And as you can see, the dogs are born to do this. They love doing this. His little tail's going. He's looking for his Kong. Everyone's a little bit nervous in the red seats there. I bet they're glad they picked those seats now. And what you'll see is just Blue working through, finding the Kong, with our Chief Constable, Mark Mills, who's the head of our NPC working group of National Police Dogs. And there is Puppy Blue with PC Russ Martin. So, once our dogs get to the end of their puppy development programme, they start to get ready for their 13-week intensive training course. So coming onto the arena now is a selection of dogs who are just coming to the end of their puppy development programme and are awaiting to be allocated to a handler ready for an initial course. So here we have two of our instructors, Dave Raymond and Phil Lem, who will do some exercises with the dogs, which just builds on the work you saw with our 15-week-old puppy. So again, everything we do is all around play, interactivity and engagement. So you see the dogs, tails are wagging, they're barking, they're engaging in a tug-of-war game, and then they're rewarded by running off with the article they're playing with. So these dogs are all roughly 12 months old. They've all been bred within the West Midlands Police as part of our Assured Breeders programme. So as you'll see, we've got Zyla, one of our German Shepherds, and then our three other dogs, the Belgian Malinois, again born into our puppy development programme. So you'll see they start off with a bunch of tugs and then slowly work on to getting them to bite the sleeves, a little bit like what you saw with our operational police dogs. So they get the sleeve, they have some interaction with the handler, and then they're ready to go again. So what we show you now is just that progression onto a little chase. So here the dogs go, engage with the decoy, a game of tug-of-war, and they're rewarded by running off with the sleeve. So there are our young dogs who are waiting to start a course, along with our two instructors, Dave Raymond and Phil Lem. So one of the capabilities our operational police dogs can also do is look for property. So if someone was running away from a scene of a crime and trying to discard some evidence, the dogs are able to go out and find what they're looking for and indicate to the handler where that item is. So here is police dog Ada with PC Jack Cambridge. The dog finds what it's looking for, it gives the handler a clear indication, so she goes into a down. Again, a nice click and a reward with the ball, and again you can see her tail go in, she's happy to do this. She's rewarded with a game of tug on the ball, and she's ready to go again. So we'll show you that one more time. So she'll go over. She's searching for the property. And the handler's job is just to direct her into the areas where that property might be. And when she comes across what she's looking for, she'll lie down. There we go. So that was Police Dog Ada with PC Jack Cambridge. Once our dogs go through their intensive training programme, they become operational police dogs. So here, coming onto the arena now, is Police Dog Gus, who's one of our newly licensed qualified police dogs. And what we'll demonstrate is just a little bit of control and a few exercises, again, where the dog does what the handler's asking them to do, and then is rewarded by a tug of war on a bite pillow or a bite sleeve. So Gus has literally just come out of his intensive training course, so he'll be ready to go out and work operationally over the next couple of weeks. And we'll just show you a couple of exercises where the dog barks up, and then the decoy rewards the dog for doing the right behaviour with a game of tug. The dog releases, is into a controlled position, he's called back to the handler, into a down, and then he's rewarded by a chase and a bite. So that's a really nice display by Police Dog Gus and PC Paul King with one of our instructors, Katie Walsh. Coming onto the arena now is Police Dog Jet with PC Kelly Knox. And what you'll see is just an extension of those exercises. So this time the dog's off lead, it comes in, it barks, and is rewarded with a game of tug of war. This time there's just an extension, so the dog will be sent in, it takes a bite, a really nice take, and again he's rewarded by that game of tug and war. We'll just finish off with one more onto that bite sleeve. And he goes in, a great take by Police Dog Jet, and she's rewarded, running off with the sleeve. So there's Police Dog Jet, one of our Belgian Malinois. One final bite. Here she goes. Just to make the handler run all the way across the arena there, folks. And there she goes. Oh, I think there's something going on. Oh, here we go. Here's Scooter Boy. Mr. Royal Canin Scooter Boy. Oh, they're back again. There's something happening here. There's a little bit, it looks like, what is he carrying? Oh no. Have we got any police officers to deal with these people? Is there any police officers anywhere to deal with these people? There is Police Dog Snow and Police Dog Aggie coming out of the car to detain those two angry men. I'm sure we'll be catching up with Mr. Scooter Boy somewhere else later on today. So one of the other capabilities we've got as police dogs is our detection dogs, and they do a valuable job helping protect the public and preventing crime. So here comes onto the arena is Police Dog Dash, who's just going to demonstrate some exercises that our passive drugs dogs do. So we have a crowd of people coming onto the arena now, and what you'll see with our drugs dogs is that they'll be able to work through the crowd of people, and if anyone's carrying something they shouldn't do, the dog will indicate to the handler which person is carrying something they shouldn't. So as you'll see, Police Dog Dash with PC Russ Martin, he's just working through the crowd. And again, this is why it's so important our puppy development programme develops really confident dogs. You'll see there Police Dog Dash. If the person tries to get away, the dog will follow them to tell the handler exactly who that person is, and he's rewarded with the ball and a great indication there. So that was Police Dog Dash with PC Russ Martin. Russ Martin's here for his last Crufts before he retires in September, so a big round of applause and a cheer for PC Russ Martin. come our police dogs. And there goes Police Dog Aggie jumping over the crowd to take on Mr. Angry. And here he goes. Oh, Mr. Scooter Boy's out. I think something's just happened on that car. Oh, here he goes. I think he's carrying something there. Hey, don't point that gun at me, son. It's a very quiet police car. We're not allowed to have the sirens tonight. So here comes Police Dog Stark and his role as a firearms support dog working alongside our firearms team to detain Mr. Scooter Boy once and for all. So here he goes, folks. A big round of applause and a cheer for Police Dog Stark, who's now going to drag Mr. Scooter Boy to safety under the cover of our firearms teams. Here he goes. He's going to be detained once and for all, with Police Dog Stark back in his job as an operational firearms support dog working alongside our firearms teams. Let's have a big cheer for Police Dog Stark back in action alongside our great firearms teams working together to finally detain Mr. Scooter Boy. One of our other detection dog capabilities is our explosive detection dogs, who also do a fantastic job in helping us detect the things that might not be out there that we can see. So here we have Police Dog Dot, Police Dog Polly and Police Dog Trev, who are going to just scan some bags in the arena, and they'll be able to tell which bag is carrying something it shouldn't have. So what we're looking for the dog to do is to check all the bags. Once the dog gets to something that shouldn't be in there, we couldn't have sirens, but we can have car alarms, folks. So the dog freezes, he's rewarded by the handler, and he's then given a reward. So that's Police Dog Dot, Police Dog Polly, our pointer, and Police Dog Trev as our explosive detection dogs. And coming onto the arena now is Police Dog Vardy with PC Phil Lem in our own version of the real trigger point, folks. So here comes our EOD team with our explosive detection dog, who's going to search this vehicle to see if there's something there that shouldn't be. So the handler's job is just to work the dog all around the car. And when the dog gets to something that shouldn't be there, the dog will indicate to the handler exactly where that item is, and we can go and then make it safe. So the dog comes across what it's looking for, it'll freeze, and tell the handler exactly where it is. There's the freeze. The handler walks back. Dog's rewarded. And we can go in and make that safe. So that's Police Dog Vardy with PC Phil Lem. So a big round of... Oh, who's that? Oh, can anyone see Mr. Angry up there? Oh no, it looks like he's just stolen AQMS Pete Turner's, the Chelsea pensioners cap, folks. Have we got someone to deal with this bloke? He's a real bad man, this one. So here is Police Dog Chase, one of our Paw Patrol litters on the case, with Police Dog Stark to take out Mr. Angry once and for all. The chase is called back for a game of tug. Again, an extension of what we did with our puppies. And police dog Stark is into a control position. Let's search that Mr. Angry. He's attacking our handler. Police dog Stark detains Mr. Angry once and for all. And he will be dealt with. So let's have a big round of applause for PC Paul Hopley, Police Dog Stark, alongside Mr. Angry, Dave Raymond. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching our demonstration. We're not a demonstration team. These are all operational police dogs with operational police handlers. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Well, our thanks to Dave Hebbert from West Midlands Police Dog Unit for comparing that display of just what those West Midlands police dogs do day in, day out, around the year to help police the region.
To show your appreciation for keeping us safe for 365 days.
And understandably, warm applause as the team re-enter the arena, led by Dave Hebbert. Acknowledgement of the work they do around the year to keep us all safe.
We come now to a very special presentation. Delighted to welcome the NPCC lead for police dogs, the Chief Constable of West Mercia, Chief Constable Pippa Mills. And on behalf of Royal Canin, Susie Roffey, the National Sales Manager for Royal Canin, to make this presentation. It is the presentation of the police dog team Operational or Humanitarian Action of the Year 2021. On the 30th of May 2021, Police Constable Mark Wilcott and Police Dog Kaiser responded to an intruder in the back garden of a house. When they arrived, they were confronted with a violent suspect armed with a knife. During the detention and arrest of the male, Police Dog Kaiser was repeatedly stabbed to the head, receiving significant injuries to his face and head. He had in total 6 stab wounds, leaving him with life-threatening injuries. Despite this sustained attack, Police Dog Kaiser continued to detain the suspect until he was overpowered by Police Constable Mark Wilcott. Both PC Wilcott and Police Dog Kaiser displayed extreme bravery, the citation reads, dedication to duty and professionalism throughout the incident. These actions epitomize the value and contribution of our working dogs, and Police Dog Kaiser's actions undoubtedly saved Police Constable Wilcott from serious injury himself. Step forward, please. Police Constable Mark Wilcott and Police Dog Kaiser of the Metropolitan Police.
Well, what a marvellous reception for Police Constable Mark Walcott and Police Dog Kaiser. This is a national award. The award is made by the National Police Chiefs Council, presented here at Crufts. It has been for around about 10 years. And the NPCC brings police forces in the UK together to help coordinate operations, to reform, improve and provide value for money. But that is a wonderful way to present this award for 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, the officers and their dogs that we see in front of us here this evening keep us safe and keep us well.
These dogs and West
May we
Midlands
ask
Police
you
really
to
do
give
a
them a
marvellous
huge
job taking care of their dogs. They're working together as teams. And they will now do a lap of honour and a standing ovation here amongst this packed arena to honour Police Constable Mark Walcott and Kaiser, as well as the entire team here today from West Midlands Police Dog Unit. There's the puppy in training, didn't he do well? So this is the final evening of Crufts. And coming up next, it's the climax. It is Best in Show. The winner of each of the groups up against each other. It is the final 7. And from that 7, only one can be Best in Show. That's coming up.
And the Resorts World Arena. We've come back together after the dreadful 2 years. We have, and now, as we set the scene for Crufts Best in Show 2022, look at the screen and see some amazing highlights of the world's greatest dog show.
Did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary, I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody,
we're going to have some beers and then some thinking, because some dogs were reacting quite strange. The environment is quite difficult for the dogs.
hurt me with the word goodbye. Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary, I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Don't stop now. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now, walk away, you know how, don't start caring about me now.
The world's greatest dog show, Crufts 2022. And so, as we count down to the magnificent 7, to set the scene for Crufts Best in Show 2022, performing O Mio Bambino, please welcome Augusta Hebbert.
Oh
Augusta Hebbert, thank you. And here come our group stewards, ready for Crufts Best in Show. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment that we have been waiting for. Over 20,000 dogs have been judged. Huge numbers of visitors have flocked here to the National Exhibition Centre in Birmingham. And now we're down to the final 7. And above all, it is so good to welcome you all once again to Crufts Best in Show 2022. Escorted into the ring.
So much anticipation and excitement in this packed arena. 4 days of judging and now the final 7, each having won their group. There are 220 pedigree breeds. Now it's about which is best in show. Alongside me in commentary, Laura Crombie, who's been showing dogs since she was at school, now starting a judging career, and our own international judge, Frank Kane. Frank, you judged Best in Show 10 years ago, but tell us about tonight's judge.
Well, I know how he feels. This is Stuart Plain. He comes from Seaham in County Durham, and he's been showing dogs since he was a teenager, particularly Scottish Terriers, his first love. And he's had 24 champions in the breed. And actually, he won the Terrier group at Crufts in 1982, but he couldn't compete for Best in Show because his great mentor was judging, so he had to withdraw. Anyway, here's the dogs he's looking at tonight, led in by the Siberian Husky. Winner of the working group on the first day here.
Also judged here on Thursday night.
Here we have the second of our finalists from Thursday. Representing the pastoral group, we have our Border Collie. This is Lenore. The Border Collie also never won Best in Show here.
We've had a reserve Best in Show winner. Couldn't this one go one better? Very young, but very beautiful.
Just 17 months old.
Judged here on Friday evening. What a tremendous day it was. The winner of the Terrier group, the Irish Terrier.
Now look at that alert expression as he comes into the ring. This is the Irish Terrier, Turith Adonis. He's not had far to travel from Uttoxeter in Staffordshire. Big winner already. He's won a couple of Terrier groups and comes from a famous kennel. The handler, John Averis here, connected with the kennel which produced a Best in Show winner, the Welsh Terrier, a few years ago. So
and our third breed here that hasn't ever won Best in Show, so could be a first this evening.
One of the racier terrier breeds and full of terrier spirit.
And now, the winner of the Hound group.
So representing the Hound group,
it is the Greyhound.
We have the beautiful, elegant Greyhound. This is Aya, 4.5-year-old bitch, here from Germany. So graceful on the move there.
Elegance and symmetry in this clean stride. You can see the condition of the coat, the muscle, the fine muscle, fit for function.
And nothing to hide there.
It was Super Saturday, and here's the first of the two group winners on Super Saturday. It is the winner of the utility group, the Toy Poodle.
Here's glamour and style in our little Toy Poodle who won the utility group. And oh dear.
Oh,
yeah,
it's a number one.
No standing on ceremony here, so there we are, striding
Making
out.
his mark on the way in.
We remember that the Dachshund had a similar moment after she'd been awarded Best in Show, so they're not fazed by the atmosphere.
This is 2-year-old Waffle there, just making his mark in the ring.
This wonderful name, Afterglow Agent Orange. That's
and
fantastic,
to make the lineup complete on Super Saturday, it is the winner of our toy group, and here it is, the Yorkshire Terrier.
So representing the toy group, we have the beautiful coat of the Yorkshire Terrier. This is Conan, a 6-year-old dog from Spain. And look at that picture of health and condition.
And wonderful carriage on the move. He's full of alertness. There's great ring presence. That will carry a lot of marks for him. Look at that.
Oh.
There must be something interesting in that area of the carpet, I think.
He's like, Waffle stop, so I'm stopping. Why not?
Waffle stop, that's a good one.
And as we've seen tonight, to make the lineup complete, the winner of our Gundog group, the flat-coated Retriever.
Now, there's a big cheer for this, and isn't it gorgeous? This lovely racy outline, absolutely foot perfect. Gorgeous dog, a liver flat coat. We've never seen one. We've had 2 winners in the past in flat coats, but never a liver one.
This one's really caught your eye, Frank, hasn't he?
It certainly has.
So,
well, it's an incredible lineup, isn't it? Each of these dogs you see has been best of breed, then they had to compete against all the other best of breeds in their group to be here.
Won the Terrier group here 40
Stuart
years
Plain
ago
will have
this
quite
week.
a task on his hand to pick best in show here.
And now that he's got the dogs in, I think he'll be feeling more relaxed. You know, it's always the first step onto the arena floor that you're feeling worried about. When you see the dogs, you begin to feel comfortable.
And Frank, will he have watched them on TV? Will he know what's here?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I chose to watch them from the far distance from the back seats, actually. I didn't want to be close, and I kept my own counsel and made my own mind up later. Yes, I'm sure Stuart will do the same.
So at this stage, when you're looking for your best in show, what can make one dog stand out against all the others who have come this far in the competition?
Yes, we're down to 7 dogs from almost 20,000 dogs, so they should all be pretty perfect. Now, on the night, they have to perform well, not be fazed by the atmosphere. The handlers have to keep their nerves as well. The tension can pass down the lead to a dog. But here we are, Stuart looking at the first, the Siberian Husky.
Yes, this is Aquila, 5.5 years old, from Mansfield in Nottingham. And Laura, Aquila actually does do harness work. So when you're talking about breeds being fit for function, she really is demonstrating that.
She is indeed. So Siberian Huskies bred as sled dogs in Siberia. Now, obviously, we haven't quite got those kind of conditions in the UK. We can't use sleds, but the breeders do use them to pull wheeled rigs, often in muddy forests rather than snow. But Siberian Huskies, really active breed. This is not a breed to look at and think this is an easy family pet. They need lots and lots of exercise. They molt heavily, and you can't let them off the lead. They need to be kept on a lead because they will chase anything.
They are the fastest of the sled dogs, and they are fit for function and not phased here. Very happy, the wagging tail, that double coat, the harsh outer coat, the protective softer undercoat. I've seen them in Finland sleeping out, a whole team of them sleeping out, curling up and wrapping their tails round them to keep them warm. Beautiful elegance in the head, those almond-shaped eyes.
So this is Lenore, the Border Collie, who's just 17 months old. Young female dog. I mean, Frank, at only 17 months, Lenore has done incredibly well to beat, over 250 Border Collies and over 2,000 in the pastoral group.
And yes, and still, technically, still a teenager, so not yet full maturity, but full of quality. What the judge will be looking for here is a dog fit to do a day's work. They are absolutely functional, well-built, sturdily boned, rectangular in shape, and above all, the movement. It should be stealthy, dropping the head, covering the ground. This is absolutely smooth movement and stealthy movement. Absolutely foot perfect coming towards us. The tail carried in a smooth, sweeping action.
These are active, intelligent dogs, and they really need to be engaged to live a fulfilled life. So alert, look at that.
She's already a big winner. She was junior world winner, junior European winner, which means she's had a great career as a young dog. And here she is, the epitome of her career so far.
And here is the 4-year-old Irish Terrier Donny from Uttoxeter in Staffordshire. And the Irish Terrier, Laura, is one of the 3 breeds in this final never to have won Best in Show.
Yes, I think it ups the stakes a little bit, doesn't it? So we've got the Siberian Husky, the Border Collie and the Irish Terrier. If any of them win today, it will be a first for the breed. And it's a brilliant way to raise awareness of these breeds as well among the people who are watching at home.
And what a beautiful, elegant outline it's got. It's the raciest of the terriers, which means it's got a bit of length in its body, a long, clean neck, a long head, cleanly sculptured and neat ears.
And they were once in various colours, but bred down to have this beautiful red coat, which is so distinctive of the breed.
They're called the daredevil amongst the terriers. They're devoted to their masters, not so keen on other dogs, however. So.
And that harsh, wiry coat should be crisp to the touch.
One of the native terrier breeds of Ireland. And Stuart, of course, a terrier man at heart. He'll have a good working knowledge of all these breeds tonight.
The tail carried up over the back there, legs moving straight and parallel.
Group winner.
Now the greyhound is a female from Germany, 4.5-year-old Aya. Greyhounds have won Best in Show before, Frank, but the last was all the way back in 1956.
Yes, that was Treetop's Golden Hawk, I believe, and owned by a famous judge, Judy de Cassenbroot. However, look at this lovely symmetry of this one, this long, elegant neck, the curve over the loin to give it muscular, propulsive power, and these strong hindquarters. Everything about the greyhound is about elegance, symmetry, and power.
The winner of the hound group, the greyhound.
And such was the prestige of these dogs at one point that the law was passed only allowing royalty and nobility to hunt with them.
They were the aristocratic hound, not for the paupers, not for the serfs. But this one, beautiful. Comes from a famous kennel, the Ena's Fashion Kennel. This one, desirable and very desirable indeed. We've had some other winners in England from this kennel.
Really free stride there. Beautiful muscular condition.
Well, this was the crowd pleaser, the winner of the utility group, the Toy Poodle Waffle. He's 2 years old, from Blackpool. That beautiful colour, Laura. But Waffle does come from a well-known kennel who have won Best in Show twice before.
That's correct. So the Afterglow Kennel, they have won Best in Show with a standard poodle and an American Cocker Spaniel. So to have a third breed in here, real testament to them. And look at the presentation of that dog. This dog is in perfect condition. That beautiful apricot colouring, and that coat is not easy to get like that. But as we've discussed before, the trim there, it has a purpose. It's to protect the dog's limbs when it's working, and also to help it propel itself through the water.
But we'd better say that it wouldn't be the toy poodle who was doing the work.
No,
they're bred down,
yes,
they're bred down for the biggest size, and one of the great challenges for breeding toy dogs or miniaturized dogs is getting all the same qualities in a smaller size. And look at this elegance in the head, full of attitude. Show dogs make the ultimate show dog.
I mean, don't tell him he's not a standard, because he doesn't know
Yes,
it, does he?
Exactly. They all, of course, they've got the same standard, just a matter of size, and he's the smallest one. Yes.
So the toy poodle there, rather confusingly, is representing the utility group.
But beautiful. That's a fancy hairdo, isn't it? Yes.
And another one.
And so here is the winner of the toy group. Not in the terrier group, it's the Yorkshire Terrier from the toy group, Conan, from Segovia in Spain. Frank, you're a Yorkshireman yourself, but what could sway the judge in Conan's favour at this point? That beautiful silky
Well,
coat.
obviously, the coat in colour and texture is one of the key features, and it should feel cold to the touch, like silk. And you see the judge taking a brush, seeing the texture, but also the colours of this tan. The tan fall of hair from the muzzle should be deepest tan at the roots, fading towards the edges, and the body coat should be steel blue. It's hard to believe that the ancestry of this dog goes back to the working terriers of the mills in Yorkshire. And the patriarch of the breed was the dog wonderfully called Huddersfield Ben. Little did he know that years on his descendants would be popular show dogs all around the world. And here is this lovely dog bred in Japan and really going beautifully tonight.
Top line should be held level on the move there, and a real driving movement underneath all of that coat. They used to be shown on silk cloths or cushions, and they can still be shown on a red box, although this one isn't today.
Beautifully sharp, pricked ears, small and neat. Very good front action. You can see the legs coming straight through the coat.
Well done to the Yorkshire Terrier. And now the final one to be presented before Stuart.
Now the Gundogs have only been judged today, and the group was won by Baxter, the flat-coated retriever. He's 6.5 years old, from Oslo in Norway, and Baxter's a big international winner. Laura comes from a famous kennel.
It does indeed. So the Almanza kennel in Sweden, they've been breeding for more than 40 years, haven't they, Frank?
Absolutely, and they've bred many champions, and their stock has gone all over the world. The dog showing is an international scene. They want the best bloodlines for their dogs, and this Almanza kennel has provided many with the foundations of their breeding stock.
And this one is a multiple Best in Show winner, multiple group wins, and really nice to see a liver-coloured flat coat. Listen to the crowd. This is what happens when you're on Gundog Day and you're in Best in Show.
But it's also what happens when they see a beautiful dog like this. I mean, it just looks perfection. The balance and symmetry, and of course this lovely quality head.
And the tail should be ever wagging, a smiling expression. This one is foot perfect, isn't it, movement-wise?
And standing four square, just goes into that natural stance. There's no posing. He's made right, and he stands right, and he moves right. The test of good conformation is in the movement.
The founder of the Kennel Club was a great enthusiast of this breed, so I'm sure he'll be very happy to see it here today.
Well, time for Stuart Plain to start thinking. One question, does it matter how the dog behaves in the ring, if it breaks out of trot, for example, when it's on the move?
Well, if it's a bit spirited and happy, that's okay, but really you're wanting a foot-perfect performance, you're wanting presence and charisma. It's rather like the good deportment, just catching the eye.
So what will he be taking into account other than the deportment and the carriage of the dog?
Well, measuring each one against their breed standards. He'll know all the breed standards intimately and know all the details that are required in the breed. So that's the first test. Then the movement, and then the performance on the night. Out and back, he's looking at parallel front movement, the drive from the strong hocks, and when he sends them round, the length of stride and the top line.
So he's just moving them all up and down again.
The winner of the pastoral group, 2389.
This is beautiful, the way she drops her head to give that stealthy carriage, absolutely correct for the breed, and shown on a loose lead. That's absolutely natural.
Tireless on the move, the Border Collie.
The winner of the Terrier
Here we have
group,
the Irish Terrier. Tail carried up beautifully over the back there.
This is a very collected performance tonight. I've seen them a bit gassier than this. So, already made his mark in the Terrier group rings.
And that red coat looking beautiful against the green there.
The winner of the Hound group, the
Greyhound, free striding, tail carried low.
That lovely daisy cutting action, the legs just skimming over the ground, quite low, economical, ground covering. That beautiful neck. And here is the gassy.
The applausometer is winding this one up again. Little waffle.
He rises to the crowd, doesn't he? Little Agent Orange. I think it's a huge name for a little dog. Fantastic.
So we're looking for the steel blue and then the rich, bright tan colouring here. The Yorkshire Terrier.
A small dog with great presence. Look at that marvellous top line, level, the tail carried nicely over the back.
but still very much a terrier underneath that coat. Are you ready for the cheer? We know it's going. There we go. The flat-coated retriever.
Isn't it amazing? You know, there's all types of dogs here. There's the glamorous dogs, the functional, and here's one. It's absolutely functional. It's not a glamour breed. It just looks absolute quality and correctness. There's some, you know, the dog lovers are very knowledgeable about their dogs.
Is it going to be decision time? Will he ask them all to move together? We have seen that sometimes in the group judging.
Tom Mather will be chairman of the Crufts committee.
He's only going to take his time. It's a big prize. You want to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely, and he'll have to decide the order they're going in. He'll have to know what is the best in show winner and what is the reserve best in show.
And once he's made his choice, he will walk towards a table, which is just to the right off screen, sign the cards to make his decision formal before it's announced to the arena. Getting one last look at each. Back to the flat-coated retriever.
Look at that wagging tail. Look at that beautiful outline.
And of course, Maisie, the wire-haired dachshund, has had 2 years as reigning champion because of the pandemic. So who is going to replace her?
Do you think he's decided? The judge is heading towards the table to make his choice formal before it's going to be announced who will be Best in Show 2022. We'll find out in just a few moments.
Will be announced first, and then we will decide who Crufts Best in Show 2022 is. Let's have a look now at the highlights of Best in Show Crufts 2022. The signatures are complete, and very, very shortly we will find out who...
Yes, we're about to have a reserve and a winner, Frank, and tension is mounting.
We ask now our judge, Stuart Plain, to move forward to select Crufts
how he's feeling.
Reserve Best in Show.
He made his decision. It's going to be declared to the public now. He's looking very somber.
And reserve first, most importantly.
It is the Reserve Best in Show
Reserve
2022.
The toy poodle. It's Waffle.
Now, where is the handshake going
Crufts
to go?
Best in Show 2022 is... It's the flat-coat retriever!
Oh, listen to the crowd! I just whispered in your ear, Frank, now I thought the flat coat and the poodle, so I should have put some money on.
Isn't that wonderful?
What an achievement. He couldn't believe he'd won the group, so I don't know what he's going to be like now.
Please give a massive
This is
round of applause to all our other group
6.5-year-old
winners.
flat-coated
Well
retriever.
done to the Yorkshire Terrier, to the Greyhound,
Here
to
from
the Irish
Norway,
Terrier, to the
the
Border
famous
Collie, and to the
Almanza
Siberian
Kennel.
Husky. Very
He's
well
a
done.
multiple Best in Show
Delighted
winner in
to welcome
Europe,
now
and now
our
he's a
presentation
Crufts Best in
party.
Show
I'd like to
winner.
welcome
And I tell you what, Laura, there were 3,800 Gundogs today for Baxter to be best of breed, and then best of group, winning the group, and now best in show.
Look at him. I mean, he's been in his class, he's been in best dog, he's been in best of breed, he's been in the group, and now he's back here and his tail is still wagging. A consummate show dog and a fantastic winner of best in show. A dog that's fit for its function, unexaggerated. And you just look at him.
Yes, the judge looking for the most exquisite, the most perfect example of the breed. Flat-coated retriever, best in show 2022.
That dog just meets the breed standard in so many ways.
Oh, Claire Balding is with us here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Baxter has decided to take the rosette in his mouth to say thank you very much for your support. Thank you to the judge as well. Patrick, what a dog. He hasn't stopped wagging his tail all day long.
Well, that's a breed characteristic. But he's just a fantastic dog. Yeah, he is.
Sum up what this moment means to you and to everybody who has put the hard work into producing such a superstar here.
I don't have any words. It's just amazing. Yeah. And I'm really proud of him, and it's just a true credit to his breeders. Yeah.
I can see the tears flooding down your cheeks. You give Baxter a good kiss. He'll give you a lick back. What a champion we have, ladies and gentlemen. Our best in show for 2022, Baxter the Flat Coat Retriever.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that we can raise the house one more time, because it is lap of honour time for Baxter and for Waffle. Crufts best in show and Crufts reserve best in show.
Well, how about this then? The lap of honour for the winner, best in show and the reserve. It's Baxter, closely followed, or maybe not quite so closely followed by Waffle. The arena looks it's much bigger, isn't it, for those little legs? But what a stunning flat-coated retriever. Worthy winner of best in show, absolutely strutting his stuff around the arena. And he wants a good look at that incredible solid silver trophy as well, Laura.
That rosette's never going to be the same, unfortunately.
Oh, very grateful, thanks
to put it on the wall.
That's visited
What an achievement, and I think if the audience had to say, they would have picked those two as well. I think the applausometer went through the roof for Baxter and both for Waffle as well.
Yeah, both were crowd pleasers, but of course the judge is looking at the dog, the health of the dog, the conformation of the dog, comparing it to the breed standard. And Baxter is just wonderful in every respect, and certainly Patrick agrees, and the emotion just says everything about how much this means. And it's been a long, long day for this pair, hasn't it?
It's a really long day, and it's, you know, this is the pinnacle of any dog showing career, and to get there, you know, it would bring tears to your eyes. It really would, to have that level of achievement. It's fantastic. Two so different breeds, but both of them just wonderful examples of everything that's great about dog showing.
Well, as if you wondered, Patrick says that Baxter is the best dog and companion, always has a natural will to please and an ever-wagging tail, which we certainly saw that tonight. Says he loves all dogs, people, and especially children. And then he finished his notes saying, beware, this one licks. Expect a few more kisses tonight.
And eats rosettes, apparently. Look at him. So eager to please. Such a lovely relationship between the dog and the handler there. And look, every time he stands back up, the tail goes again. It never stops.
And it's interesting at Crufts, isn't it? The trophy is never physically presented. Nobody actually gets their hands on it.
They don't. So the Kennel Memorial Trophy, there is a trophy guardian with white gloves who will put the trophy there. I think a few years ago, I'm sure they used to put smaller dogs in it, but definitely not anymore. No, all you get to take home is your prize money, your rosette, and obviously your champagne, which probably doesn't make it home, I'm guessing.
So nice, you've got to have a memento.
Yes.
To head home with. Well, there's going to be so many photographs, isn't there? You've got to have that, get the brush out, make sure Baxter's looking absolutely tip-top if he wasn't already.
Yeah, the eyes of the world's press are on you. Look at that coming in the ring.
He's beautiful.
And an ever popular winner, because of course the Gundog Day, so many of the people in the arena tonight would have been here with their Gundogs, showing them, coming up through the ranks. Maybe some of them even competed, their dogs even competed against Baxter.
So Ali, your first Crufts and your first best in show, how have you found it?
I've watched it from afar plenty of times, but it's been an absolute thrill and an honour to be here. And I've got to thank you and Frank as well for imparting so much of your knowledge and being so generous throughout the last 4 days. But it's been an absolute privilege to not only watch the judging, but to be able to experience everything else that goes on around Crufts as well. And we saw the display from the West Midlands police dogs, learning about the guide dogs for the visually impaired, guide dogs for the deaf as well. Just all the way dogs change people's lives. The Hero Dog Award, we had Crufts as well for the best family crossbreed dog of the year. It's more than best of breed, of course, sorry, best in show, but of course best in show is the climax, and this is why.
Exactly, yeah, it's everything that is best about dogs.
Well, Waffle was an absolute crowd pleaser as well. Their beautiful, stunning apricot colour, the toy poodle. And some people might have been a bit confused, Laura, about the fact that Waffle as a toy poodle is in the utility group, not the toy group, and
quite a
the
few
Yorkshire
names.
Terrier's in the toy group, but not the terrier group.
Exactly, there's quite a few breeds like that that have ended up classified as a different group to what the name might suggest. But yes, we have all three of the poodle varieties are in the utility group, and this is the toy, the smallest of them.
And utility because the poodles were bred as water retrievers that used to hunt ducks. They originated in Germany, and as you mentioned in commentary, that trim, it was a practical trim because the clipping of the hindquarters helped the dog's propulsion in the water, and then those what's now known as pom-poms, that was protective bands of hair, protect from the cold.
Exactly, so a lot more work goes into that than Baxter, who just requires a quick trim and a little brush. So
some breeds are more high maintenance than others.
They are, yeah. Flat coats, fantastic pets. They do need a lot of entertainment, they need a lot of exercise, but relatively low maintenance coats, great with children, so friendly. A brilliant option if perhaps you don't want a Labrador or a Golden Retriever, you've seen them, you fancy something slightly different. Look at that, gorgeous head. So typical of the breed there.
Well, if Baxter wasn't famous already with his international wins, he's now hit real top dog.
I wonder where he'll be going next for his next best in show. Maybe over the pond, might go to Westminster, you never know.
Well, we have thoroughly enjoyed bringing you Crufts 2022, and huge congratulations to Baxter, to his handler and co-owner Patrick there with him. The flat-coated retriever from Oslo in Norway wins Best in Show 2022.